Heir of the High Warlock is Book 3 in the Daughters of the Warlock series. Written by Maggie Shaw. Published by Harley Romance Publishing, 2020. Chapter 1. To say I was nervous about the up-and-coming trial was the understatement of my life. My stomach constantly churned and the hairs on my neck stood on end, waiting for the axe to fall. Currently, I sat at my bureau, brushing my long blonde hair over and over again. It soothed me, as it normally did when my sister Bella used to do it, after a particularly bitter fight with my mother. My heart clenched. My mother was gone now. I never thought I would miss those fights, but I was wrong. "Good morning, Ava." Matlock, otherwise known as the High Warlock of the Magical Realms, also known as my father, knocked on the doorframe of my open door as he walked into my room. "Morning," I said, turning around to smile at him. I didn't want him to see me nervous, so I hoped the smile wasn't strained. When the council had agreed to give me a second chance at a trial to defend myself against the allegation of treason, they had demanded that I not leave the premises of the council building my father resided in. Father, with his magical powers, had built me a room adjacent to his offices within the council building. It had a large bed, its own separate bathroom, a lounge area, and a small desk. It was a great setup, and if this was any other time in my life, I would have been ecstatic to be so close to my father, and to have him standing by me in this stressful time. I hadn't known him growing up. My mother refused to tell us anything, and now I had a chance to learn more. But it wasn't a normal week, and today wasn't a normal day, so enjoying the closeness to the father I'd never had, unfortunately had to wait. "What's up?" I asked with a forced relaxedness to my voice. I was pretty sure he'd come to get me for court. His dark hair was brushed to a bright shine and he wore his official cape and robes. He smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. "They called to say we need to be in the trial rooms by 12, he said. He laced his fingers together and rested them in front of his body, obviously trying to show me how calm he was. But I could see him twiddling his thumbs. I glanced at the clock on the wall, inhaling sharply as my stomach quivered. That was in 15 minutes. Had Matlock only just found out? Or had he waited until the last minute to tell me, so that I wouldn't get too nervous? I realized it didn't matter. The time had come, and he was supporting me in this massive step forward to becoming his heir. What else could I ask for? I sighed, setting down my brush and taking a deep breath. All right. I think I'm ready. I hadn't exactly dressed for the occasion, wearing a comfy pair of jeans and a black top, but the last thing I wanted was to look intimidating. I didn't need that added to my list of crimes. On the other hand, would I be attacked for being too informal? Would they automatically assume I wasn't taking this as seriously as I should be? I didn't know. I couldn't let myself be bothered by it, though. I had to focus on what was important, and that was making sure I gave myself the best chance to win this fight against them. Letting frivolous possibilities cloud my judgment wasn't going to get me anywhere. I stood up and my father smiled at me, pride evident in his expression. I was only recently getting used to that look. It felt strange, as though I didn't deserve it, especially not from him. From a man who didn't even know me. "You're so much like your mother, Ava," he said, and I realized from his gentle tone that it was meant as a compliment. "So brave." I shrugged, tension tugging at my upper back and shoulders. I never thought of my mother as brave. She had hidden in her own private realm for over 20 years. Seemed kind of weak to me. Scared. I glanced over at the jewelry box where my locket lay buried for the moment. I'd taken to not wearing the necklace as often lately. I didn't really like my mother's voice being in my head all the time. Especially when the only reason I was fighting for my life was because she'd chosen to break some pretty major rules when she'd had me. It hurt me because she didn't seem to care about the consequences of her actions. She didn't seem to care how it would be for us, her 3 daughters. If I was being honest, the reason I was here, trying to have some kind of a relationship with my father, was because she prevented me from having one with him in the first place. The day she passed away, I set out to change that, to figure out who I was. And now I was here, on trial for being his daughter. Matlock smiled again, and this time there was brighter warmth in his face. Well, she was fierce at school and up until she disappeared, he pointed out. No one went up against her, not even me. She didn't seem to be afraid of anything, and I can only imagine that raising you. We didn't mention my sisters, in case there were people listening. Well, that would have taken an iron will. I shrugged. I didn't really want to talk about her again. That was all we seemed to do. Talk about how to unravel the mess my mother, Genevieve Melfi, had landed us all in. Quite frankly, I already knew about the mess and was more concerned about how we were going to get out of it. I grabbed my mother's journal from the table and slid it into my bag. My secret weapon. The book Bella had made sure I brought with me when I'd left our realm. I hadn't known what it was when Belle had given it to me, but when I finally opened it up to read what was inside, I understood why my sister had insisted that I take it. And, as usual with Bella, it was a stroke of genius. Definitely not my realm of expertise, but that was okay. We all had our specialties. I hadn't told my father, or Tavlor, what the book was, let alone what was written in it. Because the book Bella had given me was Mother's journal. Amazingly, Tavlor hadn't asked, probably assuming I'd tell him if it was important. In that assumption, he and my father were wrong. This book was important to the case, very important. But only if the council decided to change their tack and go after my father at my trial. If they chose to charge him with treason, when I proved they couldn't go after me, well, I had something to fight back with now. I probably should have felt more guilty at keeping something like this from Tavlor and my father, but quite honestly, I didn't. I would only use it if it was absolutely necessary. If it wasn't their place to know about the journal at all. Until then, my mother's innermost thoughts and secrets were staying under wraps. Especially as the later chapters of her journal also mentioned my sisters, and the council could not find out about my sisters. If they were ready to go to war with me simply for being my father's daughter, I could only imagine how they'd react when they discovered there were 3 of us. If I did use the diary to prove my father's innocence in all this, I had to work out a way to only show the integral parts of the text without ruining the integrity or authenticity of the writing itself. And I hadn't yet figured out that part. My father gestured to the door. Let's go then. Tavlor will meet us there. Oh, good. I wasn't sure what role Tavlor was going to play today, but his presence was always bolstering for my mood. My heart fluttered just thinking about seeing my lover, and I cleared my throat to keep myself from allowing Tavlor to distract me. I followed my father out the door and into his chambers, then through the many portals required to get to our destination. It was a long, intricate maze that he had designed to keep me protected. My feet ached from the walking, but I did appreciate what my father was trying to do. I glanced at him, worry coursing through me. He'd offered to stand by me, fight with me so that I could remain with him, not only as his illegitimate daughter, but as his heir to the throne. Not that I was sure I wanted the responsibility and power that came with his position, but the situation had got to the point where it was all or nothing, and nothing just wasn't an option anymore. But my biggest concern was that, in standing up for me and putting himself in the same boat as I was, he'd shown his cards. Made it clear to the council where his allegiance lay. In theory, that was fine. And I was proud that my father wanted me as his heir. Prouder than I could possibly say. It was more than I could have expected from someone who found out about me only a couple of months ago. But what if he'd chosen the losing side? If I sank, we both did, and I didn't want him paying for my and my mother's mistakes. Our choices. Because when it came down to it, revealing who I was to him had been my choice. I'd been tricked into showing how powerful I was to the council, but I could have found another way into the magic realm, I was sure of it. I had spent a lot of time here, staring at these walls, going over those choices again and again, only to come up with the same conclusion. I could have figured out a different way. And the guilt of those decisions I made when I wasn't thinking of anyone but myself, ate at me like a cancer. We stepped through the final gateway and I stopped dead. My stomach constricted painfully. We were inside the courtroom once again. The same one where they'd sentenced me to death without a thought, only a few weeks ago. It was difficult for me to knowingly walk through a door that could lead to a horrible fate. Matlock seemed to notice I wasn't matching his steps and stopped. He did not urge me forward but gave me the space to wait, to take my time. That simple gesture meant more to me than he probably realized. I focused on the room, noting each element and the fact that this time there was a difference. Slowly, I began to make my way in, with Matlock next to me, offering me his presence as a way to protect me. Had the council really stuck to the agreement about giving me a fair trial? That would surprise me. They were known for their heartless and devious ways. And yet the pews of the courtroom were filled with people I could only describe as normal. Witches and warlocks I would have seen on the streets around the cafes. Not members of the council, nor their families. Not that I could be 100% sure of that, of course. The council had vast amounts of power. These people could be a ruse for all I knew. And there was another issue too. Even if these normal people decided I was innocent, I still wasn't sure what sort of consensus we needed to win. Hell, I didn't even know what winning actually meant. The council had said they would have the final vote no matter what, so did these normal people matter in the end? Did they make a difference? Was it all or nothing? I hoped not. Ava, Tavlor said as he stepped up beside me, not touching, but close enough that I could almost feel the heat of him. God, I'd missed him. I nearly closed my eyes and swallowed. I wanted him to wrap his big, bulky arms around me, to tuck my head under his chin, and tell me everything was going to be all right. He always had a knack for making me feel safe when I was scared or unsure. Truth be told, I was just glad he was here, that I got to see him in the first place. He'd been away in a fey realm, researching the laws and looking for things to help me with the trial. I wasn't sure if he'd found anything, and this wasn't the time to ask, unfortunately. How are you feeling? He asked, his brow furrowed with worry. He kept his voice low, to ensure no one could overhear our conversation. We got a couple of stares from some of the normal people. It reminded me that hybrids, a half-fey, half-warlock like Tavlor, weren't welcome in most parts of society. They could kindly fuck off for all I cared. I shrugged. As good as can be expected, I think. I lowered my voice, unable to stop myself from asking him. Have you heard anything new? He stepped even closer and said, not really. Though from what I can gather, they are running this as fairly as we've asked them to. I raised an eyebrow at him. Really? His lips thinned. However, it is the council. I snorted. He didn't finish the sentence, because some unknown part of Tavlor still couldn't bring himself to openly go up against the people who had oppressed him for so long. Tavlor had stood by while they'd tested me, accused me, attacked me, and then sentenced me. Yes, he had come through in the end with a rescue plan and was here now, but would he stand by as they put my head on the chopping block once again? I wish I knew without a doubt he wouldn't do that again, but I couldn't be sure. Tavlor respected authority. It was the biggest issue we had in our relationship. I didn't know if he would pick me at the end of it all. I glanced toward my father, who somehow had become quite mute since we'd walked in the doors. He wasn't looking like his normal self, and he'd totally ignored Tavlor's presence. Which was most unlike him. Matlock, I called out, keeping my voice low. Are you okay? The main doors swung open and 3 counselors walked in. I didn't recognize them by their faces, but I knew who they were from the way they held their heads and the richness of their clothes. Pompous assholes. Ava Melfi. To the accused's box, the main guy said, and I suddenly recognized him from the other day at my father's office. He'd been one of the men to bring the official document by, and picked up that Rassilor warlock who my father had knocked out with magic. He was a weasel, that one. He pointed to a chair in the middle of the room. I lifted my chin. Before I do, I'd like to know how this is going to work. Are there questions, a jury, a judge? Because I had been sheltered my whole life, the only sense of trials I got was from Bella's mystery books, which took place in the human realm. Besides that, I wasn't sure what to expect. The man, I think his name was Thomas, turned red and I saw him fighting the need to yell at me, to demand I get in place. But he calmed himself somehow. We have gathered 30 regular witches and warlocks to listen to the trial, and they will come together at the end to discuss their verdict. I stared at him, surprised. And that's it? They have final say? I doubt that very much. Thomas pursed his lips and his nostrils flared. No. Their decision will be taken into account with our final decision. I crossed my arms over my chest. That wasn't the original agreement. We hadn't had a formal agreement in place on who got the final say, but I still expected some sense of fairness. It's the best you're going to get, Missy. He nodded to where I was supposed to go. I glanced around. Where was my father? He disappeared all of a sudden, when he'd just been right beside me. Had they taken him away when I hadn't been looking? Had he willingly left? Panic began to eat into my gut. And who is going to be on my side? Am I allowed counsel? Someone to represent me? Thomas's lips grimaced into a triumphant smile. Of course. Whom do you choose? So, they had taken my father away so he couldn't represent me. That would be right. Dirty sneaks didn't know how to play fair. I didn't know. Why hadn't I spoken to my father about this before now? Did witches have a version of a defense attorney? Would my father be willing to defend me, or was that some sort of conflict of interest? I wished I knew more about this so I could prepare. Right now, I felt like a sitting duck. I'll defend Ava. The call-out was unexpected, but completely welcome. We all turned toward Tavlor, who was standing straight and proud beside me. Thomas's eyebrows rose high on his forehead. But you can't, you shouldn't. He didn't seem to know how to finish that sentence. Tavlor, who'd obviously never stood up to a member of the council before, smiled. I can and I will. He cleared his throat, his shoulders tense. Clearly, he didn't like the attention. There's nothing that says I can't. He turned to me, and love for this incredible man spilled over into every cell in my body. Ava, please take a seat on the chair in the middle of the room and I'll be in the first row, ready to help if you need me, he said in a low voice. I nodded once and went straight to my chair, in case they caught me grinning. He was here to help me. I sat in the chair designed to torture me, and a sense of pure happiness washed over me. Now I had a chance. Chapter 2. Showing any sign of weakness to a bully is the worst thing to do. So I calmly sat down on the accused's chair and crossed my legs even though everything inside of me urged me to get up, to fight, to demand to be treated fairly. I would get my chance, I assured myself. Tavlor was right here, helping me when he didn't have to. Everything would be okay. I took what I hoped was a calming breath. Then I looked up at Thomas and waited for the questions to begin. I had to stay calm and rational. After all, if I stuck to the truth, they simply couldn't find me guilty a second time. Their arguments didn't make sense, and I needed to trust that the normal people of this realm would see that. The council was grasping at straws if they used all the same upside-down logic they had last time, logic that didn't make sense except to power-hungry people who were all afraid of change. I hadn't done anything wrong. Nothing. And yet they wanted to condemn me. I was the child of an affair. I'd had nothing to do with it. But I was the proof. The victim. And blaming the victim in any situation is wrong, although humans seem to do it all the time. Tavlor sat at the front of the pews of people, next to my father who had magically reappeared. He didn't look impressed, his eyebrows lowered into a scowl, but he wasn't acting or speaking in any way. Had they put some sort of spell over him? I wasn't sure whether to be upset with him for leaving so abruptly, or worried that they might have tampered with him in some way. Before I could inquire as to my father, Thomas stepped forward, clearing his throat. He eyed the notes he'd brought that lay in front of him, as though he couldn't be bothered with the likes of me. Please, tell the people before you your name and parentage. I cleared my throat, a little surprised we were starting so pleasantly and with the basics. My name is Ava Melfi. My mother's name was Genevieve Melfi, and my father is Matlock Crementi. I'd never actually said my father's full name aloud, and I had to stifle the need to shiver as I said it. There was something about his very name that said power and influence. A shocked hiss and gasp rippled around the room. I glanced at Tavlor, who looked as surprised as I felt. Had these people not been told who I was, and why they were here? Had they assumed I was just a punk kid who committed some tacky crime, and that this entire courtroom was a waste of their time? Great. Just great. Thomas stood to the side, directing his questions at me while everyone watched on. The more questions he asked, the less he looked at his papers. So, you allege that you are the illegitimate daughter of the High Warlock? I raised my eyebrows at him. That was a pretty rhetorical question. Please answer the question, Ava. Yes, I am. Again, there was a gasp. I glanced around, confused. Why was everyone so incredibly surprised such a thing could happen? And why, oh why, had these people not been told why they were here? What had they been told in the first place? Who did they think I was? What did they think I had done to be seated here? Thomas smiled. So, you are admitting to treason? Against the High Warlock. Against the Council. Against the very laws and rules that govern us. I rolled my eyes. I knew it was juvenile, but I couldn't help it. I'm the child of two people who had sex when they weren't meant to, I said slowly, making sure to enunciate every word because clearly Thomas didn't understand the concept as it was. How am I the one committing treason? It wasn't like I asked to be born. Thomas's eyes lit up. So, you believe that it is your parents who have committed treason? He asked. There was something about his tone, something that made me pause, but I couldn't quite figure out what that was. Your mother and your father, against the council? After all, it is in the very contract your father signed upon inheriting the title that included clauses about parentage. He knew what he was doing by stepping into the role of High Warlock, and having a child goes against that very contract. I stilled. That had taken a nasty turn faster than I expected. I didn't want to be blamed for this, but I didn't want my father taking the rap for it either. He hadn't even known about my existence until I showed up a few months ago. No. My word was firm, and I had to remind myself not to act out, not to give him attitude. I needed to be respectful. I needed to show that he was the unjust one, and I was a victim of my circumstance. Carefully I continued, making sure each word was relaxed. I do not think it is treasonous to have a love affair or a child out of wedlock. Irrespective of some stupid contract that I've never seen. Is it even legal to force such a will on a person of the High Warlock's standing? I glared at him for good measure, not backing down. Thomas's lips tightened a little. It is written into our laws that the High Warlock may not have relations outside of his marriage, and he may certainly not conceive a child with any woman except his chosen wife, he said as though this was basic information that everyone knew. Oh my God. He sounded like the biggest douche. Did they really believe they could control people like that? Did they really think a piece of paper was going to stop people from having sex? It certainly didn't when marriage was involved. I snorted. I was starting to lose control over my patience. I couldn't believe he was arguing such nonsense. Chosen wife? I asked. You mean the one you chose for him? Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it? I said, addressing the crowd of normal people. Make a healthy young man marry someone he doesn't love, and demand that he lives a life of servitude to the council and all of their nasty whims. That sounds humane. That sounds fair. I crossed my arms over my chest and stared back at Thomas. They may think their rules made sense, but they were disgusting and dictatorship-like. Thomas straightened to his full height, which was quite intimidating if I was honest. He was a large man in breadth as well as height, and his anger with me was palpable. That is how it's been done since the beginning of the council. The High Warlock has an obligation to the council and to his people. Yes. That was the opening we'd been looking for. I glanced over at Tavlor, who stood up. I have an article to hand around for the people to view, he said after clearing his throat. Unlike Thomas's caustic voice, Tavlor's was slow and steady like a stream. It soothed my nerves and calmed my beating heart. Once again, I was grateful he was here. Our evidence that, in fact, you are wrong. Thomas whirled around, his capes flying in a circle. What is it? He demanded, as though he couldn't be bothered to believe anything Tavlor said. Tavlor smiled. It is proof that the council has not always functioned as it does now, in relation to the members of the council, and the way they treat the High Warlock, he said, each word crisp and careful. Out of all of us, Tavlor was the one who had the most control over his emotions. In what way? Thomas asked, flicking his head back and lifting his chin higher. It was obvious he could not believe he was speaking to a hybrid, or that he even had to entertain such a thing. Tavlor lifted the book so that the whole room could see. It was gorgeous, and took my breath away every time I saw it. Obviously ancient, by the age of the leather coverings and the gold embossing on the cover and spine. The council, in the beginning, was made up of a mix of warlocks, fae and shifters. Tavlor began, letting his voice trail off. There was a general hiss of amazement around us, and I watched as the public tittered to themselves. From what I'd learnt from Mallory, there wasn't a lot of love lost for the fae or the shifters, but hopefully it was enough to unsettle the council. And that was all we wanted. A fair shot at presenting our case, at proving the council was not within its right to call me a traitor simply for being born, or that my father was a traitor for having an affair. The book also proves that the High Warlock was once an elected official who chose his own wife or partner, and never had to adhere to the rules of the current council, Tavlor continued. Thomas marched over and tried to grab the book out of Tavlor's hands. Tavlor moved it out of Thomas's grasp with ease, the look on his face one of amusement that Thomas thought he could so easily swindle the book from him in the first place. Give me that, Thomas demanded, trying to snatch it away again. Tavlor inclined his head, keeping the book out of Thomas's grasp. Of course I will after the people have seen it, he said. It is evidence that neither Ava nor her father have done anything wrong, especially given the history of his bloodline. It is evidence the people should be aware about, since they choose to live in this realm and follow the laws. They should be privy to see what came before the laws that are in place now, whether you think so or not. Tavlor narrowed his eyes at Thomas. You will not hide the truth from the people any longer. Thomas growled, a vicious sound, and flicked his wrist, the book disappearing from sight as though it had never been. I blinked in surprise. When I realized what happened, I jumped to my feet. What the hell did you just do? I asked, leaning forward. All pretense of respect and trying to keep myself from saying or doing something emotive went out the window, not when any semblance of fairness disappeared with my only defense. I thrust a finger at Thomas. You have no right to sabotage my trial. Thomas rounded on me, his eyes blazing with anger. We have every right to control what is released in this trial. You will not lie to the public. Lie. Ha. That's not what you're worried about. We're telling the truth. You just don't want us to expose you as the liars and manipulators you are, I practically screamed. How dare he make evidence disappear? Thomas snapped his fingers, and all the witches and warlocks in the room disappeared. Everyone except Tavlor, Thomas, my father, and myself. I gasped, fear crawling over my skin like a nest of ants. Was he allowed to do that? Did it matter? The law only seemed to be there to control the people, not the council itself. Tavlor jumped over the pew that had separated him from me, and raced to my side. To my surprise, he pulled his sword from the invisible sheath on his back, and held it in front of him, putting a dangerous weapon between us and Thomas. I was surprised he still had access to it in a courtroom. They probably didn't even take him seriously enough to consider he would actually use it, especially to threaten the council. My father stood up, staring at us as though the world had gone insane. And it had. Ancient magical words were whispered in the air, and I twirled around to see Thomas gathering magic to him, his hands glowing with blackness. "Don't even think about it, Thomas," Tavlor growled. "You touch Ava and you will die. I swear to the gods I will kill you." I knew deep down that he meant every word. Thomas stopped speaking. The magical glow that had begun to form in his hands disappeared. He now stood perfectly still, as though assessing the situation and what his best course of action might be. Tavlor had incredible powers thanks to his father's blood that no one in the witching community understood. Fear crossed Thomas's face as he realized that he had no idea what Tavlor was capable of. But he still tried to calm him down with words. "You cannot do this, Tavlor," he said slowly. "You will destroy hundreds of years of peace." His tone was placating, and it pissed me off to the max. "Peace?" I spat at him. "With all the wars and unrest and inequality among the factions. What peace?" "We are not here to discuss that today," Thomas snapped, turning his attention from Tavlor to me. Oh my god. Could this guy fucking pick a saner personality to present? I tightened my fingers into fists. "Then what do you want?" I growled through clenched teeth. "Other than my fucking head." A whoosh of air flung past me, and the room was full once again, but this time with people of the council. I froze, trying to figure out what was going on and what could be done about it. Were they able to make me disappear the way Thomas had with the regular people of the realm? Like he had with the book? My father still stood there looking dazed. They'd put a spell on him when he'd entered the room, I was almost sure of it now. He blinked once, twice, as though he wasn't quite sure what was going on or what had happened to him in the first place. "Matlock?" I called out, but he didn't even answer. "Father?" "Nothing." "Shit. What did you do to him?" I yelled at Thomas, then indicted to the nasty audience we now had. "And what the hell is this?" I shouldn't have been surprised that they'd do this to me. To us. Go back on their word for a fair trial. But even so, I was strangely and fiercely disappointed that I couldn't even trust them to stick to a simple agreement. Was there no hope at all? "This," Thomas said, holding his arm out and indicating to the witches and warlocks that now made up the room, "is your trial." His mouth contorted into a sneer, and his eyes were like knives piercing me from all angles. With my father out of sorts and me and Tavlor outnumbered, I didn't think there was anything I could do at this point that would make a difference. I pulled up all my magical guards, physical and mental, though I wasn't sure how strong they would be inside this place. I was going to have to fight my way out of here, I just knew it, and with the two of us against the rest, Tavlor and I didn't stand a chance. Charity, my evil stepmother, stood up from a pew in the back of the room and strolled toward us, my mother's ancient book in her hands. So that's where Thomas sent it. I should have known she was somehow behind this. "Where did you get this?" she hissed, holding the book out in front of her. I lifted my chin, fear quickly turning into anger. This woman should never have been allowed to marry my father. She wasn't worthy. "I'm not answering any more questions until I know what's going on," I said. The anger took hold of my words, but there was still a tremble in them I couldn't hide. What happened to a trial of my peers? Or a fair hearing? When no one answered, I swung around to face them all. "So it's true. You're all devious, selfish, self-serving assholes who can't be trusted," I said. "You know that what you're doing is wrong. You know that your own people would turn against you if they knew the truth, and still you continue to hide it away from them like they aren't going to stumble upon it sooner or later." I forced myself to take a breath, though my stomach was tight and my lungs felt like they were on fire. "You promised me a fair trial. You said I would be allowed to defend myself. I have it in writing, and you cannot go back on your word." "And if we do?" Charity asked, her lips quirked up in a smirk and her tone as nice as pie. I twisted around so I could glare straight at her. Then I will release Plan B and you will regret ever doing this to me, I growled. Her smirk dropped from her face and she tucked the book under her arm. The fact that she actually took my threat seriously surprised me, and I was suddenly grateful for the chance to have a say in my defense, even if it was veiled in a threat. She glanced back at the other counselors. Though they didn't speak, I had to assume they were communicating somehow. Then she turned back to me. And what, may I ask, is Plan B? I crossed my arms over my chest and looked as haughty as I knew how. This was going to be the biggest bluff of my life, and I had to be convincing. Chapter 3. You don't think that's the only copy of the book we have? I asked, forcing a cunning smile to my lips. I thrust my arms behind my back and wiped the sweat from my palms, hoping they didn't notice. You think we actually took your word, that you were going to give me a fair trial? We expected this. We know how you really are, and what you want to hide from everyone. We have a backup plan in place. There is a group of 5 ready to release that information to every realm in the known universe in the context of the original text, so everyone will know it, and won't question the authenticity. I hoped Tavlor didn't mind me throwing his people under the figurative bus, but they were the only group I'd found so far to be organized, smart, and virtuous. Plus they had power just as the magic realm did, and that power threatened the magic realm. If anyone could intimidate the witches and warlocks, I was certain it was the Fae. It wasn't a stretch of logic to assume the Fae would act on the information we had, especially considering the fact they were actually more powerful than the warlocks. Shocked gasps echoed around the room. I took the opportunity to step around Tavlor and address the whole crowd. How long do you think it will be before there's a revolt, trying to get back to the old ways? The real old ways? When everyone was equal. I pointed at the witches and warlocks obsessed with killing me, so they could decide who reigned as the next high warlock. You all seem to be forgetting that the only reason you figured out I was more than your average witch is because I am more magically powerful than any of you, I pointed out. The more I spoke, the more confident I felt. I have 2 decades of my mother's teaching, and my father's genetics coursing through my veins. I will not be destroyed. I paused to take a breath, anger thrumming through my blood like a poison. A powerful poison. I could feel it vibrating through me, pushing me to speak. To act. To scream. I will not be silenced. You will not win. I am the product of hundreds of years of magical breeding, and believe me when I say, you will regret this day, for the rest of existence, if you do not give me what you have promised me. I glared around the room, challenging everyone and anyone to stand up against me. What I was asking for was not carte blanche power, nor an easy ride. It was the chance to prove I was better than they thought I was. To fight to be my father's daughter. I just wanted a fair opportunity to plead my case, to show evidence supporting me. That was all. I found that to be reasonable. And when no one spoke up against me, hope finally flared to life within my chest. There was silence for so long my pounding heart had time to settle down to a more natural and normal rhythm. My father was staring at me now like I'd gone insane. If he could actually hear me or not, I didn't know. Tavlor was almost grinning where he stood beside me, still brandishing his sword. Rassilor, the snake I'd met in my father's office a week ago, had been sitting in the front pew. He finally stood and faced me. "And what is it you want?" he asked. The question sounded strained, as though the last thing he wanted was to hear was how I felt. I groaned and threw my hands heavenward. What did I want? What did I really want, after this was all said and done? It was hard for me to put everything into words. Life wasn't that simple. I want you to accept the fact I am my father's child and stop punishing me for it, I finally said. I dropped my hands to my sides and gave Rassilor what I hoped was a look that told him I didn't want to keep fighting him. I didn't want to keep fighting anyone. I just wanted to be safe. I wanted to be myself without being penalized for it, especially since I couldn't change it. My breath heaved in my chest as I struggled against the wave of intense emotions rising up over me. I will learn whatever I need to learn. I will train as hard as any other witch ever has. I am a willing student in all of this. From the moment you all knew who I was, you've treated me like a criminal. Like the enemy, when all I still am, is a girl wanting to know her father. Wanting to know more about this power that resides in me. Wanting to know how to control it. Rassilor scoffed. Really? He sneered. And your father's power and position have nothing to do with that desire? I wish my father was just a normal warlock, then I wouldn't be fighting for my life in a trial, set against witches who want me dead. I threw him a disgusted look. If you knew anything about my upbringing, you would know that I learnt nothing about your hierarchy, your politics, or your world. Your assumptions about me are completely wrong. I feel like I'm drowning in all the knowledge I do know because it doesn't quite make sense to me. I've never been drawn to your power because I didn't know it existed. How difficult is this for you to comprehend? Rassilor snapped his fingers. My father was marched up to the stage with us, still looking like a barely animated doll. So, if you are innocent of these charges. I groaned aloud again. Innocent? I am the child. How could I have willfully committed treason? This was why I was infuriated. This was why I kept pushing, why I kept fighting. How could they punish me for being created? I did not have a say in my creation. Did that mean I deserved to die for it, or whatever the punishment would turn out to be? Rassilor nodded once, as though finally accepting my logic. But then he turned on my father, and his look was one of pure greed and envy. Then it is the High Warlock who must answer for the crimes against the Council, as he willfully broke our laws, he said, puffing up his chest almost proudly. I groaned. Was this their plan all along? To force my father to admit that he'd had a child with another witch on purpose? Did they want to unseat him completely, so they could replace him with someone they could control more easily? What have you done to him? I said before my father could react in his stupefied state. He looks like he's under some sort of spell, like someone is manipulating him. We sedated him, so that he didn't interfere with the trial, Rassilor said so matter-of-factly. So, they made sure that I had no one on my side when I needed them. Wow, that was low. Perhaps it wasn't a spell, but it was still enough where my father's senses were clearly dulled. And yet, here was Rassilor, now accusing him of a crime when he could not get hold of his own senses. It was lucky we hadn't declared Tavlor to be my person earlier, or they might have organized to do something to him as well, if they wanted to risk such a thing with him. Tavlor. Can you fix it? I asked, turning to the man by my side. A warrior. Half-fi. And technically, my father's right-hand man, head of the guard. I didn't want to hope just in case nothing could be done, and knowing how these people worked, I wouldn't be surprised if we were stuck, at least for now. But I pressed my lips together and waited, hoping he had good news. Tavlor pulled the High Warlock behind him, slid his sword back into its sheath, and conjured a shield that rose in front and fell behind us. A perfect bubble. I glanced across the room to where the council members were all standing, mouths open, some of them drawing their wands. From beside me, my father still stared at me like he had no idea who I was. I blinked, trying to ignore the ache carving itself out in my chest. It's not working, I said, my voice cracking. He's still mute. Tavlor glanced back at me, both hands extended out in front of him, being held at a conjuring, awkward angle. You'll have to do it, he said. I can't let go of the shield. And he couldn't. People of the council had begun congregating in front of us, throwing spells at Tavlor's projection and testing its strength, as though they did not take Tavlor and his magic seriously. They were a bunch of hypocrites, the lot of them. I knew they feared Phi magic, and yet because Tavlor was a hybrid, they assumed his magic wouldn't stand a chance against theirs. Clearly, they were wrong. He was doing his job to save us, to save my father. Now it was my turn. Pity, I hadn't had more training in healing, although I did know a bit about mental barriers. I took my father's hands in mine and closed my eyes, focusing on the connection between us. The strength of our familial bond. I found it, held onto it, and used it to project me forward into his subconscious. I slipped my magic along his veins, into his mind, testing for cracks in the magic fogging his brain, keeping his personality and true identity from us. Then, I found it. The weirdly shaped gray bubble. An alcoholic-like cloud encasing his mind, clogging up his powers, making him defenseless. Rather than letting my anger take hold of me, I focused on the spell. I sucked in a breath and closed my eyes. I ignored the little voice that told me I needed to make the council pay for what they did to my father. I ignored the way my power felt, so easy to hold on to, so easy to release and harm them. My father needed me more. With a few whispered words I'd learnt from the Phi Mage to amplify my powers, I split apart the spell cast over him. My eyes sprang open. My father's head was thrown back, and he shivered with whatever evil magic had been cast over him. He looked like he was in pain, so much pain he could not make a sound. I needed to get him through the struggle. Every spell did not want to be removed so easily, not when the victim gave it life. I moved my hand and pulled. The split spell immediately vanished and I stumbled back, letting his hands go. I caught my balance, righting myself, and hoped what I had done was enough. His head dropped down so that his face was level with mine, and his eyelids opened. He was back. "What happened?" he asked with a frown. Relief washed through me. "The council." I indicated the witches and warlocks who stood on the other side of the wall Tavlor had created. "They put a spell on you to numb you, I suppose. They didn't want you able to interfere with my trial." Matlock spun around to face the room, his wand appearing in his hand as he whipped it from wherever his hiding place was. "Who the hell did this?" "Damn it, you're all under arrest," my father yelled. "Tavlor. Now." Tavlor dropped the shield he'd conjured. My father blasted the entire audience with a white light that had the 10 or so people falling onto chairs that magically appeared beneath them. Clearly, they weren't expecting the spell they'd cast on my father to be magicked away, especially not by me. The powerful men and women shrieked as their hands were bound and glittering, magical ropes wove around their waists and over their thighs, holding them in place on the chairs they now sat upon. I almost laughed, their shock was so palpable. In their lives, I was sure no one had dared to overpower them in such a way. My father's chest heaved with the effort such magic took, but Tavlor and I stared at him in disbelief. "Oh," I said. "I didn't think you had it in you." My father half chuckled and half growled. "You don't think you get all your power from your mother's side, surely?" he asked. I grinned at him, enjoying the moment of connection, of the playfulness in his eyes. The eye turned back to the council, a group of scowling witches and warlocks. "Should we bind their magic or something?" Matlock shook his head. "No. My magic, and the spell I cast is enough to sedate any magic they might try to throw at us in this room." I raised an eyebrow. "Really? Did that mean I had the same power?" I looked down at my hands but shook my head. Though this trial was about me, it wasn't about my magic. I needed to focus on what was going on presently, and then I could talk to my father about my potential. He had all that power, and yet they thought they could unseat him so easily. I think it's time he stepped into his role with a little more fervor. He lifted his head as he glared at the council. "I am the High Warlock. And with it comes power that all of you granted me, and none of you have. How dare you stifle me? Cast a spell on me? That alone is grounds for a decade in jail, and you all know it." I glanced over at Tavlor. "Really? Just casting a spell on the High Warlock was enough to send someone to jail for half my life?" That was a bit harsh as far as I was concerned, but who was I to talk about the laws and politics I wanted to change, when my father was on the war path? Who was it? Or did you all agree to do this to me together? When none of them spoke, simply glaring at my father like he was in the wrong, he nodded. "You all agreed, and I assume my lovely wife here was the one to suggest it." He walked over to where Charity sat, straight as an arrow, her lips pursed like she'd sucked on a lemon. He tapped his wand under her chin. "What am I going to do with you?" he asked, though it was obvious the question was rhetorical. I took a step forward, unable to miss the opportunity as it rose. "I'm not sure what your laws are regarding divorce, but I'd say that wanting you dead is as good a grounds as any." Matlock's gaze shot back at me. "They wanted me, what?" "Oh." Charity glared at me. "Don't listen to her, Matlock, she's the bastard of a whore." My father's wand shot out at his wife. Her nasty mouth snapped shut, and her muted screams could be heard from behind lips that appeared to be glued shut. I shivered. "Thank you. It still kinda hurts, the way she talks about Mom and me." And it did. I wasn't a bastard, well, technically I was. But I didn't feel like one. Especially not in the offensive way she spoke. And my mother was no whore. She hadn't taken a lover in the last 20 years of her life. That certainly counted for something. Matlock nodded once, his face still a mask of strength. "I agree with you," he said. "She has no right to speak that way, especially to you. Now tell me what you meant by the fact she wanted to kill me." He was breathing hard, as though the news of this caught him by surprise, and he didn't know how to respond to it. Tavlor stepped up next to me, and I was glad he did. I wasn't sure how to explain exactly what had happened. Tavlor said to my father, "Rassilor said that if Ava wasn't guilty of treason, then you were. And they had sedated you from the moment you stepped into the room, to make sure you didn't interfere with the trial. I don't know what they would have done with you after that. Ava stepped in and took the spell off you." My father glanced at me with a look of wonder and surprise, as though he could not believe I had the power to do such a thing. To be honest, I was surprised I was able to do it myself. "And Tavlor conjured a shield that held the whole council at bay," I added. I wasn't getting all the credit, not when I didn't know where I'd be without him. "I couldn't have done anything to help you, if he wasn't here." My father's face began to redden, his eyes hardening like sticks of flint. "They did what?" he asked. He didn't seem to care who got credit for what, only that his own council had conspired against him, had used magic to keep him under their control. My father turned to the council, sparkling light vibrating from his clothes and body as though he were glowing. "You were going to try me for treason against myself? While under a spell that had me deaf, dumb, and mute." He was practically screaming now, and I couldn't stop myself from smiling at the strength I finally saw. When I'd met my father, I'd been surprised and somewhat disappointed by how calm he was. How lacking in passion and strength he appeared. Well, now it seemed like it had all been a facade. Rassilor pleaded his case. "No. Matlock. We would never have conducted the trial with you in that state. The whole purpose of today was to determine if Ava was at fault, but her appeal was that she is the child of an illegal coupling, and that it is your fault, not hers." I rounded on the lying weasel. "You liar. How dare you?" My father put his hand up, silencing me as he stepped forward. "There's an easy way to sort this out," he said. His voice was strained, like putting a muzzle on a barking dog. He pointed his wand at Rassilor's head. The weasel of a warlock began to squirm. "No, Matlock." My father closed his eyes, and I stepped over to Tavlor. "What's he doing?" "He's checking Rassilor's memory for what was said." "Isn't that subjective? Doesn't everyone remember everything slightly differently? Or I thought that's how memories worked." "He'll be able to discern the difference." There was a growl of frustration from my father as his eyes snapped open once again. He must have found what he'd been looking for. "You dare to accuse me of treason," he said. His hands shook as though he couldn't control himself. His eyes narrowed like a beast hunting prey that happened to be particularly slippery. "When I loved a woman before I was married, and had no idea she'd walked away with my heir? When you are ready to overthrow me, so that you can replace me? Treason." My father whipped his hand around and hit Rassilor in the chest. Rassilor disappeared, and I gaped at the place he'd once been. I blinked, almost as though I needed to be sure he was really gone and that this wasn't some kind of trick. "Where did you send him?" I asked. I bloody hoped he'd sent him somewhere and not killed him. I was pretty sure even the High Warlock wasn't above the laws when it came to murdering someone, especially when he was clearly angry and giving into his rage rather than defending himself from a viable threat. "To the dungeons to await his trial," Matlock said, before turning back to his council. "His flock. His people. Now for the rest of you." His eyes lingered on each one, his mouth twisting into a smirk, though there was no humor in his eyes that matched it. "I think it's time we sorted this out, don't you?" Most of them squirmed, including Stepmommy Dearest, and hope rose in my breast. My father was back. Chapter 4. There was a titter among the council members, then a brave voice called out. "How do we know that Ava was conceived before your wedding to Charity?" It was one of the witches in the back row. I wanted to roll my eyes. What sort of question was that? That could easily be proven. Quite frankly, it was a waste of my time. My father turned to me. Even he seemed annoyed. "Ava, when is your birthday?" he asked drolly. I reeled off the date and Matlock turned back to the council. "I'm sure you can all deduct 9 months from that date, but from what I've gathered, Ava was conceived almost 2 months before my marriage," he stated. The witch at the back snorted. "How do we know that is true?" she asked, hands on hips as she stood up to face us. "Ava, would you undergo a truth test to be sure of that date?" Matlock asked, though he kept his eyes focused on the witch, as though he wanted to prove his point to her. I laughed aloud. "Of course," I said as though it was obvious. "It's true." Then it occurred to me that I could sort this all out. Right now. What if I could prove that the only person who committed any sort of crime was my mother? I said. I ignored the questioning gaze my father sent my way, only focused on the people in front of me. "And even then, it wasn't on purpose." "What do you mean?" Matlock asked. I turned and addressed the council. "I know a lot of you want someone to pin all the blame on, but when it comes down to it, there is no one to blame, and I'm not going anywhere," I told them. I had no idea where this confidence was coming from, but I didn't want it to go away anytime soon. "But if you want proof, then I have it." "What do you have?" one of the women demanded. I walked back to my chair and picked up my small bag. I glanced apologetically at my father and Tav-Lor. "I'm sorry I didn't show you two, in case it jeopardized the original plan," I said. "What is it?" my father asked. I looked at Tav-Lor. "Are you sure none of them can magic this away from me?" I asked. He was the one I trusted to tell me the truth. He was the one I needed the reassurance from. "I don't have copies, and it's very precious to me." Tav-Lor rolled his hands and threw something at me. It was cold and made me shiver, but it was also comforting. Encapsulating. I had to assume it had protective properties, or he wouldn't have done it. When he nodded, I assumed it meant I was safe to pull the book out. I gave him a smile as a way to say thank you, then turned back to my father and to the council. If I was going to play this hand, I needed to do it now. I took a deep breath, steadying myself. I didn't know why, but this part terrified me more than other things I'd done today. It was probably because there was proof of my sister's existence in the pages of my mother's journal, and the last thing I wanted was the council to know about my sisters. Let them do whatever it was they wanted to do to me, but my sisters. I couldn't bear it if anything happened to them, especially knowing it would be my fault. Not only that, my mother's emotions and journey were about to be laid out in front of the people who hated her the most. It felt so disrespectful in some way. Despite my feelings about the woman, I didn't want anyone in her personal business. I reached into the bag and pulled out the book, my stomach trembling with fear and a touch of excitement. "It's for a good cause. Don't worry. It would save my life and my father's. In that respect, it would only help my sisters. And we had Bella to thank for it in the first place." I held the book up in the air, the thin leather-bound diary warm in my hand. This is my mother's journal, I stated. Kept over several years, including the year she got pregnant with me. There was a general gasp and hiss from the room. Show me, the same witch demanded as Charity screeched behind her sealed lips. She wanted it too, I knew she did. I laughed at her demand. Yeah, right. I walked forward and started opening the pages. I'm sure you have ways of checking the authenticity of these dates and pages, but for the moment, I'm going to hold on to this. No one is to take it. Actually. I turned to my father, who looked like he'd been hit over the head with a frying pan. Can you make multiple copies of this now? I asked. So that if they steal it, I still have the evidence? I can still prove my case? He nodded. Yes, he said, but he seemed hesitant. I frowned. But the only one that will hold up to authenticity standards will be the original. That's fine, as long as I can hold on to it without them threatening to take it from me, I said. Can you just make 2 copies? One for you. And one for Tavlor. They were the only 2 people I trusted with the knowledge in these pages. The only 2 people who knew of my beloved sister's existence. The only 2 I could count on who wouldn't put my sisters in any danger, at least knowingly. My father glanced at Tavlor. I couldn't decipher the look the 2 shared, but there seemed to be a lot of silent communication going on between the 2 of them. I probably would have laughed if our circumstances weren't so dire. Tavlor nodded. I'll do it. You won't be able to penetrate the shield I put around her. I heard a snort from behind us, and we all glanced that way to find Charity glaring at Tavlor. It almost seemed like she couldn't believe Taylor had more power than the High Warlock. Clearly, she didn't understand the Phi power. I looked at my father. Can you unlock her lips for a minute? I asked. I knew it was petty, but I couldn't help it. I'm dying to know what she's saying. Matlock nodded, and then threw a bolt of magic at his wife's mouth. She burst out with, "Why didn't anyone know how powerful you were until today?" I giggled. Because you're all selfish, narcissistic wankers who are so obsessed with being at the top of the food chain, you can't even see who's around you, I said with absolute glee. Charity scowled at me and I scowled back. And if you hadn't been so blinded by your pure blood bullshit, you would have realized that the mixing of Phi blood and witch blood is a brilliant combination, I continued. Heresy. Abomination. The insults went on and I rolled my eyes. Even with the proof before them, they still couldn't see the wood for the trees. It would be almost comical if it wasn't so pathetic and sad. Tavlor touched the pages of the journal with one hand, waved the other hand, and 2 identical copies appeared on top of the first. I smiled up at him. Thanks. I held tight to the original, and let Tavlor take 1 copy, and hand another to my father. Okay, I said, stepping forward and turning my attention back to the council. I'm going to read directly from her journal. Taylor and my father will follow along. Hell, I'm sure one of them might even hold up the page so you can read along yourself, in case you don't believe me. I looked over at the 2 men, and told them the page number, before opening to the page I knew almost by heart. I sucked in a breath. My heart started hammering against my chest. I didn't know why I was nervous, not when this was the right thing to do. I shook my head, trying to calm myself down. The council and my father needed to hear this, to see just how ridiculous they were being. I cleared my throat and started reading. July 20th, 1996. Oh my goodness, holy shit. I'm pregnant. I stopped reading for a moment, smiling at my mother's words. She sounded like me. My prim and proper mother saying swear words, writing them down. I unconsciously reached for my locket, but found it wasn't hanging around my neck. I suddenly wished I had brought her with me. No. This was not supposed to happen. What is Matlock going to say when I tell him? He's meant to get married to that crazy-ass bitch in the fall. What am I going to do? Do I tell him at all? Maybe it's best if I just keep this to myself. I don't want to put myself or my child at risk. Who knows what'll happen if anyone finds out? I lifted my gaze and stared directly at Charity. She lifted her nose and looked away. I was glad she couldn't look at me, because I was disgusted by her too. August 1st, 1996. I saw Matlock again tonight, and he told me we need to stop seeing each other. That it was getting too hard for him to continue, so close to the wedding. I was hoping we'd get another few weeks, but then again, he might start noticing how sick I am all the time. I haven't told him yet. I still don't know if I'm going to. I know that makes me a bad person, but I don't care. I need to figure this out, and soon. I inhaled sharply, my heart aching with the empathy I still hadn't worked out how to stop. How scared must she have been? August 10th, 1996. I confided in a friend about the pregnancy, and she told me to get rid of it. I can't do it. Not just because I could never kill a living creature, but because this baby, well, it's his. It's Matlock's. The love of my life. When he goes on to marry Charity, and have children of his own, he'll forget me. But I will always have a piece of him to love. To treasure. As long as I stay healthy, of course. The stress of all this is going to be the death of me, I'm sure. I can't lose my baby. Not now. And I refuse to be the one to get rid of it. I glanced up to see that my father had sat down on a chair he'd magicked up, and was swaying as though he was a leaf in the breeze. Everyone else was staring at me, listening to every word. I continued, trying to control the emotion in my voice. My chest squeezed, making it hard to breathe, but I pushed forward. Everyone needed to hear this. Everyone needed to hear my mother's words, to know what she went through, to know the council was utterly wrong. August 20th, 1996. I'm 9 weeks pregnant, and Matlock gets married in less than a month. I can't tell him. He won't even speak to me now. And why would he? I'm just the girl who loved him through all our schooling years and still do. I'm a total fool. He used me. And I can't even bring myself to tell him I'm leaving this realm forever. But I am. I have to. A powerful friend of mine, who I won't name just in case this journal is found one day, has set up a realm for me. You can only enter if you have my bloodline, so my daughter and I will be safe. I know it's a girl. Though it isn't confirmed. My child will be the first baby born to the High Warlock out of wedlock ever, I think. So it makes sense to me that she's a girl. I think that's against the laws too. They only have boys. I sighed and looked up. There's one more that's relevant, I said, flicking my gaze at the council. Should I keep reading? There was a chorus of yes, and I bent my head to the page once again. I was surprised by their assent. I'd assumed they'd want to keep me quiet. I couldn't assume that this was a good sign, but part of me hoped it was. September 19th, 1996. Matlock got married today, and a part of me died. I can't believe he went through with it. And I can't believe I didn't tell him the truth before I left. But there's no going back now. If he finds out that I'm pregnant, he'll have to tell the council, and then there will be hell to pay. For me, for him, for our child. No. I'll never tell him now. Never. This is my baby. I have built a home for us in this realm. With animals and a small farm. She will grow up happy and loved, and I will pray every day that they never find out who she is. It would be too dangerous for her, and that's an understatement. I stopped and swallowed hard. How right she'd been. Matlock had been right too. My mother was fearless and strong and brave. She'd only been young and stupid to get pregnant when she did. And with whom she'd gotten pregnant. I wasn't sure I could forgive her for the rest though. To go back and get pregnant on purpose with my sisters. That had been intentional. From what I'd read though, my pregnancy was not. I still didn't understand why she felt the need to pursue a relationship with him after me. It angered me trying to rationalize it, so I tried not to. However, from reading this part of her diary, I knew that it was never her intention to have her life turn out the way it did. I didn't know what she wanted exactly, but I was sure it wasn't this. I shook my head and shut the book. When I looked up, the whole room was silent. Still. Shocked, I think. Then Charity, of course, broke the silence. "That is fabricated," she said, as though it was obvious. "A lie." I groaned, nearly dropping my head in my hands, the book carefully held under my arm. "Which part?" I asked. "That my mother loved your husband, or that she never told him about me?" I'd almost said us, and that would have screwed it all. I'd managed to keep my sisters out of this, and I wanted to continue to do so. I swallowed hard and pushed through the pain. I had to protect my sisters at all costs. That. Charity floundered, and as the people of the council began to chatter around her, I realized that my mother's testament had affected them more than I'd expected. The women especially, and luckily for us, half of the council was female. I tucked the book under my arm and walked forward, still feeling the tight stiffness of Tavlor's magic wrapped around me. "I will make copies of this chapter for you all," I told them fiercely. "You can thoroughly dissect it as much as you want, but I've read it a couple hundred times, for my own peace of mind as well as the trial." "What do you mean?" a dark-haired woman in the back asked. "I mean..." I sighed heavily. I'm still mad at my mother for all this. Even though I know I can't change the past, and it's obvious from reading her journal that she never meant for any of this to happen. But when it comes down to it, she knew my father was off limits, but fell in love with him anyway. She kept her pregnancy when she could have taken another path. She hid me, kept me isolated my whole life, and I ran a shaky hand through my hair. I have things I need to forgive her for too. There was a strange silence in the room, almost as though the mood had shifted. The tide had changed. Was it possible? I glanced over at Tavlor, who was looking a little worried still. No one would be able to tell except for me, but the way he sucked in his bottom lip told me he didn't think we were quite out of the woods just yet. I had to finish this now. So, I'd like to present this evidence, as well as the ancient book we brought, and perhaps give you all some time to think about what the next step is. My confidence fell a little flat at the end, but there was nothing I could do to help that. A lot of the fight had gone out of me now. There was an exhaustion in my arms, my very bones, that had crept over me. I just wanted this all over and done with. I wanted to crawl back into my room and sleep for as long as I could. I wanted to know deep in my heart that I was safe, that my sisters were safe, and that we didn't need to hide anymore. I just wanted to be done with it all. I glanced at Tavlor. "Can you get the other book back?" He nodded and held out his hand to me. The ancient text that Charity had stolen flew into his grasp. "You can't use that," Charity yelled, and I grimaced. God, she had a terrible voice. I didn't know how my father had put up with it for so long. I took a moment to connect my gaze with hers. "We won't, as long as you listen to reason," I said. "Now, excuse us for a moment." I gestured to my father and Tavlor to pull back with me, so we could have a sort of group huddle. I hoped no one would be able to use magic to overhear our conversation. "Do you think we can let them go?" I asked, glancing over at Tavlor. I trusted his take on the situation more than I trusted myself right now. "I mean, is it safe for us to go back to your rooms, or what do you think?" I glanced from Matlock to Tavlor and back again. Tavlor inhaled sharply. "Matlock? Are your chambers safe enough?" he asked, keeping his voice so low I had to strain to hear him, even though he was right next to me. "I can reinforce them even more than I already have if you'd like." My father nodded. "Yes. I think that is a good plan. But first..." He stood and turned around, addressing the people he'd tied to chairs. What was he going to do now? Send them all to the dungeons? To be honest, I kind of wanted to see that. Suddenly, I wasn't so tired. Chapter 5. Matlock suddenly pulled his wand out and held it in the air like a conductor. His gaze was fierce, as he looked at the council members who had defied him. Even I found myself taking a step back from him and giving him some much-needed space, afraid he was going to turn that wrath onto me. "You have all proven untrustworthy," he began, his voice thunderous. "Treasonous, arrogant, and cruel. We have shown you that neither Ava nor myself ever committed treason against the council. At the very most, I had a love affair as a young man that would have been frowned upon but permitted. As many of the men and women in this room know." He looked from one person to the other, and although he didn't say anything specific to any of them, I knew that each witch or warlock understood what he was saying. They'd all had relationships before they'd gotten married, and that was not illegal. None of this was. The fact that you were willing to murder my daughter out of a misplaced sense of honor to the council is villainous, and once this is cleared up, we must decide on a way forward," he continued. He began to pace the length of the line of his audience, one hand holding out his wand, the other in a fist at his side. "This simply will not stand any longer." He flicked his wand, and the magical bindings that had been wrapped around each of the council members fell away. My eyes widened. Was this truly a good idea, to free them from their confines? Charity jumped to her feet. "How dare you do this to us?" she hissed, but she didn't attempt any magical retaliation. "How dare you do this to me? After everything we've been through together. You know I tried everything to give you an heir, Matlock. Everything." Her cry tugged at my heartstrings, and yet my father seemed unmoved. He turned away from her and addressed the room. "We will retire to my chambers for the night, but I want everyone back here to convene tomorrow for a full hearing." His tone left no room for argument. There was some grumbling, but no one said anything that would dispute him. He turned to me and flicked his wand once again. The ground moved and I rocked on my feet for a moment, then I stopped. When I looked around, we were back in my father's offices, just the three of us. If he could do that without jumping through 3 portals, why didn't we do that all the time? Matlock obviously didn't like to use his full powers usually, but I was kind of enjoying the fact he was today. It made me see what he was fully capable of. It made me understand his power, but it also made me understand his restraint. If he had all of this power and chose not to use it, that said something about his character. My purpose coming here in the first place was to find my father, to understand who he was so I could better understand myself. I was learning more about him and me just by watching him. I collapsed onto his couch, still clinging to my mother's journal. "That was intense," I said, resting the journal on my lap so I could lean back into the cushions. Tavlor nodded, joining me where I sat. "Yes. But we are still alive." "True." I closed my eyes and let out a sigh through my nose. Damn, it was good to breathe. Even just for a moment. Even with my heart still beating a little quicker than perhaps was normal. I heard my father move, and opened my eyes to see what he was doing. He sat down on the couch opposite us with his copy of my mother's journal. He opened the cover slowly, flicked to the first page, bent his head, and began to read. I sat up, worry making my stomach tighten. "I'm not sure you'll want to read all of that, Matlock," I said. Should he have the right to suddenly look through Mother's journal? When he looked up and met my gaze, there was too much pain in his eyes. But he didn't say anything, so I got the feeling that no matter what I said, he'd be reading the journal. But fair warning. I sat back, realizing he wanted to know what happened to the woman he loved. Who was I to take that away from him? I swallowed hard, wanting him to let him know that she never expected him to read any of her words. Even though she was dead, they were her private thoughts and feelings. It wasn't right that he was reading them. I was positive she wouldn't want him to. I mean, she was young and pregnant and alone. She lashes out a bit in certain places. He flicked over the first few pages, which, if my memory served, included quite detailed accounts of their couplings. Not that I wanted to remember such things. I just read it over and over again, with the intent to get to know the woman who eluded me in life. He dropped his gaze and went back to reading. "I don't mind. I want to know everything she went through. He swallowed. I feel as though I owe her that much. I wasn't there when she needed me the most, and I want to rectify that in some way. Tavlor's hand rubbed along my thigh in a supportive move. I turned toward him. You did amazing in there, I said, beaming at him. Thank you for standing by me. He smiled softly. Of course. I told you I would. His eyes flickered. Did you not think I would? I looked down, playing with the fabric of his pants. I know you said you would, but you seem to have a soft spot for the council. I hoped that was a nice way of saying he was a bit of a sheep, and he would understand what I meant by it. After all he'd done for me, the last thing I wanted to do was make him feel bad about his loyalty to the council. He had every right to his own feelings. I didn't want him to think otherwise. I wasn't sure how you'd go if you had to defy them outright, I added. It had been a fear of mine, that he would fold when I needed him the most. And from what I'd seen in the past, I believed my fears had merit. He had always succumbed to orders before, always given them respect when they deserved none of it. Tavlor and my father had spent so many years dancing to the council's drumbeat that they never even considered going against them. He reached up and stroked my face with his fingertips, the touch soft and caring. Well, I've been conditioned since a very young age to think highly of the council, until you came along, of course. That sounded about right. I smiled. And now? I couldn't help but ask. He smiled brighter. And now? I can't believe I spent so many years worrying what those people thought of me, he admitted. I threw myself against his body, wrapping my arms around his neck and holding him close, my heart soaring. I didn't expect for him to actually admit such a thing ever. I wouldn't have pressured him to feel that way. But I was grateful that he had come to the conclusion on his own. You're so beautiful, you know that? I asked. He huffed out a laugh and pulled me back a little. His cheeks were pink. It's going to take me a bit longer to come around to your way of thinking on that one, but I'm going to try, he said. I lifted my chin and kissed him. He went very still, not responding to my lips at all. Then I realized it was probably because my father was in the room. How I forgot that important point, I have no idea. Reluctantly, I pulled back and put my head on his chest. I couldn't wait for us to be alone again. I chanced a glance at my father to see if he had seen. Thankfully, his eyes were still scanning the pages, taking in my mother's words. He barely noticed us at all. Are you going to stay tonight, or do you have somewhere else you need to be? I asked, turning my attention back to Tavlor. I'm staying here. I'm not leaving your side, although, thank you for the reminder. I meant to reinforce these guards when we got back. He extricated himself from my grasp and walked around the room, lifting his hands and saying words I didn't understand. Magic flowed from him, the air shivering with intensity as he moved around every wall, pointing at the floor, the ceiling, and then walking into my room. I assumed to do the same thing. I sighed with contentment and leaned back against the couch. I'd never really thought about what sort of man I wanted as my partner in life. My husband. Having had no male role models growing up, I'd been left with only a vague impression of what a man should be. But if I thought I'd find someone I was instantly attracted to, with a killer body, incredible magical skills, and perfect protective instincts, I would have thought I was dreaming. But the thing about Tavlor was, he was so much more than a pretty face. And I was lucky I got to call him mine. My father's gaze flicked up and met mine. He smiled and happiness wove through my chest. He liked Tavlor, and that was such a nice bonus. It made everything easier, and when everything up until this point had been terribly hard, I welcomed the change. Are you hungry? He asked unexpectedly. I glanced at the clock in the room. It was way past lunchtime, and I didn't think I'd eaten breakfast. Not really, but I could eat. At that moment, my stomach grumbled, displeased that I was going to dismiss food after I had consumed so little. It always went off at the quietest of times, calling me a liar in front of everyone. I placed a hand over it, trying to shush it. My father waved his hand over the coffee table in front of us, and a feast of platters appeared. Sandwiches, hot meat and potatoes, pastries and fruit. My stomach grumbled again, this time in anticipation for the food I was about to consume, and my mouth watered. I reached for a small plate and started picking up the food. Scratch that. I'm starving. My father chuckled, called out to Tavlor to come eat, then settled back into the journal. He didn't pick up anything to eat, but I wasn't worried. There were parts of my mother's journal that had destroyed my appetite for food too. I wished I could offer him some kind of reassurance, but I didn't. I didn't want to take anything away from him. I think I might retire to my room, my father said as he stood up. With barely a glance at me, he wandered off to the other side of the room, going through the door to the small bedroom he'd created for himself over the past few days. The journal was tucked carefully under his arm. He would be staying with us tonight, that was for sure. Imagine having to go home to that wife of his, I said under my breath, then shuddered. I can't believe they paired him up with such a vindictive cow. Tavlor chuckled from his place on the couch and began eating the meat that he'd put on his plate. High Warlock marriages, much like royalty, are arranged according to breeding, wealth and power, he explained. Nothing to do with personality or love. It's unfortunate, but it's duty, I finished for him, nodding. That makes sense. But what's so good about Charity that they chose her to be the mother of the next High Warlock? Although she'd failed miserably in that one regard. Tavlor outright laughed. Well, she is a powerful witch, though not as powerful as you. And her parents come from some of the oldest and most influential families in the universe. I cringed. Oh, so she bought her way into the marriage. I rolled my eyes and popped a cube of cheese in my mouth. How original. I hated the idea that my mother had missed out on marrying my father purely because her family didn't have enough money, or power. Or whatever Charity's parents had that my grandparents didn't. Speaking of which, oh, Aunt Allison said that my mother's parents might still be around, I said, trying to keep my voice innocent and light. After all this is sorted, could we track them down? I'd love to have grandparents, assuming they'd have me. Tavlor leaned forward and kissed me gently on the lips. Oh, they'll have you, don't worry, he said, his eyes warm and making my insides melt. And yes, I believe they are both still alive, although not living in this realm. I hadn't realized there were so many other magic realms. Really? Where are they? I reached for a roll and began breaking off a piece of the bread. He shrugged. To be honest, I'm not sure. But most witches and warlocks live within the magic realms. And how many of them are there? Only 5, not including the one for the counselors. I snorted. No, of course not. They would have their own realm, entirely for themselves. Then a thought occurred to me and I turned to him, taking a bite of the flaky bread. Oh shit. Do we have to live there? Yeah, when we... I stopped, remembering that we were barely into the dating aspect of our relationship. I shouldn't even be thinking about marriage, and forever. I rubbed my lips together, looking away. I hadn't scared him off, had I? When we what? Tavlor asked again. His tone didn't give him away. I wasn't sure if he was happy about the idea of us living together, or if the very idea was dreadful. I swallowed hard, heat blooming in my cheeks. Sorry, I kinda assumed we'd live together after all this settled down. Or at least spend a lot of time together. If I have to live in some isolated stuck-up realm, I'd at least want you there with me. Tavlor smiled, though shadows danced in his eyes. I want to be with you, Ava, but with your role and position, that may not be possible. I frowned at him. I wasn't sure if his words were worse than being outright rejected. What do you mean? He sighed and put his plate down. Let's not discuss it now, he said, looking at his food. Neither of us knows what the future holds. The most important part is that we are together now. A huge part of me wanted to fight him to know what he meant, to get more information. He knew this world so much better than I did. And I could tell he was keeping something from me. I just didn't know what that was. But I was also aware of time, and how little of it we'd had together. I didn't want to waste it talking about the negatives. I didn't want to be worried about what could happen when I was blessed with him now. We would need to go to the council tomorrow and discuss the way forward, together. But tonight, we were floating in limbo, still just two people wanting to be together. After we eat, I wouldn't mind another lesson, you know, I said, sending Tavlor a cheeky smile. He blinked. What sort of lesson did you have in mind, Ava? I grinned. One like the last time. At my sister's cottage. I gave him a look, hoping he understood what I meant. I really didn't want to have to spell it out for him, if I could help it. He began to smile, obviously catching on to what I was inferring, but then he said, "You'll have to be more specific." My stomach tightened from nerves and excitement, as well as desire. As soon as you finish eating, I'll show you, I said slyly. The equipment's all in my bedroom. Tavlor grinned and stood up. I'm done. I laughed at how quickly he made his plate vanish. My cheeks pinched with heat. How about you? Tavlor said. I put down my plate on the table. Me too. There was always time to eat later. My need for him couldn't wait. Not when he made a good point about how little time we did have together. I took his hand and pulled him toward the bedroom. I'd thought about this so many times since we'd last been intimate. All the things I wanted to do to him. What I wanted to learn, to experience, to feel. You'll let me touch you this time? I asked as I pulled him through the door and shut it. That was my one regret about last time, though I wasn't sure regret was the right word. I wanted to experience all of him, to touch him everywhere. If you'd like to, he said as he moved over to the bed and sat on the mattress. You remember how to block out people listening. I nodded and turned back toward the door, addressing the walls and surroundings with my spell. I'd assumed that the protective wards my father and Tavlor had put up would be enough, but then again, I didn't want Matlock hearing anything from 2 rooms away either. I didn't care that we were doing it so close by, but that didn't mean he had to hear us. When I was done putting up the silencing spell, I took a deep breath, my throat catching as I turned around and stared at my lover. I wanted to lick this man from head to toe, but last time, my first time, he'd controlled everything. How could I make sure he didn't do that now? Tavlor held out his hand and I took it. He tugged me over to him and pulled me down onto his lap. What are you thinking about? I put my arms around his neck. I was actually wondering how I can make you stay still this time, so I can explore your body the same way you explored mine. Tavlor's eyes widened comically. I laughed. What's wrong? No one's ever wanted to tie you to the bed before. I teased. He shook his head. Definitely not. I giggled, wriggling in his lap as I felt him harden beneath my bottom. Then that's definitely what I'm going to do. Chapter 6. I didn't want to rush this time. Instead, I felt an overwhelming need to make it last. The future wasn't certain or set, and I wasn't sure I would survive tomorrow. I didn't know where we would be tomorrow, or the day after that, or the day after that. All I had was here, now, this moment with him. That instinct for survival, for making every day count, made this moment oh so special. I stood up and began to undress, enjoying the way his gaze followed my every move. Lingered in places, made me feel beautiful. My breath caught in my throat as his eyes flicked up to mine, heat and desire whirling within his gaze. It was strange, this overwhelming sense of beauty I felt when he looked at me, as though I was some kind of miracle he had never set eyes on before. I had never felt beautiful before, and yet when I was with Tavlor, I felt it in spades. I stopped when I got down to my underwear, wanting a barrier between us so I didn't get too distracted when he touched me. I wanted to be in control this time. I wanted to focus on all the little things that made up who he was, and I couldn't have him distracting me with the magic that seemed to live in his fingertips. What sort of damage had the women in his past done to him, to make him feel so unlovable. So ugly. I didn't even like to think about it, because I got mad. I was going to undo it all. I had to. I couldn't stand the fact that he didn't see himself the way I did. And there was only one way to do it. I was going to love him. Worship him. Tell him every day how gorgeous I thought he was. I grinned at him, and tried to give him a come-hither look, though whether or not I succeeded was a different question. Stand up, I want to undress you. Tavlor moved to his feet and stood like a statue, frozen in place. That was totally fine. I could work with that. I tugged at his robes, grinning as I unveiled each piece of his strong physique. God, you're so perfect. How did I get so lucky? I whispered as I ran my hands over his chest, loving each hard ridge of hot muscle. He shuddered beneath my touch. From my words or my affection? I wasn't sure. My fingertips grazed his chest, tracing the edge of his collarbone. He slowly inhaled, a sharp sound that reminded me there was more to his body than his front side. I walked around his body, slowly, watching him tense as I ran my fingers over his back. The massive muscles in his shoulders, his smooth hot skin. My fingertips found creases of scar tissue, evidence of the battles he'd fought. Don't, he whispered, tensing but not stopping me in my exploration. I could tell how hard he was trying to fight the need to stop me. How much he wanted me to just lay down on the bed and ignore him the way we'd done it last time. I wasn't doing that. Not today. He needed to be loved, worshipped in every way I wanted to. Don't what? I whispered, stepped closer, wrapping my arms around his waist and pressing my breasts against his back. Don't love this body of yours. Don't you want me to know how hard you fight? How strong you are? To admire how far you've come, to be here with me. I pressed my lips to his back. I love all of you. Don't hide anything from me. He shuddered again, and this time a soft moan filled the air around us. I circled back around, smiling up at him as I dropped to my knees and began undoing the laces on his pants. This part of him terrified me a little. Besides him, I hadn't had any experience with this. I wanted to make sure, more than anything, that I was doing it right, in a way that pleased him. My stomach tightened and fear made adrenaline course along my legs. But there was something else in my belly. Excited butterflies that told me that he intrigued me just as much. Because I yearned to accumulate this knowledge for myself, and I was so glad I got to learn with him. As his pants fell to the floor and his flesh sprung up to point at my face, heat flowed between my thighs. I curled my fingers into loose fists. I didn't want to touch him right away. I wanted to stare, to take him in with my eyes. Yes, definitely more than a little intrigued. I glanced up at him. He was staring down at me, an intense look of concentration etched into every line on his face. He didn't know what I was going to do, what I was going to say. It made him hesitant, unsure, and it made me feel more powerful than I expected to, especially dealing with a warrior like him. Can I? I asked, gesturing to him. I felt silly asking. I was sure more experienced girls didn't, they just took what they wanted into their own hands. But I wanted to make sure. I didn't want to scare him. I still wanted to be sensitive to his own inexperience. He wasn't used to the overwhelming sense of love I felt for him, or wanted to make him feel in this moment. Can you? What? He asked, his voice strangled. My face heated. I didn't want to say it. I didn't know how to put it in words. So I just wrapped my hand around his length and bent my head to taste him. A loud groan sounded in the air as I explored him with my hands and tongue. His texture, his taste, his everything. Though he was rock solid, his skin was soft and clearly sensitive. Each time I swirled my tongue on his tip, he sucked in air and a shudder ripped through his body. I enjoyed a moment of feminine satisfaction, knowing I was pleasing my lover. Then I was picked up and thrown onto the bed. Oof, I said as I bounced on the mattress and my head landed on the pillow. I laughed as he prowled over the top of me, his heat enveloping me. This was supposed to be my turn to explore you. I pointed out, though I wanted him to know I was most definitely not complaining. I smiled up at him and ran my hands up his strong arms. He lay down on my body and thrust against me, showing me how aroused he was. I gasped as an answering reaction rippled through my belly and centered between my legs. He growled down at me. "I could take you right now. You've explored me enough." I giggled as I wrapped my arms and legs around him. "Then take me." He shook his head. "You're not ready." I certainly felt ready, but when he pulled back, flicked his fingers to the side and my underwear disappeared, I laughed. I'd forgotten he hadn't even begun to touch me yet. I had been so wrapped up in everything I felt during my exploration of him, I forgot about myself. I wondered if he felt the same way when we were together last time, and it was he who was doing the exploring. So maybe I wasn't writhing with desire quite yet. He pulled away, and I put my arms out to him, wanting him down with me, back on top of me. Instead, he pressed a lingering kiss to my lips, then moved south. I clung like a limpet on a rock, refusing to be separated from him. I was desperate. I craved his warmth, his body. I met his gaze and smiled. "Thank you," I murmured. I felt silly for thanking him, but it felt like the right thing to say. That was so perfect. He didn't respond with words, only tilted my head further up with his fingers and kissed me again. Softly. Sweetly. Then he untangled our limbs so he could cuddle me properly on his chest. It was the only thing I was willing to loosen my grip on him for. His heart beat a steady drum-like rhythm beneath my ear, and I sighed with happiness. My eyelids drooped. A strong sense of safety wrapped around me, and I allowed myself to close my eyes completely, even though I wasn't ready to go to sleep just yet. "I want this moment to last forever," I said, like some sort of cliché in one of Bella's romance novels. "Is there some sort of fey magic you can weave to just stop time?" He kissed the top of my head and stroked my hair. That would be a great solution. We lay there for long moments, the only sounds in the air are breathing and sighs. He hadn't answered my question about stopping time, which I understood. It was probably too intense a subject to bring up so early in our relationship anyway. But I couldn't help feeling disappointed, so I decided the best course of action would be to change the subject. I propped myself up on my arm, determined to learn more about him. "Would you live in a fey realm forever? If you could, I mean," I asked, tilting my head to the side and pulling my hair over my shoulder. The sweat that had accumulated was doing its best to keep my hair matted together, leaving me hot and bothered, and not in the good sense. He frowned at me. "What do you mean, if I could?" I stared at him, confused. Was he saying that was an option? Hang on. Are you telling me you choose to work for the Warlocks, and are deliberately staying in the magic realm, when you could live and work with the Fae? I asked. I didn't see how that was possible. Why would anyone choose this realm over fairy? I mean, the Fae realm is so beautiful. He shrugged, glancing away. This is my home. Again, it wasn't an actual answer. But that doesn't make sense. I took a breath and forced myself to slow down. To understand. Explain it to me. He sighed. You don't need to ask me about my past, Ava, he said, staring up at the ceiling. It's fine, it's done. I squeezed his arm. I want to know everything. Tell me. He finally met my gaze, his eyes shadowed with doubt and worry. How much do you know about me already? I'm sure Mallory must have told you something. I nodded. No point lying. She did. She said your mother was a witch, your father was a fae. That your mother died at birth, and you were raised by your aunt. A council member. I think. Or something like that. Which was pretty much all I knew. That's it. I grinned. That and the fact that everyone thinks you're super scary. Because I'm an abomination, Tavlor finished for me. I propped myself up further next to him, and whacked him on the arm. You're not. You're a miracle. And the best combination of two people who are insanely powerful. If you were ever told those things as a child, it was because the council wanted to control you, make you think that you were inferior. And you know why they did that? He shook his head. Tell me. I smiled. Because you're smarter and more powerful than all of them. They're jealous as anything, and why wouldn't they be? You'll live 3 times as long as them, and have more knowledge and more power. Stupid idiots. They should have been nicer to you, because now we're gonna beat them, and I certainly don't feel sorry for them. Tavlor was nodding, but I realized in that moment that I was doing all the talking, and that wasn't going to help me find out more about him. I needed to take a breath and do some listening if I was going to understand him, if I was going to truly know who he was. Sorry, you were going to tell me about your past, and I'm butting in, I said quickly, my cheeks pinching a red color across my skin. I always did this. In my house, between my sisters and my mother, it was jump in, or cease to exist. It's fine, you've got the idea. I don't, I insisted. Tell me why you stay here, with people who don't admire you, respect you. Nothing. I just want to understand. He bowed his head. I told you, it's my home. I sighed and rolled onto my back, pulling the blankets up over us. But I waited, in case he was willing to give me something. I pressed my lips together, to keep myself from saying something I would later regret, for pushing him when he didn't want to be pushed. Finally, after so long I was almost asleep, he started. I don't have any affinity to the Fae people. I don't know my father. No one has stepped forward to claim me. No one seems to know who he is or was. I don't know why. Is he alive, dead? I have no idea. I opened my eyes and looked over to him. So, you feel like an orphan? I am an orphan. The only family I've ever known is my aunt and her cronies. The witches who hated me, feared me. What about your aunt? I furrowed my brow. He smiled, and this time I saw the most amount of warmth for a single person I'd ever seen on Tavlor's face. She loved me the best she could, he said. She didn't have any children of her own, and she loved her sister. So I can't complain about how she treated me. She was nice in a world full of hate. So, I tried putting everything together. So, you feel like the only family you have is here, and since she was part of the council, then you would have grown up respecting them. Wanting to be a part of their world. He nodded. Damn. I sighed. I understand, I suppose, I said, lifting a shoulder in a strange shrug since I was still lying on my back. I just wish you could see yourself the way I see you, rather than the way they do. It's not fair. Tavlor rolled onto his side so he could look straight at me. Well, I could, if you wanted to open your mind up to me again. Yes. I twisted over and grinned at him. Why hadn't I thought about that before? He frowned. You're not afraid at all, are you? Why would I be? I asked him. There was a glimmer of something I didn't catch that crossed his face. Relief. Wonder. Surprise. I wasn't sure. It still made no sense to me, and I lifted my brow, hoping he would get the point and understand I was asking him to continue. Most people would never allow such an intrusive spell because it reveals everything, he said slowly. His eyes dropped to my lips and I sucked in a breath. How I longed for him to kiss me again. Every thought and feeling. He waited as though expecting me to go, oh, then I can't let you. Instead I shrugged. Go for it. I'm not hiding anything. And I wasn't. If anything, this was the perfect way to show Tavlor just how much I felt for him. From the moment I'd seen him, I'd been in awe of his beauty, our attraction, his strength and power. I tilted my head toward him in invitation. He leaned over and placed his palm on my forehead. I closed my eyes and relaxed, knowing that these sorts of spells could hurt if you fought them. Tavlor's words slipped into my mind effortlessly and I let him explore, uncaring about where he went or what he saw. There was a gentle coolness in my mind. I knew it was him. I knew he was trying to be careful, almost like he was afraid of what he was going to see. Like he didn't quite trust me. Not yet. I wasn't sure if I could influence what he would see inside my mind, but I let my memory wander back to the first time I'd seen him. How strong he'd looked, how tough. How male. And how much I wanted him. When Tavlor finally let go, I opened my eyes only to find there were tears in his. "Oh my God, are you okay?" I reached over to cup his face. Had he seen something bad? I didn't think I had any bad memories that involved him, but maybe something I considered innocent wasn't actually innocent. He shook his head. "You aren't afraid of me." "No, of course not." "You'd marry me if I asked you to." I swallowed, embarrassed he'd found that little nugget of information. "Well, I love you." "So?" He reached for me. "But that would mean children, abominations like me." I laughed, grabbing him and pulling him closer. "Beautiful, powerful, perfect children like you. Didn't you learn anything while you were inside my head?" He nodded and rolled us so he was once again on top of me, his heat pressing me into the mattress. I reached up to him, stroking my fingers over his beloved face. "What did you learn?" I asked, hoping he'd gotten more out of his exploration than revealing all my secrets. He kissed my lips and whispered against my skin that I should never let you go. I closed my eyes and sighed. Hopefully that wasn't a choice that would soon be taken out of his hands. We'd find out. Chapter 7. Tavlor and I didn't leave my bedroom for the rest of the day or through the night. Why would we? We had a bathroom, we had magic to create food, and we had each other. Nothing else mattered. If my father had come looking for us, he didn't knock on the door or call out to us. Just because he couldn't hear us and what we did, didn't mean we couldn't hear him. So we were left alone in our blissful state. In a way, I was grateful. I didn't want to have to worry about what was going to happen now. Would my evidence be enough to persuade the council that I was innocent? Would there be ramifications for Tavlor choosing to risk it all by helping me, not to mention my father and him protecting me? I didn't know, and every minute that passed where we didn't get an answer was torture. As such, I distracted myself with Tavlor, with learning as much about him as I could, about his past, about his body. It was the only thing that got me through the day. The next morning, I was woken by the perfect sound of Tavlor's voice. "Good morning, beautiful." His words slid into my ear as he lay behind me. I crawled out of sleep as slowly as I could, memorizing every second of this blissful time. The time before we have to go to the council and find out what their next move is. The time before I find out if I have done the right thing by revealing my mother's secrets to everyone. My eyes popped open. Damn. I was awake now. I turned over and stared at my lover. We were both naked, and it still felt a little strange to be so at all, let alone with another person. I'd never slept naked a night in my life. But as his hand slipped over my breasts and came to rest naturally on my belly, I was sure I could get used to it. "Good morning. Did you sleep well?" I asked, not exactly sure what post-coital protocol was. He smiled. "Better than I have in, well, years. Probably longer." I snuggled into him, wondering what had caused him to sleep so well. Our activities. My physical presence? Or the safety of the enchanted walls around us? Maybe a combination of everything. "I'm glad," I said as I pressed my face to his chest and listened to his heartbeat. I closed my eyes for a moment and gave myself this chance to try and memorize everything. Once I got up, everything would be different. At least here, now, I could hold on to him. I could feel his heart beating and remind myself he was alive, he was safe. I didn't want to get up, but there was something pulling at me, telling me it was time to start the day. I couldn't avoid the council's response. I didn't want to avoid it. But at the same time, I was nervous. There was a knock at the door. "Ava," my father called. "We need to leave in about half an hour." My pulse sped up as panic flowed over me. He wouldn't come in, would he? The last thing I needed was to be caught in an embrace with Tavlor, completely naked. I wasn't sure how my father would react. Hell, I didn't know how I would. I called out, "Thanks. I'll be out soon." I glanced at Tavlor, who lay on his back and put both arms behind his head as though he was thoroughly amused by the situation. I sat up and glared down at him. "Hey. I've never had to deal with parents and this." I indicated his naked body. Tavlor grinned. "Well, we better get used it, huh?" he asked, that feral grin on his face making me want to try and buy us a little more time than a half hour. I stooped to kiss him, then jumped out of bed. I couldn't let myself be tempted by him, and damn, I was tempted by him. I needed a shower, and a thought occurred to me. Another way to make this morning memorable. "Want to join me in the shower?" I asked, bravely standing in the middle of the room, fully naked. I wasn't sure what his response would be, but I thought I'd try it and see where it went. Worst thing he could say was no. He was up and out of bed before I could blink. Yes, although we may need to expand it a little. It wasn't built for 2 people. I gestured toward the small bathroom, having no idea how to do that. "Please be my guest," I said, interested in learning how to do such a thing. Tavlor waved his hand, said a few words, and before my eyes, my tiny shower doubled in size. I clapped my hands together, my eyes widening. Perfect. So many benefits to magic. I opened the door and turned on the water, steam and heat filling the room. The muscles in my body immediately relaxed, and the tension I felt at the response from the council melted away. I knew it would be something I would have to deal with in a little while, but for now I could just enjoy myself. "After you," Tavlor said. I jumped in and moved beneath the spray. Warmth flowed over my breasts and face, then Tavlor stepped in behind me and shut the door, the atmosphere around us changing immediately. I had so many things I wanted to do with him, to him, but half of my brain was focused on the fact my father was outside the door waiting for me, and the last thing I wanted to do was ruin the chemistry between us. Tavlor's hands ran over my back, caressing my bum, and then moving around to my breasts. His touch was in no hurry. It wasn't so much that he was grabbing me to feel me, but he took care in how he touched me, as though he was appreciating my body. Like he was worshipping me with his hands. I sighed and let my head fall back onto his shoulder, shutting down my brain and allowing him to dictate the mood, rather than me trying to think too much. My eyes closed, water running down my face. "You're so beautiful, Ava," he murmured. I turned around and put my arms around his neck, going up on my toes to kiss him. I couldn't find the words to respond. I hoped this was enough. He grinned. "You know I want you, Ava. But I don't want to break you before we've even begun. Let it build up. The wait will be worth it." I nodded again. He was right, of course. Since he clearly had more experience, I had no problem trusting his judgment. But that didn't mean I was happy about it. Perhaps he was right. I hopped out of the shower, then heard my father's voice again. 10 minutes, Ava." I stared at Tavlor as I wrapped myself in a towel. Oh shit. I hadn't realized we had been in there for that long. Perhaps it was best Tavlor had said no. I ran into my bedroom, and didn't hesitate to use magic, when I could have taken the time to do things the human way. With a quick spell I was dry and dressed and my hair was done. I glanced at the image reflected in the mirror. Yep, that'll do. I'm gonna make something to eat, and meet you in the office, okay? I called out to Tavlor. "I won't be long." "See you in a minute," he called back. I raced out of the room, making sure to shut the door behind me. My father was well ahead of me. The table was laden with hot drinks, juices, pastries, and cold sandwiches. He gestured to the platters with a flourish of his hand. "A proper breakfast to start the day," he suggested. "Yes, please." All of the activities I had recently participated in with Tavlor had left me feeling hungrier than I realized. I grabbed one of the hot chocolates and began sipping it as I layered up a plate with mostly sandwiches and a croissant or two. No point going hungry when I didn't have to. My father arched a brow at the amount of food I had piled on my plate, but I avoided looking at him. I still wasn't sure if one of his powers was being able to read my mind, and the last thing I wanted was for him to know what had happened between me and Taylor. By the time I sat down on the couch, Tavlor had joined us wearing traditional Phi robes and looking sexier than any man should. "Good morning," he said to my father, and although he didn't seem embarrassed, there was tension in the air I couldn't put a name to. I looked toward my father, who had stiffened slightly. We were both in quite unusual stages of our relationship. I was 23 years old, surely old enough to have a boyfriend sleep in my bed. And yet Matlock had never had a daughter before, and I'd never had a father. Should I be embarrassed? It wasn't as though Matlock could storm back into my life and start treating me like a child. And yet I felt like I might have done something wrong, even though I knew I hadn't. The feelings were strange and uncomfortable. "Tavlor." Matlock nodded once. "Help yourself to some breakfast as well." I turned toward my father, desperate to move past the awkwardness. "Matlock, did you read much of Mother's journal yesterday?" My father walked over to me and sat down on the opposite couch, his brow furrowed. "I did. Most of it, actually." I couldn't put it down. I chuckled as I bit into one of the buttery, delicious croissants. "Yes, she was quite dramatic and entertaining with her writing, wasn't she?" I asked. All feelings of odd tension were pushed to the side, at least for now. Matlock nodded but didn't comment. I'd found Mother's journal to be a roller coaster of emotions, and as a woman, I had empathized with her, but hadn't gone down that hole too deeply. I'd never loved the way my mother had, nor lost. So I'd kept my emotions in check while reading about her grief. But my father would have read about her experience in a very personal, very confronting way. "You know, if you want to know anything about her life with me, with us, why you can ask." "Anytime," I said around another bite of croissant. I reached for a grape when I finished and popped that into my mouth. He nodded, his sadness showing in the lines of his lips. "I will, perhaps after this is all over," he said. "Fair enough." "Okay." I ate as quickly as I could, and all too soon my father was standing up and directing us through the door and toward the portals that would lead us to the trial rooms. I wiped my palms on my thighs, trying not to feel the butterflies in my stomach or the way my heart stuttered within my chest. "Do you have any idea what's going to happen today?" I asked him as we stepped between worlds. He shrugged. "No. This is completely unprecedented. But I would keep your physical and mental shields as strong as possible. We don't know what to expect, so we must expect the worst." My hand strayed to my stomach where my sister's gift was tattooed to my flesh. I had forgotten about it, even while showering. I was protected. The spell Bella had cast had taken a lot out of me, but I knew I was protected, that I was as safe as I could be because of my sister's magic. That, more than anything else, gave me confidence. "I'm ready." Were they seriously going to attack us? Again. When would these guys give up? My hand moved to my neck where my mother's locket should have been. I'd forgotten to put it on, and was now missing it. Her voice, though confronting and somewhat annoying sometimes, was a comfort I was beginning to long for. Must be starting to forgive her for all this shit. "Big breath," Matlock said as he opened the door to the trial room. I did as he suggested, and took a big breath as my pulse fluttered in my throat. Then, all three of us stepped through to the room that would decide our fate. The room was different than I remembered it, though I wasn't sure how. What had they changed? My gaze flickered over the chairs, the walls. I stepped closer to Tavlor. "Do you have an escape plan if we need one?" I asked in a low voice. He nodded once. "Always." I instantly felt better, relieved that my lover had a backup plan, though I wasn't sure what it was. And really, I didn't need to know. If Tavlor had one, I trusted it. I turned toward the empty room. The back doors opened, people piling in. Some I knew, some I didn't. I dragged up my mental shields the way I'd been taught and pulled forth some powers, shifting them to my fingertips in case I needed to go on the offensive. My body stiffened, ready to fight if that was what it came to. Thomas strode forward while my stepmother lingered in the background, hanging back in the last few pews. Why, I wasn't sure. That wasn't like her. I wanted to grin in amusement, but since I couldn't be sure if this was a good thing, I didn't allow myself to gloat. Not until I knew what was going on here. My father walked forward to speak with Thomas, who seemed to be the representative of the council once again. Matlock. Thomas greeted him with a nod of his head. My father lifted his chin. Thomas, he said, a sneer on his face. What have you come to say? Thomas raised one eyebrow. Would you like to sit down? He gestured to a nearby chair. Matlock shook his head. No. After what my daughter and I were accused of yesterday, and the tricks you pulled to make sure I was at a disadvantage, I want this over as quickly as possible, he said. I had to clench my teeth to keep my mouth from falling open. My father had this unshakable ability to radiate strength and power, even when the outcome was unknown. Whoa. Go, Dad. As I glanced around the room at the other council members, I could see they were all fighting a similar feeling. They were shaken. My father had obviously never stood up for himself like this before, although I was pretty sure the council had never come after him in such an obvious and dangerous way either. It was great to see him acting and feeling so strong. Well, Thomas started, looking around as though the answer to this situation was around him, rather than right in front of him. He cleared his throat once again, seeming to shake away whatever thoughts had been plaguing his mind. It was obvious he hadn't expected my father to be so confrontational, and was now trying to figure out what to do next. Well, you'll be pleased to know that due to the evidence that was presented yesterday, and the fact that Ava came back to the magical realm of her own accord, the council has decided to withdraw claims of treason. I could barely breathe. Relief flew through me on swift wings. In fact, I could have cried, but didn't want to give them the satisfaction of seeing how relieved I was. So I turned toward Tavlor and focused all my attention on his strong profile, my eyes burning with tears. They were letting me go. They were letting my father go. I couldn't believe this. It was almost too good to be true. We'd won. I staggered with relief and considered conjuring a chair to sit down in. We do, however, have some conditions if you want to remain our High Warlock and have Ava as your legal heir, Thomas continued. Conditions? My father asked. What conditions? I swung around to ask the very same question. Thomas glanced at me and smiled, and the look in his eyes made me want to hurl up my breakfast. Fuck. That look couldn't be good. What did they have in store for me now? Chapter 8. Conditions? Stipulations. Of course they had those. Why was I even surprised? And from the evil look on Thomas's face, I wasn't going to like them. I looked away from him. The last thing I wanted was for him to notice the hesitant weariness inside of me, itching to come out. I rushed forward to join my father, who put a hand out to stop me coming too close. I stopped in my tracks, trusting him to guide me the right way. I couldn't help but wonder why he needed me to stop walking, though. What would happen if I did get too close? Was there some kind of trap? Matlock spoke. So, the council is willing to accept Ava as my legal heir? Irrespective of illegitimacy and her female gender. He furrowed his brows, as though he didn't trust the council to make sure all our conditions were met, as though they had found some kind of loophole they could try and jump through without us noticing. I wanted to roll my eyes. I nearly opened my mouth to apologize for having a vagina, but I managed to refrain. I did want to attempt to take this seriously. I looked over at Tavlor, who hadn't flinched. Then I realized for him, it probably was a big deal. After all, most human royal families had made males the only legal heirs for thousands of years. For some countries, those rules were only recently changed. For humans, it made no sense to have such a rule, but for witches, it was probably possible to make such a rule. If they controlled their high warlocks to the point that they were only allowed to have one child, one heir, of course they would make sure it was a male. It was probably in the laws they made the high warlock abide by. Really should have studied that contract before today. Why didn't I ask my father for a copy? Shit. Thomas nodded. Yes, we will accept her despite those faults. She will need to be trained, of course. As you were. She will need to be schooled in our laws, our way of life, her responsibilities. They were making it sound terrible. So much more like a job than I ever thought it would be. I didn't want to appear ungrateful. This was what I wanted. This was what I said I would do in order to ensure my safety. But if they gave me conditions I couldn't meet, then that wasn't fair either. I had to say something. Okay, but I have time for that, right? It's not like I'll be taking over my father's responsibilities for years. Decades, preferably. I assume I only inherit on his death? Not before. It wasn't something we'd discussed, and as I asked the question, I realized I really didn't know a lot about the role I was about to take on. I'd simply wanted to be a part of my father's life. I wasn't sure if showing my ignorance in this matter was a good idea or not. I sighed and started twisting my fingers together. I just wanted to know my father and be with him as his daughter. But maybe we should have had some heart-to-heart discussions first. Thomas nodded. Yes, you only inherit on his death, unless your father decides to step down early. Which doesn't happen often. You need to understand, however, that high warlocks are schooled from infancy in the correct way of addressing the public, their role. He let his voice trail off. There was a hint of a sneer on his face, as though he thought I would never be able to catch up. Responsibilities, yeah, I said with a shrug. Really, training someone since infancy? They didn't want me to be excited about this win at all, did they? I waved my hand, accepting their condition. That's fine. I accept that I need to learn a lot about my role, and I'm sure between my father and some of your chosen tutors, that shouldn't be a problem. That didn't mean, of course, that I'd be the high warlock they wanted me to be. I could see issues already with the way they ran their realms, their people. The insane belief in their supremacy. But I wasn't going to tell them that, of course. I needed to learn their ways and get fully accepted before I had a chance of changing anything. Of improving things for the people of these realms. I'm glad you agree, Thomas said, looking smug. I glanced from my father's worried face to Tavlor's and back to Thomas. Was there a catch I was missing? Clearly, something was going on here, something I didn't understand. I waited for someone to tell me. When that didn't work, I just decided to fuck everyone and ask. What else is there? I asked, crossing my arms over my chest. Well. Thomas puffed up his chest and held out his hand, magicking up a scroll, a contract of some sort I had to assume. I wonder if it's as airtight as the one they've already broken. What is it? I asked, looking at him like he was a moron, which he was. How could he be smug over something I didn't understand, and then expect me to get his point? It's the current contract the High Warlock signs when they inherit, or reach 21, he said as though it was the most obvious thing in the world. I'm 23, I reminded him. I didn't even try hiding the triumphant grin on my face, being able to correct him in front of all these people. Exactly. He nodded once, his eyes scanning the document. So, although you won't inherit for some time, we assume there are several stipulations you will need to put into place in the next year or so that will need to be agreed to. My father took the scroll from Thomas and handed it to me. For some reason, he didn't read the contract himself. It was as though only I could read it. His face was pinched, and I wondered if he knew which of the stipulations I was going to balk at. I opened the contract up and began to read. Though the writing was ornate and not at all what I was used to, it was legible enough. I frowned, trying to read fast and get to the part one was supposed to hate. Thomas continued while I read. We've filled in any relevant parts that apply to you, Ava, although the contract is almost identical to the one your father signed when he came of age. Matlock stepped next to me. Can we have a moment alone, please? I wasn't sure why he was deciding now to be polite. It wasn't like these people deserved that respect. But I kept my mouth shut. I'll go through everything with Ava. My eyes scrolled down the first page and it all seemed pretty standard, until I came across the section on my marriage. I furrowed my brow and read the sentence once and then twice, and then one more time because I could not believe it was there. I was going to marry Cedric Cornell in 6 months. I'm fucking gonna what? I looked up at Thomas as he began to gather the council to leave the room. Who the hell is Cedric Cornell? I demanded, handing the scroll over to my father to peruse. He opened his mouth to try and get me to calm down, no doubt, but I held my hand up as though to say stop. I was already past that by now. There were a few too many pleased smiles within the council as they all glanced back at me. My stomach tightened, feeling like it had been filled with lead. And like an anchor, it was sinking low, to the point where there was no way in hell I'd be able to pull myself up from drowning. They weren't seriously trying to fix me up in an arranged marriage the way they had my father? And with someone I'd never even met. And yet, as I stared at Thomas, as I stared at the council as they retreated like the cowards they all were, I realized that was exactly what they were doing. Thomas took a few steps forward, smiling. We realized last night that you, being a female, Ava, gave us an unusual advantage. One we have never had before. One we never even considered. Oh my God. This is bad. Advantage. I squeaked out. I cleared my throat, trying to cover up the crack in my voice as a cough. I swallowed hard against the need to scream and kept my decorum as best I could. My mother had taught me how to fake being calm to get through a conversation, but at the moment, I was seeing red and could barely imagine a different outcome other than a screaming match. I could never be as good as she was when it came to patience and keeping my face cool and collected while my insides were in turmoil. Bella, sure, but not me. Thomas smiled and went on. Yes. We have a chance to breed into the high Warlock line in a way we never have before. By introducing strong male genetics from one of the families. I forced down the lump in my throat, though bile tickled the back of my mouth. Breeding. As in horses, cattle, dogs? Was that how they saw me? As a breeding machine, set to produce the next high Warlock for them? Like I was some kind of animal, and the only thing of value I had to offer them was my vagina. My mind, my abilities, my spirit was nothing to them. I shouldn't be surprised. Hell, I shouldn't even be hurt. But I was. Oh. And which family does, I couldn't remember his name, your choice come from? I didn't actually care. I was trying not to lose it in front of these people. I couldn't look at Tavlor. I knew that if I did, I would break down, and the last thing I wanted was for everyone to see me cry. My father answered before Thomas could. He's Charity's nephew, he said. Which will mean that they can breed in the same genetics they were hoping to with my marriage to Charity, but failed to do so. I glared at my father, unable to hold back my revulsion to such an idea. No fucking way. My voice was barely a growl, barely a breath, and yet I hoped my eyes threw daggers at him. My father glanced at Thomas, not responding to me or my glare. Give us a minute, he said again. I looked toward the two smug council members, then back to my father. You can't be serious, I said, barely able to get the words out. Tavlor's hand on my arm made me calm enough to hold it all together. I clenched my teeth, swallowed, and counted until the council finally left the room. Then my anger exploded. I will not agree to this. I was panting, my chest rising and falling at a rapid rate. I stepped back, away from both of them. I couldn't be near anyone right now. I cannot believe they'd try and pull this sort of shit. Especially since they know how colossally they failed with you and my mother. Seriously, they think I'll just fall in with this plan? My father looked up from his reading of my contract to glance at my face. They know you won't, and that's why they're doing it, he said simply. Tavlor was just standing by Matlock's side, stoic and silent. I wanted to smack him. Surely he had something to say about this. Surely he wasn't okay with me going off and marrying another man. Where was the anger, the passion I had seen from him last night?
Aren't you going to say anything?
I demanded. Tavlor shook his head but emitted a strange growling sound. I opened my mouth, ready to go off on him about how little he cared, when I realized he was pressing his lips so tightly together they were white. I looked down and saw that his nails were digging so hard into the palms of his hands that they drew blood, and he was barely breathing because his body was so tense. A shiver shook my body as I realized how angry he was. I nearly sighed with relief. I thought he had returned to that shell he was when I first met him, and he followed orders blindly. I turned back to my father. What do you mean, that's why they're doing it? Matlock rolled the contract back up and handed it to me. The rest of it is standard, they haven't tried to weasel anything new in. Nothing other than the fact they expect utter submission and complete control over me, you mean? My hands tightened into fists, squeezing the life out of the contract, and my heart beat an angry tattoo against my ribs. Of all the things to want me to do. Marry a complete stranger. Never. Matlock nodded. Yes, the role of High Warlock has always been one of service. I pointed at him with an angry stare. No. It wasn't. It started out as a simple representative of the council, a judge of sorts. Someone to implement rules when the others wouldn't or couldn't agree. I don't know when that changed into what they expect now, but it's ridiculous. Even a queen can choose who she marries. How can they do this to me? My father walked forward and grabbed my upper arms. I told you, because they know you won't agree. Now calm down, so we can discuss this rationally. He let go of me and stepped away. I shivered with the stress of it all. Then I blew out a deep breath I didn't know I was holding, and focused on finding a solution. Not an emotional reaction. Okay. My fingers shook as I combed my hands through my hair. At least it was some release from the pent-up energy, from the magic pushing against my fingertips, wanting to destroy everything, especially that damn contract. What do we do? My father was pacing, and Tavlor still stood like a silent statue. I sidled up closer to him. Are you okay? I asked in a low voice. He didn't answer immediately, then he gave a stiff nod. Liar. He was not okay. I cupped his face with my hands, forcing him to look at me. I am not going to agree to this. They can't keep us apart. I won't allow it. He blinked, as though only just realizing I'd spoken. They'll never let us be together, Ava. Not in the way we want to be. I went up on my tiptoes and kissed his cold lips briefly. Then I turned back to my father. How are we going to fix this? Matlock stopped in his tracks and looked straight at me. Any chance you're pregnant already? He asked bluntly. He didn't seem to care that I was his daughter in this moment, and that he was asking a drastically personal question. My jaw dropped open and I glanced at Tavlor, then back at my father. We'd used no protection either time we'd made love, and I had no idea when my cycle was due. I don't know. And I also had no idea how easy it would be to get pregnant to a half-Fae, half-Warlock sire. I glanced at Tavlor, who now seemed brighter, and much more part of the discussion. What do you think? He looked from me to my father and back again. I hadn't considered. I don't know if I am fertile or not. I've never sired an offspring before. So, what was all that worry about us having children in the future then? I demanded. That was one of his main concerns this morning when he'd realized that I'd marry him if he asked me. He frowned. There are ways to encourage fertility, magic, Fae healing. I assumed that if you wanted a child, I could find a way to do so. But we've only been together twice. What are the odds? I turned toward my father, who seemed to be taking this conversation better than I'd expected. At least he was taking it better than I was. Despite the fact that I was a consenting adult with a man I loved, my face still felt like flames had eaten it alive. He stepped closer. There's only one way to find out, and that's a spell I can do. You ready? I took a step away from him, my hands flying immediately to my belly. I wasn't sure about this. Will it hurt? And if I am pregnant, will it hurt the baby? Oh my God. A baby. I'd barely stepped out of my mother's shadow. What did I know about raising a baby? My father shook his head. No, it's a simple energy test. It'll take but a moment, you just need to relax. I glanced over at Tavlor, whose jaw was tight, but he nodded. I forced myself to look back at my father, then closed my eyes. Okay. Go for it. Chapter 9. The warmth of my father's spell drifted over my whole body, which was surprising. I thought it would focus only on my belly, but instead it seemed to test my entire bloodstream. I could feel the tickle on the tips of my fingertips all the way down to the soles of my feet. Even my roots buzzed with activity. I wasn't sure how this was going to test whether I was pregnant or not, but I couldn't find it in me to open my mouth and ask. I was too afraid of what the answer might be. For that particular subject to be broached by an invasive spell by my father, I didn't have any time to figure out what I actually wanted. When the nice sunshine feeling stopped, my eyes popped open and I looked at him expectantly. Well? I asked. When he didn't say anything right away, my stomach twisted with anxiety. I wasn't sure which way I wanted the result to go, and I wouldn't know until he told me, since I didn't have any time to think about it. Finally, he shook his head. No, you're not, he said. Not yet at least, which is disappointing. That would have been an easy way to get out of the forced marriage. My father walked away, circling around us in a strange sort of pacing. I slowly lifted my gaze to Tavlor, unsure how I felt about my father's assessment. Tavlor came straight for me, cupping my face with his hands and pressing our bodies together. Did you want it to be positive? He asked in a low voice, his eyes scanning mine. I knew part of him wanted to read my mind, so he wouldn't have to worry about me lying to him. Hot tears sprang to my eyes, filled with disappointment and pain. I don't know. But I didn't know how I was feeling. I didn't want a baby, not yet. Not with all this uncertainty, and not until Tavlor and I had gotten to know each other better. But it was almost like I'd been promised a family, a connection to the man I loved, then it had been taken away. It must have been how my mother had felt when she'd gotten pregnant with me. So happy but so uncertain. Wanting something to remember your lover by. Wanting something, even if only a small piece, that you could claim as yours. Something no one could ever take from you. I closed my eyes and let forgiveness wash over me. For my mother. For this situation. For love in all of its forms. I might not be in the same situation she was, but I understood it all the same, and that was much more than I thought it could be. Tavlor kissed the top of my head, and I looked up into his eyes. I sucked in a breath, controlling the tears that threatened to spill. I sniffled lightly, hoping I didn't need to wipe my nose with the back of my hand. Of course, the tears fell despite my best efforts. At least I wasn't a hot mess, bawling so my mascara clawed its way down my face. He used the pad of his thumb to brush away the tears. When it's the right time, it will happen, he said, nodding once, twice. If you want it to. I bit my lip. I do. Speaking of which, I let my voice trail off, pushing myself away from the warmth and understanding of Tavlor and back into the coldness of the trial room. The place where they were trying to make me marry a man I didn't even know, and would never love. It was impossible. I was my mother's daughter. I'd already found my mate, my lover, the man I was meant to love for all eternity. I wouldn't be able to change my feelings now. I couldn't marry someone, commit to someone, have a child with someone I didn't know. Impossible. I looked at my father, who was clenching his jaw and huffing like a grampus. "What can we do, Dad?" I asked. It was the first time I'd said it, and I couldn't help but almost choke on the word. Matlock's head came up, his gaze intense as he stared at me. He didn't say anything, and I started to feel like I'd overstepped the mark. "Is that okay to call you that, or would you prefer Father?" I cleared my throat, dropping my gaze to the floor. "Or just Matlock?" "I can do either. You know, maybe we just forget I said it at all." I sincerely hoped he didn't just want Matlock, despite the fact that we'd agreed on that. His lips tweaked up at the edges. "Father or Dad works for me," he said slowly. The words came out crisp, but only because it seemed like he wanted to test them on his own lips. "Whatever flows easier for you." I managed to smile, despite the intense squeeze inside my chest. I'd wanted a father my whole life. Not just in person, but in name. Someone to call Daddy if I wanted to. Even though I was an adult, even though I was used to not having a father at all, and could survive without one, I found that I still wanted one, someone who would be there for me, protect me. Someone who wanted me, who loved me. "Thank you," I managed to get out. His acceptance of me was more than I could put into words, so I didn't try. "So, Dad, what are we going to do about this?" He scratched his head, messing up his once pristine look. "Unless Tavlor has another idea or a stalling tactic, we may need to consider what they're saying," he said. This was exactly what I didn't want to hear. "And what are they saying?" I asked. "Because if it's all or nothing, then we're gonna have a problem." I crossed my arms over my chest. "I mean, they can't literally be saying, accept all our terms, or we're back to execution. Are they? Because that was just so screwed up if they were." My father shook his head. "No, I don't think so. I think, well, I certainly hope that all treasonous accusations are off the table completely." "Then spell it out, I'm obviously missing something." I raised my brows, emphasizing my words. He needed to spell this out for me, because I clearly wasn't getting it. He ran his hand through his disheveled hair. "That you may need to decide if you want to be my heir, and take all that comes with being the High Warlock, or not." My mouth fell open. "That's one of the choices. I can just be your daughter, and not worry about any of the other responsibilities and crap that comes with the title." He nodded. "I should think so." I almost clapped my hands together, I was so happy. "Then let's do that. I can marry whoever I want, and be your daughter, and we don't have to worry about anything else. Plus, if they elected another heir, my sisters would be safe. They wouldn't be seen as a threat, hopefully. I didn't want to bring them up sooner than required. Maybe they could organize some sort of official document, passing on the idea of being the heir. Bella would sign it in a heartbeat. Courtney, probably, although I wasn't as sure about her the way I was about Bella. Tavlor grabbed my hand and my attention. "Ava, do you know what you're saying?" he asked, tilting his head to the side, his eyes intense as they scanned mine. I glanced from my father, back to my lover. "Yes, of course. Don't you agree with me?" I asked. "I mean, isn't it the perfect solution? I can just be a normal girl. I don't have to worry about stepping into power or having the council breathing down my neck and pointing out everything I screw up, because I'm pretty sure I'd screw up a lot." He didn't look convinced. His lips were turned down, and there was a sadness in his eyes I didn't understand. "What's the problem?" I asked, my voice tentative. I pulled back from him, but only slightly. "I mean, this means we can be together. Isn't that what you wanted? Or was there another reason Tavlor wanted to be with me? Unless, did you want to be the next High Warlock or something?" I asked. I hated myself for even thinking it, but I couldn't help it. Why else would he be disappointed? More than that, it would make a lot of sense considering his background and his breeding. Was he wanting the connections and the power that came with the role? To get back at those who had made him feel like he was nothing, worthless? Tavlor's eyes widened. "Are you seriously asking me that?" His tone sounded offended, but his eyes were filled with hurt. Well, why else would you want me to take on the role? I can't see any advantages, and only disadvantages, I said quickly, ignoring the guilt pooling into my stomach. Tavlor shook his head. The council will never accept me as anything other than a guard, he pointed out. If you decide to marry me, you will never be High Warlock, Ava. Never. This has nothing to do with what I want, and everything to do with what is the right thing for you. And your family. I swallowed hard. You're right, I'm sorry. I still wasn't convinced that he didn't want the position, but that may have been my extremely compromised and stressed out brain talking. I chewed my bottom lip, unsure where we went from here. I knew what I wanted, but I couldn't help but think Tavlor had a point as well. I just wasn't sure what that was. So, what are you saying? I finally decided to ask. I'm saying that you don't know what you're giving up. Tavlor's voice was gentle, even understanding, which bothered me more than I wanted to admit. The High Warlock has a beautiful house, money, power, and influence. But the main role of the High Warlock is to effect change, moderate the council. If you step away, and they elect one of their own children. He trailed off, and a feeling of dread washed over me. What would happen then? I asked. I already knew the answer, but I was compelled to hear it from them. Well, anything, Tavlor said. Truly anything. They could change laws overnight. Imprison the shifters. Their power and influence would be unlimited, and they would have someone whose strings they would successfully pull, not someone like Matlock who knows when to fight and when to concede. But the and shifters wouldn't handle that, would they? I asked. They wouldn't just let the council lock them away for no reason? He shook his head with a sad smile. No, they wouldn't. So, there would be a revolt. Wars. Death. And all because the council's new puppet is as evil as they are. I let my head drop forward and I closed my eyes. Was he serious? The happiness and safety of half the universe was now on my shoulders. I lifted my head and stared at him. So, you'd rather me choose to serve the community and spend the rest of my life fighting the council over marrying you and being a daughter to my father? Even if it means I have to marry and have sex with a man I don't even know. To have children with him the council can use as pawns in their sick, twisted game. Tavlor grimaced, then he clenched his jaw. You don't even know what you're doing, he pointed out. Though his tone was soft, his words were harsh. You haven't lived here. You haven't seen the oppression of the people. Watched your father fight for the rights they currently have. The council will destroy everyone if there isn't someone there to stop them. But why does it have to be me? I cried, throwing my arms out. This wasn't fair. All I'd ever wanted was a father. My father. I'd never asked to be queen of the universe. My father walked over to us and put a hand out to each of us, touching both my arm and Tavlor's at the same time. For some reason, magical or other, it had a calming effect on me. And from the way Tavlor's face relaxed, it seemed to affect him in a similar way. Both of you are upset, and I can understand why, my father said, his voice surprisingly soothing. I grew up knowing that I would have an arranged marriage, and yet it still felt truly terrible when I had to walk away from Genevieve, who I cared deeply for. I can't imagine what it must feel like for you, Ava. Or you, Tavlor. You started your relationship, I assume, not thinking that it may come down to a choice like this. I glanced up at Tavlor. I don't think either of us meant to start anything, it just kinda happened, I admitted. Tavlor stayed silent, but I could feel his hurt. His anger. I sighed heavily and pulled away from my father's influence. I don't know what to do or say, I continued, looking down at my hands. It's true. I don't know what I'm giving up. I know nothing about your role, Dad. Not really. And to be honest, I never wanted it. I wasn't bred for it. I have no reference. I shrugged, feeling overwhelmed. My father said, well, perhaps that is what needs to happen. I frowned at him. What do you mean? There was a loud knock at the door, Then it opened and Thomas and the council all poured in. I inhaled a deep breath and faced them, standing next to my father. At this point, I was confused about what I wanted. The same thing happened with the possibility of being pregnant, and now the necessity of being high Warlock. And this is why you shouldn't rush into things without figuring that out, a voice that sounded suspiciously like my mother pointed out. I let out a breath. My father had a plan, hopefully, so I was leaving it to him. Maybe then I could try and figure out what I wanted with my life. What the best decision was. Thomas came forward smiling, the smug bastard. What is Ava's decision? My father stepped forward and I hung back, making sure to stand straight, shoulders back and eyes forward. I wouldn't let them see how confused, how angry, how unsure I was about everything. They'd already won, and they knew it too. I wouldn't give them any more opportunity to feel good about the win. I was strong. I was unruffled. I was going to get through this, one way or another. Firstly, my father began, we need it in writing that irrespective of Ava's decision, all charges against her and I are withdrawn. Settled. Never to be brought up again. Thomas's lips pursed together like he'd sucked on a lemon, and the sight gave me a small amount of happiness. So, they'd been hoping to hold on to that threat, to push me to do what they wanted, had they? Thomas glanced behind him, and multiple people nodded. He turned back. Yes, we agree to that. So, whether Ava decides to sign the contract or step back and abdicate, she is free, my father clarified, just in case they were looking for loopholes, which I was certain they were. Thomas nodded. Yes. He brought out his wand and tapped his hand, a new scroll appearing in his grasp. He turned to me and handed the scroll over. I snatched it a little too quickly and unrolled the scroll, walking over to Tavlor for confirmation. Tavlor did a quick screen and said to my father, "This is only Ava's matlock. You will need one also." My father's back straightened. Do I need one? He tilted his head to the side, narrowing his eyes. Against myself? I couldn't see his face, but from the look on the council members' faces, he was angry. We will organize something for you. For all future reference, Thomas said in a hurry. I wanted to laugh, but I knew I shouldn't. Thomas leaned forward, as though he couldn't wait to ask once again. So, what is Ava's decision? He pressed. His eyes rested on me, joy dancing in them. I wanted to punch him in the face, if only to feel the joy for myself. My father turned around and looked at me. Then he smiled, as though he was taking the moment to enjoy torturing them. I smiled back. How could I not? Then he turned back around and said, Ava hasn't decided either way, and as she has at least 6 months before the scheduled wedding, we believe asking for a 3-day thinking period is reasonable. I agree. I let out a breath in a way that ensured they wouldn't hear it. Charity rushed forward, through the crowd until she was standing next to Thomas. I bit down on my lip so I didn't smirk. I knew that cow couldn't stay in the background for long. A thinking period? What the hell does that mean, Matlock? She spat. She shook her head. You have got to be kidding me. A thinking period? To think about what, exactly? Your options are before you. You should be lucky we've been so considerate thus far.
Considerate?
My father seemed to get taller as he bristled, his spine straightening. It means exactly what I said, he snapped. My daughter has had enough shit thrown at her in the past month to last a lifetime, and I won't have you forcing her into a life and a marriage that she doesn't want. Charity crossed her arms over her chest, leaned back, and grinned as though she'd won. Then she must relinquish the rights to be your heir, and we will choose the next successor. From the way they were saying it, they already had. Chapter 10. WHO could it be? It had to be a male, of course. Maybe it was the guy they wanted me to marry. I shouldn't care who it was because in the end, it wasn't Tavlor. He was the only person who meant the world to me, the only one I wanted to settle down with and have a family with. If it wasn't him, what did I care? What would the council's chosen champion be like? malleable and weak? Or super confident and have a supremacy complex? A lapdog who wanted nothing more than to make the council happy, no matter what the cost. I shuddered at the idea of being married to either sort of man. Any man that wasn't Tavlor wasn't good enough for me in my book. My daughter, my father said again, and this time I couldn't stop the smile that sprang to my face. It truly sounded like he was enjoying using the word. To be able to use it freely around this sort of company. He wasn't ashamed. He didn't hesitate. It was everything I'd longed to hear. She has no idea what she will be giving up if she relinquishes her right to the high warlock position. In all our history, we have never had an heir abdicate, and I think Ava deserves to know. Then what are you suggesting exactly? Thomas asked, narrowing his eyes between the two of us. Simple, my father said, spreading out his hands. A 3-day reprieve until she has to give her final answer. I will show her the realms, introduce her to some of the politics, and school her in our laws. After that, she can make an educated decision about what she would like to do. I'd also like to meet the man you want me to marry, I burst out with. Everyone turned to me, even my father and Tavlor. I didn't flinch, but I could feel my cheeks burning up with a blush. I cleared my throat. I think that's fair, I added, though my voice wasn't as confident as I wanted it to be. I avoided even glancing in Tavlor's direction. I didn't want him to think I was considering being with someone other than him, but I needed to know who they wanted to pair me with. In truth, no matter what my father showed me, I wasn't agreeing to be bred with anyone other than Tavlor. But if my intuition was correct, this was the man they would replace me with, as High Warlock. And I wanted to suss out my competition, as Courtney liked to say. Who did they want as their puppet? My father turned back to Thomas. Do we have a deal? He asked, arching a brow. The fact that my father posed no argument to my suggestion must mean that it was a reasonable request. Thomas tapped Charity on the arm. Give us a moment, he said. They receded back into their army, and I hurried forward to regroup with Tavlor and my father. I looked between the two of them, hoping to find out if them discussing our request was a good sign or if we had shot ourselves in the foot. Tavlor raised one eyebrow, but he didn't say anything. What? I said. My father chuckled. Want to meet the potential husband, do you? He teased, his eyes lighting up. I rolled my eyes, crossing my arms over my chest. Of course, they would think that. They couldn't possibly try and see it from my point of view, how it was important to understand who would succeed my father if I were to abdicate. You guys are too literal, I insisted. I don't even remember his name. Then why, my father began, but let his voice trail off. He tilted his head to the side. Because they will need to replace me with a high warlock of their choosing, according to you, and it makes sense to me that they've already chosen someone, I said. Someone they are trying to get into the bloodlines. Someone who may be super malleable. My father grinned. You think they will name Cedric High Warlock, irrespective of whether you agree to the marriage or not? Yes, I think they want him in, I said. Either way. So I want to know who they've chosen and why. I want to know who my potential husband and competition is, to see what sort of man Cedric is, before I'm able to make an informed decision about everything. Tavlor made a grunting, approval sort of noise. Smart thinking, Ava. I shrugged. Not just a pretty face, I said before sticking out my tongue and giving him a wink. We turned back to the council group, who had gone quiet, obviously having made a decision. They were looking at us, waiting. I hoped they weren't trying to listen in on our discussion. I didn't think that was allowed, but then again, when did the council ever respect rules, even ones they themselves had put into place? My father joined Thomas in the middle of the room, and Charity hung back, looking pouty, arms crossed over her chest, a hip jutted out. Thomas put out a hand as though asking my father to shake it. We agree with the terms, he said with a nod. Your daughter has 3 days to decide, then we will go ahead with our plans, whether she wants to partake in them or not. I shuddered. Our plans. That sounded ominous. I wished I could read their minds and see what those plans actually were, but I didn't want to cross any lines, and I definitely didn't want anyone doing it on my behalf. Any reason to reject me and they would, especially if that meant throwing me in jail. My father shook Thomas's hand, then walked back to us. Make sure you have the contracts, Ava, then let's go back to my office, my father instructed without looking at me. I clung to the 2 contracts I had. The one that set me free, and the other that had every intention of locking me into a gilded cage. Which one I would sign, I still wasn't sure. Tavlor led the way, and we went through the portal doors until we were back in my father's offices. My shoulders sagged in relief. Carrying the contracts, though they were 2 innocuous pieces of parchment, was like carrying a heavy burden I had to shoulder alone. I collapsed onto the couch and put the contracts on the coffee table between the 2 couches. I eyed them warily, looking at both of them like handcuffs painted different colors. It was my job to select the lesser of 2 evils, but what was that exactly? Tavlor didn't sit down. Instead, he stood by the door, looking very much like the guard he was hired to be. His mouth set in a grim line. His shoulders were rigid. Despite the fact that he clearly understood why I might want to choose to inherit the role of High Warlock, he wasn't happy about what I had to do, which was marry someone else. I was just glad to see some emotion on his face. He was usually so reserved, I couldn't even tell what he was thinking most of the time. Oh my God. I threw up my arms in frustration. I can't believe they want me to choose between loving Tavlor and being your heir. That's just so selfish of them. My father sat on the couch next to me, looking relaxed and smiling. We had a win, getting the extra time, he said, bypassing my marriage concerns. Now we can formulate a plan. A smile lifted my lips. You have a plan? I didn't want to get too hopeful, but I couldn't exactly help it. If there was a way I didn't have to marry someone and still inherit. He sat up straighter and tugged on his robes. No. But between us, I'm sure we can come up with something. I stared at him for a while, trying to work out what he was really saying. What sort of compromise are you planning? The hope that had been building up vanished just as instantly. He chuckled. I'm not planning anything, but I can tell you I don't want you compromising at all. I want you to have everything. As in Tavlor and to be my heir. I sat up. He was going against the council? You expect us to be able to win on all fronts. My father's eyebrows dropped as he narrowed his eyes at me. Don't you want to? His question had me shuffling in my seat. I didn't know what I truly wanted, and that was scary. And confronting. What should have been an easy question was much harder to understand than I initially believed. I knew without a doubt I wanted Tavlor, but did I want everything else? I don't know anything about your role. And everything I've been told doesn't make me want to fight for it, I admitted. He coughed strangely, clearing his throat. Then what are we fighting for? Ah! God, I was an idiot. How did I explain it? All I ever wanted was to find you. Be your daughter. I didn't know that would come with all this responsibility. I'm not sure that I'm built for it, to be honest. My father smiled suddenly and leaned back against the couch. Not built for it. You're the strongest witch the council has seen in too many generations to count. You're my daughter. You're your mother's daughter. He began to laugh. If anything, you're too strong. Too powerful. They would never have let me have a child with a woman as strong and independent and powerful as your mother. You would never be able to be controlled. You're their worst nightmare. He continued to chuckle, crossing his arms and running a hand over his mouth as though to stifle the noise, but not being able to. I bit my lip to keep from joining in. I turned toward Tavlor. What do you think? He cocked his head, seeming to be surprised I would ask him at all. About what? I swallowed hard. I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer to the question, but it had to be asked. Do you think I can do it? Tavlor strolled forward, his gaze on my face as though assessing me. I kept his gaze, but couldn't help the way saliva pooled in my mouth, and how I had to swallow hard against the need to look away. What was he trying to determine? My strength? My abilities? If he thought I could do the job my ancestors had been born to for so long? I didn't know why this suddenly mattered to me, but hearing it from Tavlor, from someone who was raised within the council, and who was not my father, was important to me. Tavlor put out his hand and I took it. He dragged me to my feet and held on to me like his life depended on it. Ava. You can do anything you want to do, and I mean that in every sense. You are kind and smart, you empathize with every person, and are unforgiving to those who are evil. You are a rare creature, and I know no matter what you choose, you will be successful. I grabbed onto him, hard. But can I do this? I gestured with my hand, but I didn't think I explained myself the way I intended to. I needed to clarify. Lead people. Have them look up to me. Take on all this responsibility and do it well. He nodded, his eyes locked into mine. Of course you can. Didn't you hear your father? You are more powerful than any high warlock before you, because they couldn't control your breeding. Your mothers will. If you decide to do this, then you will bring the change they fear. You will bring peace. I know you will. I closed my eyes and dropped my head onto his chest. His heartbeat steadied my own, and I took a deep breath, trying to figure this out. What I wanted didn't exactly align with the right thing to do. What did I know about running a household, let alone a whole realm? How was I going to do this? I lifted my head and took a deep breath. Well, it sounds like I've got a lot to learn before any of that happens, I said slowly. Tavlor kissed me on the forehead, his lips feeling like goodbye. I pulled back and glared up at him. Hey, don't you dare give up on me, I told him. I clenched my teeth to make sure my voice didn't shake. I'm not marrying some stranger, I can tell you. And they have no right to take my birthright away from me either, not unless I, decide I don't want it. My father laughed and patted the seat next to him.
Come here, Ava.
I left Tavlor and moved over to my father, my chest tight and my eyes burning with unshed tears. What's up? I asked, my tone flippant, trying to lighten the mood. Trying to make myself feel better. Unfortunately, it wasn't working. I want you to know that you're my daughter. I laughed, glancing at Tavlor, then back at my dad. I know, isn't that the point of all this drama and trouble? My father reached over and took my hand, squeezing my fingers tight. Ava. Yes. Dad. I swallowed hard at the look in his eyes. It was intense, heartfelt. As though I could feel his soul, know his intentions. And they were more than I could cope with. Hear me, he said, his tone serious. You're my daughter, no matter what. If you decide that you don't want my job, then that is more than your right. That is your obligation. To make the right choice for you. Always. I just want you to know that that will not change the relationship between you and me. Nothing will. I squeezed his hand back. Thank you, Dad. But I want you to know something else. I arched a brow. What's that? I want you to know that I think you would be an amazing high warlock, he said. I wanted to cut in, make some sort of sarcastic remark, but he sounded genuine. And you would do things for our community. For this realm, all the realms in fact, that I don't have the courage to do. I inhaled sharply. I'm not sure if you're right, but I appreciate the vote of confidence, I said. It was all I could muster, given the swirling emotions inside of me. My father smiled and let go of my hands. Now, what is it you need from us to help you decide? I took a moment to think about it, but the answer was pretty simple. I need to know more about what you do. I want to meet some of the people, I want to hear what they need from me. I just want to do some research. I nodded. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if research could sound so simple, I'm willing to do it. My father nodded. Done. Let's organize a full day tomorrow. We'll speak to the leaders of the shifters and the Fae. You can ask whatever you want. That sounds great. I sat back, relieved. The plan did sound good. I hoped it would be informative. I hoped it would make things clearer for me, in order to help me make the most informed decision I could. My father turned to Tavlor and they began to talk about which realm to go to, who to speak to, and what to tell them. I sat back and felt the wind on my face, like being on a roller coaster ascending the first hill. I was on the ride, and irrespective of what was about to happen, I couldn't get off now. Chapter 11. We finished breakfast and stood up from the couches I was beginning to love. I spent too much time in my father's office nowadays. So, why aren't we going to the Fae realm where Abigail and Horlo live? I asked Tavlor as he handed me a dark cloak, similar to the one he wore. I reached out to grab it, and my fingers touched the thick fur. I slung it over my shoulders, the weight settling on me like a huge hug. Wow, this is heavy. And so warm. I furrowed my brow. Are we going somewhere cold? Before he could answer, I looked down at the sleeves of the coat. What is this made out of? It's soft too. Tavlor nodded, his face strangely sad. Yes. He reached out as if he was going to touch me, thought better of it, and dropped his hand back to his side. It's lined with a magnificent wolf that used to roam the woods of this world. I stiffened, grabbing the edge of the cloak, ready to pull it off. He couldn't possibly be saying what I thought he was. Are you telling me this used to be a shifter? I shook my head. A person. His hand lay on mine, stopping me from flinging the cloak off in disgust. No, not a shifter, he said gently. A simple animal. I frowned. I wasn't sure I liked that either. There was no need to use the skin of an actual animal to create any type of clothing, especially when I was sure my magic could probably keep me warmer than a cloak ever could. Can't I just wear a normal cloak? With a wool lining or something? Or faux fur, that worked too. Tavlor shook his head and stepped up close in front of me, tying the cloak at my neck, then at several points down my chest. No. This is best, and I will explain why. The answer is tied to your question. He inhaled deeply and sighed just as hard. I frowned. What was wrong with him today? He seemed more morose than usual. Are you okay? I asked. He nodded and stepped back, adjusting his own clothing so I got a glimpse of multiple weapons tied to his body. My mouth dropped open, but I quickly shut it. The last thing I wanted was to look like some kind of fish, especially in front of Tavlor. I'm well. The reason your father and I decided to travel to this Fae realm, rather than the one you are already comfortable in, is so you can see what sort of turmoil part of the universe is experiencing. So, you're deliberately taking me somewhere dangerous? I asked, not sure if I understood correctly. I could barely believe that. My father and my lover, both wanting to throw me into more chaos. It seemed counterintuitive, somehow. And from the look on Tavlor's face, his brows lowered and his lips twisted, he agreed with my thoughts. He wasn't happy to be going today. He continued. They are not at war with anyone at the moment, or we would not be taking you there, he said, though I wasn't sure how that assurance was actually working. However, they are naturally a very rough people. They have gone through much. The cloak you are wearing is traditional garb and will help them accept you. It shows respect to their history, their culture. Okay, but why would we go there? He still hadn't explained why I simply couldn't go to the Fae realm I knew, and ask questions of them. Because you need to see what's wrong with the realms that the council lorded over. Not look at this magical realm and Abigail's Fae realm and think that everything is okay. Not pretend that life is simple and easy across the realms with minimal discord that can be reduced to petty crimes. Things are not okay, and I believe, and your father believes, that if you're going to take this role on, you need to see our worlds at some of their worst. Not their best. So, you truly understand what you will be stepping into. Their worst? I asked, not sure my defensive skills were good enough to sustain a proper attack yet. I understood what my father and Tavlor were trying to do, but at the same time, I didn't think they needed to prove anything to me. His lips kicked up a little. The realm we are visiting is not the worst, not by any stretch of the imagination. But it will show you the sort of wars and pain that can be possible if the council has their way. Trust us. I grabbed his hands, looking into his dark gaze. I do. Then I realized that we were still alone. I glanced around the room we stood in, a large chamber just outside my father's offices. A transportation room. Where's Dad? I asked slowly. And are you sure the council's bounty on me has been called off? I'd hate to get into another fight with a pack of wolf shifters who want my head. Tavlor put his hand into his cloak pocket and pulled out an official-looking document. A scroll, similar to the other contracts I'd been offered. How and when he got it, I didn't know. I narrowed my eyes, chewing my bottom lip. He unrolled it so I could look at it myself. Yes, this is the official decree to say you have been cleared of all charges against you, and I have been promised that word has been sent out. Tavlor patted his chest. Though I brought extra protection just in case someone refuses to listen to a piece of parchment, even if it is magic. He was armed to the teeth, both in magical ability and physical weaponry. But there was still a tremor of fear that passed through me that I recognized. Mostly due to uncertainty. I felt like I was walking into a trap, although I knew that wasn't the intention. While I trusted Tavlor and my father, I didn't trust the unknown. I didn't trust that the council would keep their word, even with laws and decrees and the shaking of hands. But I couldn't do anything about that now. I put a hand to my belly, where my tattoo lay. I still hadn't had use for it yet, thankfully. But my journey was nowhere near ended. Me too. A door behind us opened, and my father walked in, looking the least official I had ever seen him. Whoa, what's with the casual attire? I asked him, waving my hand to encompass his plain black suit and the cloak he held that looked similar to the one I wore. These Fae must be pretty passionate about killing wolves, for all three of us to be wearing them. I hated that I had to wear it, but it seemed like dressing the part proved to them we could be trusted. I made a mental note that if I did decide to do this, to claim my birthright, I would make it illegal to use the skin of an animal to make any sort of clothing. My father grinned. It's a disadvantage with these people to shove my position in their face. If I could disguise myself and you, I would. However, such a thing would be considered trickery and treachery. It would offend them, and that is not something I would like to do, especially when they are powerful enough to figure it out for themselves. I put both hands up and pushed at each of the men before me. I'd had enough of this. You know, you guys are scaring me, I said. My father laughed. Don't worry. Tavlor and I will protect you. My heart pumped a little too fast, adrenaline pulsing through my blood in preparation for the fight to come. But there was no fight. This was a diplomatic mission, of a sort. I hoped these creatures would understand that we meant no harm and had no intention of causing discord. So I took a couple of deep breaths, aiming to slow my racing pulse. I had two of the most powerful warlocks in the universe on my side. I shouldn't be worried. Or scared. All right, I said, gathering my wits about me. Let's go. My father walked over to a portal door, waved his hand, then opened it. He walked straight through, and Tavlor held out his hand to me. I glanced at his fingers, shivering with unease, then braced myself as I took his hand. My Fey man tugged me straight into the portal after my father. There was no going back now. As soon as we'd passed through that strange, cold, empty space between the realms, we were launched into a completely different world. One unlike anything I'd ever seen. Whoa! I gaped at my surroundings, staring unblinkingly into the vastness. A castle stood up ahead, and... Are they dragons? I narrowed my eyes. They couldn't be, surely. I hadn't thought any existed. Two magnificent ancient creatures flew overhead. One had wings of a royal purple, and the other had flecks of blue on its otherwise reptilian body. Tavlor nodded. Yes. Are they shifters, or just normal, regular animals? I really had no idea how to spot the difference between the two yet. My eyes scanned for anything on them that might give them away, but I couldn't come up with anything just yet. Tavlor squeezed my hand. These Fae in particular don't like any type of shifter, so you will not find any in this realm. And I would recommend not speaking of shifters in front of them. It could rile up anger. I pretended to zip my lips shut. I will watch and learn and try not to ask too many questions. I was notoriously bad at exactly that, though. Mother liked to tell me how one day my curiosity could get me into a lot of trouble, if not killed. My father nodded. I know it seems wrong, but on this first visit it's probably best, Ava, he said gently. I nodded. Surely I could keep my mouth shut and just observe. He continued, mental and physical shields up, especially when we're speaking to the king. King? I highly doubted that the king was an elected official. This place might be worse than the magic realm. At least by appearances, there was some level of checks and balances within the magic government. Of course, if the entire council was corrupt, it didn't really count, but the possibility was there. Yes, father. I'd gotten pretty good at both physical and mental shields now. He nodded, seemingly satisfied with my answer, and as a trio, we walked along the dirt road toward the castle. I clung to Tavlor's hand and continued to take in every detail around me. It was like being in some sort of medieval time, with rocky roads and untouched woods, castles and no cars. No signs of advanced technology anywhere, in fact. Although I'd kind of expected that from a Fae realm. As we stepped inside the castle gates, I glanced around, anxious to learn more of these people. Would they look like the other Fae I'd met? I frowned as I surveyed the city. The streets were littered with rubbish and filth, the houses mere shacks. What was this? A mirage, perhaps? There were no people, and I didn't see any trees, which seemed odd for the Fae. They loved the earth. It helped their magic, from what I was told. This world couldn't really be a Fae world, could it? And yet this wasn't a dream, it was far too real, so that begged the question, with all the power and magic the Fae had, why didn't these people look after themselves better? A group of women walked past, and my gaze grabbed onto the features of their faces. These were the first group of actual people I had seen since stepping into this realm, and I wanted to see what sort of feeling they carried with themselves. I frowned. Unlike Abigail and Horlo's realm, where the people thrived strong and happy, these Fae people seemed undernourished. Cheekbones stood out prominently, like sharp edges to a weapon. Their skin was dirty and their hair was unkempt. How was that possible? Were they not meant to use their magic to feed themselves, perhaps? I kept my questions to myself, though I was dying to ask. But I'd promised not to say anything, and just observe. So I did. I didn't want them to overhear my ignorance and get offended because of it. I didn't want to upset them in any way. Tavlor, still holding my hand, pulled me up the streets that led to the main castle on the top of the hill. When we approached the main door, my father went ahead and introduced himself to a guard in a shabby gray uniform, explaining that we had organized a meeting for today. And if he had, that had been fast work on his behalf. I could feel the eyes of the people around me, boring into the back of my head. Did they know who I was? What I was? Clearly, we didn't belong here, which might be the reason for these inquiring gazes. Come, my father called, and together we walked through the locked doors and into a drafty old castle. I suppressed a shiver as I stepped through, snuggling deeper into my cloak. I might not have wanted to wear it, but it was doing its job of keeping me warm. I glanced around. Where were the comforts I'd come to expect from anyone magical? The clean rooms. The heating. The opulent rugs and flooring. This was all so medieval. But not just medieval. It was cold. Uncaring. As though magic didn't exist here at all. I shivered despite my attempts at keeping myself warm, unease moving through my veins. Was this what my father and Tavlor had spoken about? How rough and extreme these fae were. Obviously, they hadn't meant it in a magical sense. Perhaps it was more barbaric. This was the sort of realm I'd be interacting with if I were to be High Warlock. I wasn't sure I'd be able to handle myself here. We continued to walk through the dark and dank corridors. The guard led us into a room I had to assume was where the royalty lived. I stopped in my tracks and my mouth dropped open. Oh my! Was this where all the magic in the entire kingdom was housed? Was it even possible to store magic away from the people, away from everyone else, like it was a physical representation of power? The room was amazing, with shimmering silver walls, gold thread curtains, and marble floors. There were tables of opulent flowers and platters of food, obviously nutrition that the realm's people had no access to. In every corner stood a guard, massively built and heavily armed. They looked straight at us, their bodies unmoving but their gazes assessing us. In the center of the room sat the king of the castle. Or whatever he was. Draped over a throne, his shirt undone, a half-naked woman lay across his lap. I swallowed hard as feelings of embarrassment rose in my throat. I had never seen something so vulgar before, and the fact that my father was right next to me did not help things. The woman was beautiful, amazingly so, with long curling blonde hair and lustrous skin. She wore nothing above her waist, and a long purple skirt pulled up around her thighs. A gasp sounded in the room as she arched her back and shoved her breasts into the king's face. He groaned, dropped his head and licked her pink nipples, then poured red wine from his goblet all over her soft skin. She giggled and moaned as though she were about to mount him. If it wasn't for Tavlor's fingers intertwined in mine, I would have run from the room. They didn't even notice us. They didn't care that there were others in this room, that we were watching such an intimate act. How was that appropriate behavior when expecting guests? Especially the High Warlock of the magic realm. Or didn't they know who was visiting today? But as the Fey King lifted his head and smiled at my father, I knew we were expected. If anything, we were quite obviously welcome. Matlock. Come in. Please. The Fey King beckoned with a spare hand. He pushed the girl out of his lap, and she staggered over to the table with caskets of wine and other drinks set up against the wall. She giggled as she poured more wine into a goblet. As we walked forward, I couldn't keep my eyes off her. Her breasts were even nicer close up, perky and full and round. And her skin was immaculate. I forced my gaze back toward the king, who was drinking from a glass and staring at me with an expression I could only interpret as interested. Lustful. Clearly, he had no idea I was Matlock's daughter, or he would never be staring so brazenly at me, as though he could claim me as his with a single smile. Tavlor's warning growl was obvious even to my ears, and the king laughed. Oh, half-breed. Calm down. He looked toward me with a smile. Has the bastard child been claimed already? My eyes widened. So, he did know who I was. At least, he knew what I was. I glanced at Tavlor and back at the king. I'm sorry, are you talking about me? I asked. I knew I was supposed to be quiet, but I couldn't help myself. The king sat up straighter, then stood up, his shirt gaping open. He was fitter than I'd imagined, and looked about 30 years old, with shoulder-length black hair and keen, bright green eyes. And you are, little one? The bastard child, I said, and instantly wanted to kick myself. So much for keeping quiet. The king began to chuckle. My father stepped up in front of me, as though to shield me from the Fey King. King Ancor. Thank you for allowing us to visit you. I wanted my daughter to see some of the realms that the council oversees. Overseas? The king laughed. Is that what you call it? I stepped forward next to my father. Thank you for having me. It is nice to meet you. Tavlor moved up next to me and bowed, deeper than I'd ever seen him subjugate himself before. He spoke a few words in Fairy. At least, I assumed it was Fairy because I couldn't understand a thing he said, and the king nodded. The gesture, I had to assume, was a good thing. Then his gaze came to rest on me. So, Ava, you are the heir that no one knew about, he said. There was an arrogance to his stare. My instincts wanted to punch the arrogance off his face, or at least magic it away, but I needed to behave. I couldn't let another leader get to me, or there was no way I'd be respected as High Warlock. I still wasn't sure if I wanted the position. I couldn't help but smile. Yeah, including me. His eyebrow quirked up, and for the first time I really looked at how strong and handsome he was. His jaw was angled and his ears were pointed, but he had a strength to him that I liked. What do you mean? He asked. I sighed and glanced at my father for approval. How much of my story was I allowed to share? When my father didn't say anything, I assumed it was all right to keep speaking. I inhaled through my nose and chose my words carefully. Well, my mother kept me hidden in a private realm for my whole life. She only revealed to me about 10 years ago who my father was. He nodded. That would have been enlightening. I laughed out loud. Well, yes, but I'd never left the private realm I grew up in, so I took it with a grain of salt that the man who had sired me was some sort of ruler. I had no idea when I came looking for my father that I'd stumble into this. He held out his hand and indicated the opulent room. I shook my head. Ah, more like the council, the bounty hunter's jail. He grinned at me, his teeth white and straight. The council doesn't like anything new. Nor anything different. And you, my girl, stirred them up like a tornado. I glanced from my father to the Fey King. How did he know that? Chapter 12. I held my breath, waiting for the Fey King to continue. He didn't. Instead, he buttoned up his shirt, his fingers moving with grace and dexterity. It was like he was waiting to say something more, holding me captive for as long as I would allow him to. I shot him an annoyed look. He grinned, making sure I saw every single one of his glossy white teeth. So, princess, what would you like to see? What would you like to know? He asked. I pointed to the girl who still stood at a nearby table, half naked and staring at us. Could she put some clothes on? I asked, shifting with unease. I didn't want him to know I was uncomfortable, but I couldn't help it. I couldn't concentrate, feeling her stare on me, like she thought I wanted to take the Fey King away from her. I was already happy with my own Fey, thank you very much. I had no interest in this one. The Fey King laughed. Why? Is she disturbing you? He emphasized the word, trying to annoy me further. I shrugged. I wasn't going to let him shame me for feeling disturbed. I figured honesty was the best policy. To be honest, yes. She is. How could I lie about that, since I could feel the blush on my cheeks, the heat on my neck and face? He shook his head as though amused. Oh, you young witches. So fragile. Fragile. I repeated. Young. He nodded but didn't say anything more. Ah, how old are you exactly? I asked. Why had he called me young? Especially when technically, although I was only 23, he looked about 10 years older than me. But I had learnt from the other Fey I'd met that age with them was not easily identifiable. 800. Or so. He shrugged nonchalantly. We stopped counting the years after a few centuries. That half-breed you're with is a baby in comparison. He gestured to Tavlor with a smirk. He probably doesn't know much in many areas, especially areas that might mean a thing or two for a female witch. Tell me, does he please you? Perhaps don't answer that. I tilted my head to the side, ready to play his game. Why? Because my father's here. I could care less about your father being here, he said dismissively. I just don't think you would know pleasure if it slapped you in your pretty little face. My back straightened and I narrowed my eyes at him. Under his good looks, he was pretty damn ugly. No need to worry your pretty little head about my pleasure, I returned with a sneer. But since we're on the topic, sure, let's talk about my beau. Let's discuss the elephant in the room. He's a half-breed, sure, but there's something else that annoys you more than that, isn't there? He's more powerful than you, isn't he? King Encore. I raised my eyebrows as though I was waiting for an answer to my question, though it was clearly rhetorical. Angry clouds rolled in over the king's face. He opened his mouth, then shut it again. He snorted and moved too quickly as he paced in front of his throne. Oh my God. I'm right. I refrained from doing a little dance of happiness. I had taken a shot in the dark, and I hit my mark dead on. Tavlor truly had inherited the best of both races. No wonder neither the Fae nor the Warlocks liked him. He was genuine proof that our people would be stronger if we bred together. Then the cloud of anger disappeared, and the king began to laugh. Like, really laugh. The way my sister Courtney did. With full acceptance of the situation, and the fact he may look a fool. He sat down, then moved to the edge of his large throne and looked down at us. His gaze moved to my lover. Tavlor, how have you found someone like this in such a short amount of time? He asked. It almost sounded as though he knew Tavlor, but I couldn't be sure if that was just the king being arrogant, or if the two did have some sort of history together. Despite my long life, I have not known this type of devotion. He waved a hand to gesture to me, and shook his head as though in disbelief. I glanced at Tavlor, who didn't move. And didn't speak. But I could feel the pride he felt from the king's words. I turned back to the king, who was shaking his head and laughing still. I felt myself relax. There did not seem to be any animosity, at least, not right now. That could change, but for now it seemed okay. All right. You need to see my kingdom. Let us go. He stood up, and one of the male servants came forward. The king grabbed the large black cloak the servant offered to him. Come with me, my dear, the king said, offering me his arm as he sauntered toward us. I'm sure neither of your escorts will object. I glanced over at my father, then at Tavlor, who had been watching and listening. Exactly what I was meant to be doing. He was right. They couldn't object to such a simple thing, could they? I took their silence as assent. I accepted the arm he offered, tucking my hand into the crook of his elbow, and glided with him through the opulent room toward the grand entrance. I looked up at him, catching his gaze and admiring the bright green of his eyes. I was worried about coming here. You know. The king patted my hand. Yes. I do. We're a dangerous race, are we not? I shrugged as we moved through the arid halls and out into the fresh air. I shivered, the atmosphere wrapping around me and chilling my nose. It was cold, much colder than I remembered walking in. I don't actually know about your race in general, I began. But I feel the danger in Tavlor, the barely contained violence. The other Fae I've met have all been very kind. And knowledgeable. Powerful beyond belief. The king stiffened, the muscles beneath my hand growing harder. That's good to know, but not Fae from my realm, I have to assume, he said, steel behind the soft words. It sounded almost like a veiled threat, though I didn't understand why. No. It wasn't. Why do you ask? I said. We continued to walk through the streets, and I cringed at the way the people were living. The dirt on the children's faces, the unkept clothes. Where were the schools? The hospitals and facilities? Or did they not need such things here? Your father has not told you about my realm, has he? The king asked, his tone gentle, his arm stiff. I shook my head, pulling my gaze away from a particularly dirty Fae child with sharp cheekbones that spoke of starvation rather than genetics. No. I'm sorry. He chuckled. Do not be sorry. I like that your father did not influence you before you got here. Although I doubt you are influenced easily. I grinned. You've got that one right, I said, nodding. I didn't want to admit it, but the king was more charming than I anticipated him to be. He was arrogant, certainly, but he was good at lessening the arrogance and replacing it with an easy smile or a complimentary word. Why do you think I've had such trouble with the council? He nodded but didn't say anything, as though he was taking in everything I was saying and assessing me. He was calculating. I couldn't trust him, not yet. As much as I was a little more comfortable in his presence, I still couldn't be sure he didn't want something from me. I glanced behind me, noting that my father and Tavlor were still following us, but at a little bit of a distance. They weren't talking, but watching us and the people around. I put my focus back on the king. I had to ask. I knew I probably shouldn't, but it was practically bursting out of me. King Encore, please forgive my impertinence if I offend you. I would never mean to, I said quickly. I was trying to slow down and really think about what I was asking, but the words came out too quickly, and I couldn't. Ask whatever you wish to ask, Ava, he said, flicking his eyes down to me. I will not be offended. Not today. Not today. Interesting.
Okay.
Thank you. I took a breath and plowed forward. Where is all the magic? Do you have rules on what your 5 people can do with their magic? Or did he take all the fairy magic for himself? I didn't want to ask, because that definitely felt like an accusation. The king glanced over at me, his eyes searching for an answer I obviously didn't have. You really don't know, do you? He asked in a soft voice, his lips nearly tickling my ear. I wouldn't ask if I knew, I said through gritted teeth, trying not to let his nearness bother me. He sighed, almost like he was tired of the game. You are an unusual witch, Ava. I laughed at that one. I have been told that on occasion. Not growing up in the magic realm has its perks, I suppose. I sighed and glanced up at him. Some days, I wasn't sure if I was mad at my mother for keeping me away from all the things the magic realm could have offered me growing up, or if I should be grateful to her forever, for sparing me the damage that may have been done. It all depended on my mood, and it changed constantly. You have taken the half-breed as your lover, the king said rather abruptly. It was a statement rather than a question, especially considering he already knew Tavlor and I were together. I bit my lip to stop myself from lashing out. I want you to know that I hate that term, I said, trying to keep my patience. He was a king, after all. I still needed to be respectful. The Phi King shrugged. It is a simple fact. I glanced up at him. Surely, even as pure Phi, he knew better than that. I suppose it is, as is the fact I am technically a bastard, but you must know that such terms have insults attached to them. He snorted with arrogance. Phi do not shy away from the truth. We embrace it. We do not allow mere words, derogatory or not, to control our emotions. What a funny thing, a word having such power over someone. I sighed. He was probably right. I would have to get used to such terminology. I will accept that, and to answer your rhetorical question, I said. Yes, I have. I love Tavlor. He patted my hand, almost as though he was pitying me. I can tell, and I'm jealous. I giggled. I didn't actually plan to respond like that. I guess I was just shocked by his bluntness. Yes, you said as much, I said. We were veering off subject, and I needed to get that under control or else I was going to lose it completely. But back to the point. Are you going to tell me why your people appear to live as though they have no magic? Surely they had some. Or was I wrong in assuming all Phi were born with magical skills? I very well could be, considering I wasn't properly educated on the matter. His hand gripped mine and it was no longer gentle. The council took away the powers of my people, he said with a sneer. His entire body tensed up. I knew he wasn't angry with me, but he was angry, and if what he said was true, I could not blame him. I stopped walking and the king turned toward me, staring up into his face where I now saw the ancient years in his eyes. They what? I said. How was that possible? He frowned, his lips thinning. A long time ago, many hundreds of years in fact, we were a strong people. A warring people. Something the council did not agree with because they knew our powers made theirs look like tiny grains of sand, completely harmless. They gave us an ultimatum, to stop our natural ways or lose our powers. I did not agree with their conditions, for there were many and I did not trust them to keep their word on much of what was promised, which wasn't much at all. I frowned. I can imagine. I knew exactly what sort of squiggly bullshit the council would have tried to put into that contract. But if you're more powerful than they are, how were they able to take your power from you? Within a week of not signing their contracts, a plague hit my people, making them sick, feeble, robbing them of their magic. I could not prepare for it. I assumed we would be going to war. I had weapons made, provided intense training to my people. I did not expect illness and destitution. I stared at him, shocked. The council had made his people sick. On purpose. That's terrible. Surely there must have been another way for them to stop you. One which didn't involve practically maiming the innocent people in a town. He smiled sadly. I'm sure there was, but not one the council decided to employ. So, the council got what they wanted. They stopped us from traveling, from warring with neighboring kingdoms. Too weak to fight back we are now, as you can see. He spread his arm out to encompass his people. But your throne room. I started to say. There was still magic here, if not everywhere. It's all we have left, he answered my question before I could ask it. I managed to maintain most of my powers. How, I am not entirely sure, and I protected that one single room. But once upon a time, that was how my whole kingdom looked. We were strong, probably too strong for the council to handle. And you know how they deal with people they think are too strong. He stared at me knowingly. I swallowed hard, nodding once. I couldn't be sure that the king wasn't leading me into some sort of trap, but I didn't believe that was the case. I thought there was a good chance I might be able to trust him. Yes, I do. With an unforgiving iron fist. I glanced around the devastation the council had caused. How could they do this? Destroy a town of people who did not deserve it. Children were suffering and they didn't care. They didn't even bat an eye. Is there no way to get your powers back? I asked, turning my attention back to the king. Have you considered renegotiating with the council? Or? He laughed and the sound was bitter. He turned and tugged on my hand. I followed, and we kept walking down the castle roads. I have asked many times, Ava, he said. My name sounded like honey on his lips. Every 100 years, I approach them again. But the council changes hands every 50 years or so. Therefore, the witches and warlocks who made the original plague are long gone and buried. Each new council is more corrupt than the last. And the new council doesn't give a shit. I am so sorry, King Encore, I said, meaning every word. I began to see why my father and Tavlor had brought me here. To show me what the council were capable of. How they treated people who stood up to them. I appreciate you letting us come here. And especially how well you have treated my father since we arrived. I have to assume it is hard for you to see him. Without wanting to kill him. The king snorted. I am no match for Matlock, and my soldiers are no match for Tavlor, so you are under no threat. I shook my head. I didn't mean that. I mean, thank you for letting us come here. Thank you for being honest with me about the state of your kingdom. I assure you, I had no idea that this was happening. I wouldn't stand for it if I had. I sighed, wanting to show this man how grateful I was to him for letting us visit. He must hate all witches and warlocks. You see, I am deciding if I want the job as High Warlock or not, and my father thought it would be a good idea to see some of the other realms. And I think I know why he brought me here now. To show you what the council does with their power, the king guessed, arching a brow. I nodded. And the first thing I'd fix if I was High Warlock. The king stopped walking. You would fix this? He gestured to the people around him, his eyes widening. I nodded.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Of course. If I could find out how to. Of course, I agree that you can't go back to killing anyone you want, wars aren't good for anyone, but this, what they've done. It's atrocious. I let out a breath. I'm sure there's a compromise the two of us could come up with. One that involved peace and reinstated powers. I couldn't stop myself from telling him the truth. I was gutted to know that these strong, practically immortal people had been left to suffer in such a way. Of course, I'd have to find out the council's side of the story. There was always two sides. But this punishment had surely gone on long enough. Perhaps the king deserved it, but the people certainly did not. The children did not. The king cocked his head to the side and studied me. "You are a very unusual witch, Ava," he said. "But I suppose I've said that already." I rolled my eyes. "Yes, you have. I still don't know if I should be insulted or not." "Why would you not want to be High Warlock?" he asked, seeming genuinely curious. I frowned. "Well, for one thing, their conditions for taking me on as the illegitimate heir are complicated." "Hell yes. They demand a high price, I suppose is the best way of putting it." He pressed his lips together, the skin around his mouth wrinkling. Then he said, "Yes. I can imagine." Although looking around, my conditions suddenly seemed a small price in comparison to what these people had paid. I squeezed his arm where my hand still lay in the crook of his elbow. "I'd like to thank you for the tour, King Ancor, but I think I need to go back to my rooms and ruminate on what you've shown me." "I hope I have been of some help," he said with a regal bow of his head. "More than you know." I gave him the biggest smile I owned. The king escorted us all the way to the gates of the city, kissed my hand, and said goodbye to my father and Tavlor. We walked away, unscathed. "Well, that went better than I thought it would," I said to them with a grin. My father laughed and shook his head. "He liked you, Ava. Without that simple fact, things may have gone very differently." "Thanks, Dad," I said, but I wasn't sure it was the case. These were not true Fae, in my opinion. They had no magic, no beautiful world, no good food or homes. They were in trouble, and only someone with a lot of power and influence could help them. But was it worth the price I would have to pay? Chapter 13. As much as I wanted to make a final decision about what I was going to do with the information we gathered, I couldn't. I was still debating if restoring power to realms where it was taken away unjustly by the council was enough for me to give up my freedom. At least my father had magicked us away to the comfort of his office, food already waiting for us. We sat in my father's council offices, eating warm soup and meats and defrosting from the cold day we'd had in the Fey realm. "I still can't believe what the council did to those people," I said, shaking my head, and then took a sip of my hot chocolate. I looked up at my father. "If you're trying to convince me to be the High Warlock, that was definitely a good start." I wanted to help those people, to right the wrong. I couldn't stop thinking about the things I'd change if I had the power to do something. All those children. They didn't deserve that life. They were being punished for something they had nothing to do with. And yet. My father smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. "I'm not trying to convince you either way, Ava. You need to see both sides of what the council is capable of. What they will do to their enemies. What they've already done." He sighed as he put down his plate on the table between us. "From the outside, the High Warlock looks like he has it made. A great home in a secure realm, money, power, influence. But throughout my life, I have been nothing more than a powerless puppet, a figurehead for the council. Through my reign I have not helped anyone, I have not fixed any past mistakes. I have been horrified by the council's actions and done nothing. I tell myself it's because I'm unable to do much of anything, but I know better than that. I know I haven't actually tried the way I want to try. Because I am afraid." I couldn't imagine that to be true. Saying he'd never helped anyone seemed like an over-exaggeration. But I didn't want to make assumptions about his time here. I didn't want to do him the disservice of putting words in his mouth. I almost reached out and hugged him, but he sat too far away. "You still have time, Dad." And he did. Decades. He smiled. "I do, and with you by my side, I believe we could do great things. Irrespective of your choice, I still want you here. Helping me, advising me, until my time comes to stand down. But I also want you to go into this choice with your eyes wide open. There is a lot wrong with the realms the council oversees. I can totally see that. I took a long sip of my hot chocolate, staring at the coffee table in front of us with food scattered about. Once my mouth was empty, I looked up at him. How many realms do they control exactly? How many people did they have power over? How many people had they hurt? My father glanced to the side as though thinking. 19, I believe. 5 magical, 8 fae, and 6 with shifters and other people, not including the humans. Whoa. That's a lot more than I expected, I admitted. I grabbed a flaky chocolate croissant and took a bite of the pastry. Once I finished the food in my mouth, I looked back over at my father, seated across from me. Are the others peaceful, or are they more like the Fae realm we just visited? I could imagine that there would be a lot of people who didn't like the council, if the last realm was any indication. They're all peaceful, so to speak. Tavlor joined in, his lips twisted with irony, so I took that to mean that the version of peace was as forced as the Fae realm. However, over the generations there have been many wars, uprisings against the council. But the council has always emerged victorious, or so it has been written. There are attempts, but none have succeeded. It is why most don't try anymore. What's the point, if they are just going to lose anyway? Why lose lives over a victory that will never be achieved? Well, the proof is in the pudding. So, people are still extremely unhappy? I asked, almost unnecessarily. But I wanted Tavlor to keep talking, explaining things to me. Tavlor answered from where he sat beside me. There are a lot of people who don't like the way the council rules the realms. They are very much a dictatorship, as you have experienced, and have no problem squashing anyone who gets in their way. I sighed. Like me. I picked at the croissant, flakes decorating my jeans. Yes? He nodded once. Like you. After I finished my croissant, I reached for the fruit. I had my dessert, now I needed to stock up on something healthy. I bit into a piece of fruit, the tangy orange flavor exploding on my tongue. Meanwhile, my head was exploding with all the new information. To be honest, it was difficult for me to keep up. I felt as though there was so much information at my fingers, and I wasn't sure I'd be able to understand what I needed to know before my time was up. Regardless, I still had to try. Okay, so my next question is, as High Warlock, how would I be able to change any of that? This was the million-dollar question. Was it even worth being the High Warlock if I couldn't actually do anything about the problems in the other realms? If Dad's right, the High Warlock is barely a figurehead. He has no real power. He's a puppet. My father cleared his throat and leaned forward, carefully setting down a mug of tea. That's not entirely true, he said. As you have seen with the amount of magic I have, if I choose to use it. The ceremony that converts a normal warlock into the High Warlock is quite a powerful one, transferring a lot of formidable magic to the bearer. Then why haven't you done anything for the people suffering under the council's rule? I asked him. I didn't want to put him on the spot, but it was a fair question. Shame washed over my father's face, making his eyes shiny with tears and his cheeks red. I had to hand it to him though, he didn't look away. He held my gaze regardless of how guilty he felt. I instantly felt sick to my stomach. How insensitive could I be? Father, I dropped my eyes to my fruit. He interrupted my apology by holding up a hand. No, you're right. I have not done enough with my time as High Warlock. But in my defense, no. I will not defend my actions. I will do better with the time I have left. That's something of which I can assure you. A strained silence fell over the room as we continued to eat and drink. I didn't want to push. My questions weren't supposed to make my father feel uncomfortable. But this was information I needed if I was going to do my job correctly. When I couldn't handle the silence anymore, I cleared my throat. So I said, wincing as my voice cracked, where to next? Tavlor looked toward my father. He had been quiet during the majority of time, but that wasn't surprising. Shifter realm number 3, Matlock? He asked. My father nodded. Yes. I think so. What's special about that one? I asked, wanting to be prepared a little better than I had been today. I hoped it wasn't so cold I had to wear the skin of a wolf to ensure I kept warm. Nothing special, but shifter realms fall into certain categories. Some hate witches and warlocks, others hate the fae. The shifters have been persecuted, segregated, and otherwise disregarded by all realms. They are the lowest on the caste system simply because they transform their physical shape rather than possess magic the way you and I or the fae do. What's worse is that their battles are with each other as much as the different realms. I laughed awkwardly. They sounded like they were back, trying to talk me out of being the High Warlock. Sounds terrible, I said before finishing the last bite of my fruit. Then why are we going there? Because you want information about the people you can help, the realms you will be in charge of, if you become the High Warlock, my father said. We can't forget a realm, because it isn't the easiest to manage. And out of the shifter realms, realm 3 is by far the least violent. They were right. Information was exactly what I'd been after, though initially, I'd expected more of a theory lesson than a practical one. Baptism by fire, as my mother would say. I touched my throat, missing my necklace. I had to put it back on. I nodded, my stomach tightening into knots. Sounds great. Tavlor stood up, having finished his food. Ava, I must go, he said abruptly. I will organize our visit to the shifter realm tomorrow, but I need to see my aunt today. Will you be all right here by yourself? I glanced at my father. Do you need to go somewhere, too? I asked. Yes. I need to speak to 3 of the counselors. I believe they are more inclined to side with us than the rest of the council, and I'd like to bend their ear while I can. We only have 3 days, after all. I grimaced out a smile. And I suppose I'm still on house arrest? I asked, even though I already knew the answer. Even though the arrest warrants had been retracted. And my name had been cleared. My father frowned. Technically no, you're not, he said. But I would prefer you don't go anywhere without one of us, Ava. He glanced at Tavlor, who nodded in agreement, then looked back at me.
Even into the town.
There are too many people who will be jealous of who you are, and worried too. It's too uncertain a time for you to be safe. Especially since you haven't made a decision yet. He paused. I know you want to explore, and it's not fair to keep you locked away, but I think it's safer if you stay here. I hope you understand. I nodded. You're probably right. I didn't know what people would do to an illegitimate heir that just popped up out of nowhere. Look what Mallory had done, turning me into the council, and she'd allegedly been my mother's friend. I'll rest for the afternoon, I told them. I probably need it. Some alone time might be good. I'd been craving a good conversation with my mother. I missed having the necklace on. I missed knowing she was with me if I simply touched the necklace with my fingertips. I won't be long, Tavlor said, coming over to take my hand and kiss my knuckles. Every part of my body tingled. He had that sort of effect on me. I didn't think I'd ever get used to it.
Me neither, Ava.
I'll be back as soon as I can, my father said as he stood. Don't worry about me, I said. I have some sleep to catch up on, and I might write my sisters a letter or something. The men nodded and headed out the door. I spoke an enchantment and locked the door behind them. Tavlor had put a lot of work into the guards around this room and my bedroom, but I still hated the fact I had so many enemies. People like my stepmother still wanted me dead. Speaking of mothers, I piled my plate with a couple of finger sandwiches and a quiche, and headed into my bedroom. Now that I could eat freely without talking, I wanted to get as much in my stomach as I could. The next time we traveled, I wasn't certain when I'd be able to eat, so I wanted to do as much of it as I could now. I loved the feel of the room my father had created for me. The large bed, the rugs underfoot, the photos I'd put up. the books lining the shelf, and my jewelry box sitting by my bed. Everything I needed. I walked over to the bedside table and opened the lid of the jewelry box. My eyes focused on the necklace, and I sagged my shoulders in relief. There it was. I picked up the gold locket and sighed. I still hadn't told my father about my mother's essence being trapped in this locket. I'd never allowed anyone else to wear the necklace or try to talk to her, except my sisters. And the magic had failed at that time. Part of me was worried that it wouldn't work for him either, that I would lift his expectations and then he'd be disappointed. Another part of me was strangely possessive of the necklace. I didn't want to share my mother and her thoughts with anyone else. But after seeing how much her journal had affected him, when this was all over, I would give the necklace to my father. He needed to talk to my mother more than I did. Well, at least he would in the future. Today, I needed her. I lifted the locket and placed the necklace over my head, then lay down on my bed. I groaned as my tired body relaxed into the soft mattress, and I got comfortable on the pillow. My eyes began to droop, even though I wasn't tired. I picked at some of the food, but the effort was half-hearted at best. The locket began to burn against my skin. I smiled as I reached for the locket, my touch activating my mother's voice inside my head. Ava. Oh my God, I've been going crazy here. Where have you been? Guilt hit me in the gut like a kick to my stomach. If time passed for my mother with any sort of real timeline, then I should never have taken the locket off. She would have been alone for days, worrying about me. Hello, Mother, I said. Even though both my father and Tavlor weren't around, I still felt obligated to keep my voice down. It was as though I didn't want anyone intruding on our conversation. I'm sorry I haven't been wearing the locket. Things have been a little too intense out here. Intense, in a good way. What was the outcome of the council meeting? I sighed, fingering the locket and glancing out my window. It's a long story. I have all the time in the world. I sighed again. So basically, the council tried a whole lot of dirty tricks, but in the end, we won. Mostly because Dad took them on with his magic. He's so much more powerful than I thought he was. Mother laughed, the sound strong and happy. Enough to make me smile, as I lay on the bed. I thought she would be upset at the compliment I gave him, but I was glad to see that wasn't the case. He's the High Warlock of all the realms. Just because the council has done a good job in manipulating him and confining him to the position they want him to fulfill, does not make him weak. In fact, he's the most powerful warlock there is. I grinned now. She sounded so proud of my father, even if she hadn't seen him in 20 years. Well, sorry to correct you, Mother, but Tavlor is more powerful than Father. Although he is half-fae, so perhaps he doesn't count. Tavlor, he is the half-breed you are involved with. I swallowed. I hadn't told my mother much of Tavlor yet, but she knew me better than anyone, and had probably read between the lines. Yes, I'm in love with him. My mother sighed. The council won't like that. Because he's a half-breed? And because they don't want you to make your own choices. They will have had the next High Warlock and his wife lined up for the past 20 years. And yet Charity couldn't have a child, so she stuffed them up, didn't she? We both laughed, and I relaxed even more, shutting my eyes and enjoying the sound of my mother's voice in my head. I thought it would be more difficult to have this conversation with her, but it wasn't. She was more open than I gave her credit for. So, you have been acquitted of all treason claims? I nodded. Yes. So, are they going to make you High Warlock after your father? Her voice sounded hopeful but thin, as though she was afraid of the answer to her question. I bit my lip, thinking about the best way to explain where we were at. Well, that's the sticking point, I said. They've told me they will allow me to be my father's heir, and inherit his title after he relinquishes it. But what? What do they want in return? They want me to marry someone of their choosing. A warlock I've never met before. Probably someone they can manipulate, since they know they won't be able to manipulate me. Mother hissed. Those bastards. I sighed. Yep. Totally agree. They still want to control me, and since they can't actually control me, this is their next best thing. And if you don't say yes to their demands, what then? They say I can have a normal life, and they will appoint the new High Warlock, which I know will be the same guy they want me to marry. It's obvious he'll get into the position, no matter what. Which would be fine, except, again, he's just a puppet. And I'm worried that even if they say I can have a normal life, I don't actually trust them to give me one. What about Bella and Courtney? Would the council find out about them? And if they do, what then? Maybe I might be entitled to a normal life, but would they? And I was pretty sure the warlock they'd chosen would not be some amazing, powerful, awe-inspiring man. My mother was silent for far too long. To the point I started to worry that she'd hung up on me. Mother. You still there? Yes, Ava. Just processing everything. So, to summarize, the council has agreed to accept you as the next High Warlock, which is an incredible achievement and one I never thought to expect. Yes. But they want to run your life and control you the same way they've always controlled your father. And we don't know how any of this is going to affect your sisters. Pretty much. Those bastards. I snorted. Mother, what do I do? If I hadn't met Tavlor and fallen in love with him, an arranged marriage would still not be my choice, but it would be more palatable to me. But now, I can't do it. I just can't. And once I sign that contract, they'll want full autonomy over me. Not just who I marry, but what I do, say, how many children I have. Oh, you'll have a single son. It's in the contract. I rolled my eyes. No way. Yes way. I shook my head.
Oh, Mother, what am I going to do?
Chapter 14. I think, the question is, Ava, what do you want to do? Do you want the role of High Warlock? Do you want the responsibility that comes with it? I frowned. I still don't know enough about it to truly make that choice, Mother, I said. Every time I think I know what I want, I see Tavlor and that stops me. Then, my father tells me about another place that's been marginalized due to ridiculous prejudice on the council's behalf, and I reconsider. That's the hardest part. I haven't grown up in this world. I don't know anything about what my father does. What the responsibilities are. What I would have to sacrifice, and if that sacrifice is even worth it at all. You can find out about that, Ava. That's not the hard part. I rolled my eyes. Of course, I'd gotten that wrong. Then tell me, Mother, what is the hard part? I wasn't trying to be caustic about it, but I bristled every time my mother tried to tell me how to feel. Deciding if this is the life you want. To make decisions for others. To be held accountable for wars and other worlds. It's a big role with lots of responsibility. You don't think I can do it? I snapped. I could always count on my mother to rile me up and get me defensive. She laughed. Mother. I'm not laughing in a bad way, Ava. You, my girl, are an amazing witch. I swallowed hard and sat up, swinging my legs over the side of the bed. She'd rarely said things like that, especially when she was alive. Do you really mean that? Of course. Why do you think I pushed you so hard? What do you mean? I asked slowly. She couldn't possibly be insinuating. Did you know that this might happen? Of course I did. From the moment you were born, I knew that there was a possibility that one day you would need to be with your father. Goodness, you always threatened to run away, or did you forget about that? And with that fierce determination, there would come problems. Responsibilities. I needed you to be strong in your power. Why do you think I pushed you so hard? Taught you so much more than I needed to. I chuckled. I don't know what you taught me, or how much you taught me. I never had any comparison. That's true. So tell me, when it came to your trial, how well did you do? How well do you compare to similar witches of your age? My mother's tone was smug, and I couldn't help but smile. She knew the answer to the question. I kicked their ass. Too much, actually. That's what had alerted everyone, my impossible strength signaling a non-human father. Of course you did. I trained you as such. Although I wanted to enjoy her triumph, her happiness in what we'd achieved, I couldn't. Then why not teach me more about the realms, Mother? I asked. I'm not ungrateful for what you prepared me for. Trust me, I am. But my role as High Warlock wouldn't just be about being strong. I need knowledge and comprehension of the world around me, things I know nothing about. I need to know the politics of the magic realm and to understand why it is the way it is. But you haven't taught me any of that. It's something I need to learn on my own. I inhaled sharply, my breath shaking in my throat. I wasn't trying to be difficult, and I appreciated the fact that she was smug, because she deserved to know I achieved power under her tutelage. But there was more to this role than just that. I rubbed my lips together, fingering the necklace. I needed to ask my mother a question. A question that would change my mental state, push me forward. Change my entire existence, in fact. I stood up and began to pace the length of my bedroom, unable to stand still. Mother, I need to ask you something, I finally said. Ask me anything. Do you think I can do it? The words were out of my mouth before I could stop them. Perhaps I should have waited to ask such a thing until after we visited the shifter realm. Perhaps I shouldn't have asked her at all. Regardless of what she thought, I was still going to make my choice, and we would both have to deal with it. And yet I couldn't help but need my mother's approval, her encouragement. She rarely gave it when she was alive. I needed it now, if it was something she could give me in the first place. Do what, Ava? Be specific. Be the High Warlock, I said. You know what the role entails. You grew up in this world. I didn't. You know what's expected. You know the sort of person who could handle it. I want to know if I'm that sort of person. There was a long beat of silence, and my ribs tightened around my chest. Oh my God, if she thought I couldn't do it, then I definitely couldn't. All my ambitions curdled into a pile of goo. How could I have been so stupid? How could I have thought I would actually be successful at something like this? I gasped between tight breaths. Mother. Ava. You can do anything you put your mind to. You know that. Disappointment pulsed through me at the old rhetoric. Of course, she would say that. Of course. Mother, that is a weak-ass thing to say, I said through gritted teeth, curling my fingers into tight fists so my nails punctured my skin. And you know it. If you're not going to be honest with me. I grabbed the locket in my hand tightly so that I could yank it off my neck. I didn't need her pussyfooting around. My mother had always been honest with me. Too honest. Brutal at times. If she was being a coward now, I wanted to know why. Stop, Ava. Don't put me down. I can't cope with being put in the dark again. I put my hands on my hips, angry now, though she couldn't see me. Then tell me the truth, Mother. Or else I'll shove this locket into a drawer that will soon be gathering dust. I don't want to hear a token response. I need to hear the truth. Ava. You are a better woman than me. You are a better witch than me. And I pushed you from the moment you could walk, just in case this ever happened. In case what happened? Specifically. In case you needed to become your father's heir. I never assumed that his wife would be barren, of course. But you would always be his firstborn child, so when you showed so much promise, so much early power, I trained you as though you were going to be the next High Warlock of the magical realm. I think part of me wanted that to happen, if I'm being honest. I think I wanted Matlock to realize just what a union between us produced. And you were always exceeding my expectations. I swallowed hard. So, to answer my question. Yes, Ava. Yes. I think you could be an incredible High Warlock. The best the Council has known for centuries. The tears welled in my eyes and slipped down my cheeks. I sucked in a breath and sat down on the edge of my bed. I'd wanted to hear that, and now that I had, emotion spilled out of me like water from a broken sprinkler. "Mother," I managed to say. "You should see how bad some things have gotten. The bigotry, the prejudice, the way they use their power to punish people who don't deserve it." I dashed away the tears, thinking about those poor people in King Ankor's kingdom. There has to be something that I can do. Some ancient law I could cite, something to help them. Then I remembered the book my sister had found. "Did you know that the council was once made up of all types of people, Mother?" I asked. "Shifters, fae, witches, and warlocks? And now they're all just a bunch of scheming, backstabbing." "How did you know that?" "Ah. Damn, I'd forgotten the information had actually come from one of my mother's books. Bella went through your stash of private books and had some on her the day you disappeared. Luckily for us, or I would not have gotten out of my last trial alive. And neither would my father, more than likely." My mother began to chuckle. That cheeky girl. I didn't know she had it in her to go behind my back like that, even if I was dead. I grinned. "Yeah, me neither. But you know Bella. Anything for more knowledge." I shrugged, ignoring the way my chest twanged at the thought of Bella, at how much I missed her, missed both of my sisters. "Yes. That's my Bella." I sighed, tired from the roller coaster of emotions that I'd been on today. I wanted to sleep, but I felt like I shouldn't. "Mother, I wouldn't even know where to start to fix the damage the council has done," I admitted, laying on my back and staring up at the ceiling as though, somehow, the answers would be up there. "You don't have to have a plan now," she pointed out. "You will have help and support from your father and Tavlor. And if I know you, you will inspire others to be on your side. The shifters and the fae have been neglected for so long. If you show them that you can provide a better future, they may side with you." "Side with me?" I furrowed my brow. "Against who?" "The council." "Would that be possible? To mount an army against the council to win my argument? And was it worth it, over a marriage? After everything they'd lost? Did my feelings really compare to the pain and suffering they had to deal with for centuries? I don't think you're going to just accept the council mandates, are you, Ava?" I thought. "Not a chance in hell." "Exactly. So, get all the information you can, keep your friends close, and keep an eye on your enemies." "But I let my voice trail off. I wanted to tell her that I wasn't sure I could do this. I wasn't sure I could bring such drastic changes. I was only one person, after all. You can bring change and peace and amazing things to the realms and the people, Ava. I know you can. Never doubt what you're capable of. I never have. I'm just sorry I'm not there to see you kick their asses." I choked on my laugh. "Thanks, Mother." I wasn't expecting her to say ass. I didn't think I had ever heard her swear before. A wave of fatigue passed over me. Tavlor and my father have gone out, and I'm meant to stay here and rest. I'm going to have a nap, if that's okay with you, Mother. "Of course, Ava. You rest and we'll talk later." I closed my eyes and settled in. I had never been the type to fall asleep easily, but the next thing I knew, I was waking up to the sound of my door opening. It was Tavlor sneaking in to check up on me. I assumed. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to wake you," he said, his voice crisp but sincere. I smiled and beckoned him over. I wasn't quite ready to get up just yet, but that didn't mean he had to leave either. "Come lay down with me for a minute," I said. "Please." He shut the door and crept inside, shrugging off his robes and lying down behind me wearing only his pants. I shuffled back, pressing myself against his warmth and sighing as his hand slipped around my waist. I always felt better with him next to me, holding me. I felt like I could do anything, knowing he was by my side through it all. Tavlor spoke gently in my ear. "How are you feeling?" he asked, his fingers tracing patterns on my hip.
"Hungry."
"It's past dinner time now." "Yeah, I suppose." Tired. I was struggling to open my eyes, especially with Tavlor's hands on me, and his hot breath at my neck. My pelvis began to pulse, but I tried to ignore it. Now was not the time to be thinking about that. I organized our trip for tomorrow, he said. You'll get to speak to a large group of shifters, and hopefully take steps toward making up your mind about what you want to do. I nodded, thanks. Did you have a good afternoon? He asked, not as quietly. I forced my eyes open, fighting the desire to be annoyed. He obviously wanted to talk, despite the fact I really wanted to go back to sleep. But he was right, it was probably best that I got up and ate something before passing out for the night. Especially if I was going to make some big public speech. I wasn't good at those. I rolled onto my back so that I could look up at Tavlor, his beloved face staring down at me. His dark eyes bore into mine. I smiled. Yeah, I did have a good day in the end, actually. What did you do? He asked. I glanced down, then ran my hand up his arm, enjoying the feeling of his warm corded muscles beneath my palm. I spent most of it talking to my mother, actually. I wasn't sure if I should have said anything at all, but I didn't want there to be secrets between Tavlor and me. Did she help you decide on what you want to do? He asked. I shrugged. Not really, but she made me feel like I could actually do the job they want me to. And that was more important than telling me what she thought I should do. Of course you can, he said, and it made me love him more. There was a sadness to his eyes, however, one he blinked away, trying to conceal from me. It was as though he was resigned to the fact that a future between the two of us was impossible. I won't give you up, Tavlor, I said. I won't. I cupped his face and smiled up at him, trying to make him understand. Trying to make him believe me. He smiled back, but I could see the worry in his eyes. I won't hold you back from changing this world, Ava. You are meant for great things. He took my hand that cupped his face and planted a kiss on my palm. I refuse to let you sacrifice your destiny for me. I scoffed. And I told you. I won't lose you. You won't have to, he said. Perhaps we could come up with a compromise. I narrowed my eyes at him. I wasn't sure I liked the sound of that. Like what? His eyes were shadowed as he said, if they would take out the clauses about you needing to be faithful to your husband, perhaps after you have conceived your heir, we could. He let his voice trail off. I furrowed my brow, my blood rushing to my head. I yanked my hand away from him. If he wanted me awake, he succeeded. I growled at him, unable to hold back the anger. Don't you dare say such a thing to me. Ever again. I pushed on him so that he moved away, and then rolled to my feet to stand next to the bed. How can you even suggest such a thing? Hot tears burned in my eyes and I blinked them back. I could never. How could you even ask me to sleep with someone else, for the sake of being the High Warlock? I would rather die. Although that was probably a bit of an exaggeration, it was pretty damn close. Tavlor got to his feet slowly, moving like a large cat, carefully with stealth. Enough to make my toes curl with how sexy he was. But I refused to let myself indulge that. Not with his words still ringing in my ears. Ava. I don't want you to marry another man. I do not. He stopped to shudder. I don't want you to have another man's child. But I will also not have you walking away from your birthright. For me. I thrust a hand out in front of me. Don't you dare say it. You know how I feel about you. I love you. And even if you were a full warlock, you know the council would still not approve of us. It's not about your heritage. It's about choosing someone they can control. Who will fall in line. And you know that neither of us is just going to bow down to the council and let them walk all over us. Tavlor growled and shook his head. No, of course not. I pointed a finger at him. So, I don't want you to ever say that you're not accepted because of your Phi blood. It's bullshit. And it needs to stop. As you found out when you went inside my head, I'd marry you tomorrow if you asked me. Tavlor ran a hand through his hair. If only I could. Was that an option? Maybe we should ask Dad about that. Tavlor took a step forward. About whether us marrying quickly, in secret, would make their suggestion impossible. I nodded. It's possible that it will nullify their offer, but it's a thought. Tavlor grabbed his clothes and pulled them on so that we could leave the room. Your father should be back soon, so let's speak to him as soon as we can. I smiled and went to the door. I turned back just before I walked out, and poked him in the chest with my finger. So we're on the same page, right? No matter what, I will not marry someone else. He paused a moment, then nodded. Yes, no matter what, Ava. I won't give you up. It would have killed me to compromise you in such a way. That was what I wanted to hear. Good. Chapter 15. When I opened the door to my bedroom, leading into the office space, my father was already there, standing with his hands behind his back, ambling around. I would say he was pacing, but there was a gentle thoughtfulness, rather than an anxious level, that typically followed me whenever I was pacing. You're back, I said in greeting. I had grown to appreciate my father's presence more and more. It was a reminder that he hadn't abandoned me, that he was still here for me. He stopped and turned to me with a smile. Hello, Ava. Tavlor shut the door behind us and we walked forward. Any news? I asked, arching a brow. My father nodded. Well, yes. Though I'm not sure how best to interpret it. He frowned, gesturing at the couches in the middle of the living room, and we all sat down. I was getting to know this space so well, it almost felt like home. I was comfortable here. Tavlor waved his hand and food appeared before us. My stomach rumbled. I hadn't realized how hungry I truly was until I saw the food in front of me, the intoxicating scent filling my nose and tickling my stomach. I inhaled and sighed in memory of my time spent in Ferry. The food before us was fragrant, steaming hot and loaded with meat and vegetables. Thank you, Tavlor, I said through a contented sigh. We all served ourselves on plates that he'd magicked up, and I popped a berry in my mouth, savoring the rich, exquisite taste. Once I'd eaten and everyone had gathered their pressing thoughts, I brought up the topic again. Tell me more about your afternoon, Dad, I said. What happened with the counselors? My father wiped his mouth with a napkin. I organized a meeting with 3 of the people I trust on the council. They expressed their shock at what you had gone through, who you were, and what it could mean for the stability of the council. I waited for him to continue, but he didn't. And? I prompted. He shrugged, sliding back on his chair and crossing his ankle over his knee. I just don't know, he admitted. They seem to be willing to support you if you stepped up into the role of my heir. However, they have been convinced that the choice of your husband is a good one. It doesn't seem like they're willing to go against that clause. I groaned, resting my elbows on my thighs and dropping my head. But that's the one thing we want changed, I muttered. I know, my father said, frowning until lines appeared between his eyebrows. I sighed and put my food down. The more frustrated I became, the more animated my gestures were, and the last thing I wanted to do was spoil the food by accidentally spilling it. Why do they need to control my marriage, of all things? My father grimaced. Because it would give them control over at least one of you, he pointed out, his tone gentle. The council knows you didn't grow up here. You don't respect them or fear them. The laws here don't mean anything to you, because you did not have to abide by them for the duration of your life. And the man that they've chosen for you does. It's a compromise, essentially, a way to strike a balance between the two of you. Of course it is, I groaned. Spineless wimp. My mother's voice sounded in my head and I bit my lip. I almost didn't hear her because I was so focused on what my father was suggesting, but she pressed until I noticed. Did I dare suggest what she'd said? What is it, Ava? Tavlor asked. His eyes were on my face, scrutinizing me in a way only he could. Why was I not surprised? Tavlor knew me better than I knew myself sometimes. I lifted my gaze to meet his. I was wondering, sort of, if it would be worth getting some other people on our side. Like who? My father asked. He'd tried to persuade the council members, but they weren't the ones I was talking about. Well, like the Fae. The shifters. People other than witches and warlocks. My father slid forward on his seat, his face creasing with tension. Ah. I'm not sure that's a good idea, he said slowly. I bowed my head. Yeah, I agree. The last thing we need is a war. We may not need to go as far as that, Tavlor said, his tone thoughtful. He tilted his head to the side, narrowing his eyes at the wall in front of him, as though he had somehow found a solution to our problem there. I glanced across at him. What do you mean? He turned toward me, his dark eyes lighting up. I mean, that you've already proved you are your father's biological daughter, he said. And we still have the other book Bella gave us, to stir up the Fae and the shifters. If we create allies in the other camps, then threaten the council with full exposure, it's possible we can get them to comply without having to go to war at all. I inhaled sharply. Blackmail them, you mean? I asked. Is that a good idea when they've come to some form of compromise? He shrugged. Better than a full-out war, and that's what would happen if the other factions found out that the council is meant to be made up of people of all races. I, for one, can't believe the Fae don't remember such a thing. I cocked my head to the side. Well, it was over 1,000 years ago. Are there Fae from that time still alive? Tavlor nodded. There are, but not many. And we don't know the circumstances on how or why they were stood down. Perhaps it was all covered up extremely well. My heart rate began to increase, a sense of impending triumph thumping in my veins. So, you think that if we show that I can create a connection to the Fae, to the shifters, we could use it as leverage to get what we want out of the contract? I asked, just to make sure I understood him correctly. It was a long shot. But if we played our cards right, there was a good chance we might actually be able to pull this off. We might be able to get everything we wanted, without having to go to war for it. My father interjected. You have to understand that would be a big ask for anyone, including the council, he said. Now, I'm not defending them, but they've never had a high warlock negotiate the contract before, and I highly doubt they would be so open as to grant you everything you want. That you know of, I pointed out. Maybe a high warlock had done this before, but you don't know. Maybe it's never actually been recorded. He inclined his head. That's true, he said after a moment. Because it sounds like they've changed a lot of things over the years, including the marriage clause, I continued. It simply wasn't a part of it when the first High Warlock signed up, after all. Maybe the first or second High Warlock had more of a say in who they married based on that, and the council slowly gained power over time and negotiations diminished. A silence fell around us as we all thought about what was said. Perhaps, my father began, when we visit the shifter realm tomorrow, you can do what you did today. And what's that? I asked. Be totally disgusted by what the council had done to those people? Be outraged. And ask a Fae woman to cover herself up, of course, Tavlor said with a grin. After a display of intimacy on the throne in the castle. I raised an eyebrow at him. What was wrong with asking her to do that? I asked. They were being rude. I didn't ask to see her boobs, and it wasn't like he didn't know we were coming. That's true, Tavlor said, the corners of his lips tilting up. Both men began to laugh. I blinked. Did Tavlor just make a joke? Stiff, stoic, half-breed Tavlor who barely smiled even when he was happy. I looked between their shared laughter and rolled my eyes. It broke the tension beautifully, and Tavlor actually seemed happy. No, seriously, I said, continuing to look between them. What was wrong with that? Tavlor was struggling to get his smile under control. Which was adorable. My father said, well, Fae women are notorious for being sensual creatures. She may have been 500 years old, and had hundreds of lovers in her time. The fact that you asked her to cover up would seem ridiculous to her. I finished for him, feeling a sting in my heart. I winced inwardly. I hadn't meant to offend anyone. I glanced toward Tavlor, wondering if they were the sort of women he would normally have relationships with. I suddenly felt supremely inadequate. I didn't have the centuries of experience she surely had, and I knew I definitely wouldn't be comfortable with such a public display of affection. As of right now, I still had a sense of shame and my dignity. He ran a hand over my thigh. "You know the Phi consider me a half-breed abomination, Ava," he said. "Please don't even think about me in that situation. I would not agree with their norms." He'd spread up my cheeks, embarrassed that he'd read my thoughts so well and vocalized them in front of my father. It was one thing to witness the act in front of him, but to discuss it as though there was a chance I could partake in such a thing wasn't exactly what I wanted my father to know. "Yeah, well." I let my voice trail off, shrugging awkwardly. My father cleared his throat, bringing our attention back to him. "But back to what you were clarifying, Ava. Today, you totally enchanted King Ankor," he said, keeping his eyes on Tavlor rather than on me. "He doesn't like witches, and has been notoriously badly behaved to visiting dignitaries, and yet he liked you." I shrugged. "I'm no threat to him," I said as though it wasn't that big of a deal. "And I have no interest in trying to take away his power, or keep him from it." "Precisely," my father said with a grin. "In you he saw a friend. Someone who should be shown things, helped, even confided in. What did you talk of while strolling through the town?" It was hard to pick up everything that was said. "I just asked about his people. What had happened to their magic." "And he told you?" I nodded. "Of course." My father and Tavlor shared a look of surprise. I focused on my father. "So, you're saying you want me to make friends with the shifters too?" I asked. I didn't want them to linger on the fact that King Ankor was enchanted by me. I just treated him with respect and that was it. Let them talk to me, perhaps confide in me. "Yes." My father nodded once. "If we can show the council that you have the power to turn people against them, but that you also have the power to make their lives more peaceful, the realms easier to manage, then we may have a powerful bargaining tool at our disposal at the hearing in 2 days." I tilted my head to the side, beginning to feel like I was way out of my depth. Quite honestly, I had no idea how I did it with Ankor. But I know literally nothing about shifters. The only ones I've really even seen were the ones who came to kill me. At least with the Phi, I had been living in their realm for protection. At least I had Tavlor to help me understand what it meant to be Phi, what life was like for them. I don't have that same luxury with the shifters. "Well, you'll be getting to know more tomorrow. First thing." My father got to his feet with a smile on his face. "I think I will turn in early tonight. I have some reading to do of your mother's ancient law books. I want to see how much we can glean from there to work into our defense. There's no reason we can't ask for the same contract that was handed out to the first High Warlock, and since we know it happened, it set up a precedent, so to speak. Nor is there a reason why Phi and shifters aren't on the council," I added. My father froze. He turned slowly to look at me. "You know that will never happen, Ava. Not in our lifetime anyway." I pressed my lips together. "It's not fair, especially to not include the Phi," I said. I knew this was a battle I had to be careful of, but I couldn't help it. They are powerful and ancient and all-knowing. They could help the realm so much. I glanced over at Tavlor, who was staring at me with that wondrous look he had on his face sometimes. "What?" I asked. He shook his head. "Oh, nothing. I just wonder sometimes if your mother did you a favor raising you without the influence of other witches, or if you would have turned out like this either way," he said. I shrugged. I like to think I would have the same opinions either way. If that's what you mean. The fact that I don't think the Phi are beneath us. I went back to eating, annoyed for some reason. They treated me like I was so weird, just because I believed in equal rights. In people being treated like people. My mother hadn't taught me that, it was common courtesy. decency. Although she also hadn't taught me to have an elitist mindset either. Perhaps that was what they meant. Was being prejudiced against other kinds of supernatural entities natural here? I didn't see Tavlor or my father having those tendencies, but each time I made a suggestion that teetered on challenging the norm, they both looked at me like I had suddenly learnt a second language they couldn't understand. I wasn't sure how to respond to it. "Well, good night," my father said, and then disappeared into his room. I looked over at Tavlor. "Do you think he's ever going to go back to his old home?" I asked, deciding to let my annoyance drop, at least for the time being. The last thing I wanted to do was start a fight. Tavlor glanced toward the closed door. "I don't know," he said. "As the High Warlock, that house in the counselor's realm is his, not Charity's. But he may need to dissolve their marriage to get her out of the family home. I really don't know. But he obviously doesn't want to go back there at the moment, does he?" I asked. I wasn't the only one seeing that, surely? No, he doesn't want to go back to his old life. His old world. His wife. I shuddered. God, I hope he works out a way to be rid of her. Part of me did feel sad for my father. It was obvious he loved my mother, but to me, marriage was something sacred, and to be forced into it with someone he couldn't stand sounded like a tragedy. Tavlor stood up and put out his hand. "Let's not talk about your father anymore." I took his hand, a tingle of awareness passing over my skin as I touched him for what felt like the first time in too long. I let him pull me to my feet and smiled up into his eyes. "I liked how strange you were with the Phi King today. Being all possessive and stuff." He smiled, sliding his hands around my waist and pulling me into him. "You're mine. And I won't have anyone, let alone some ancient Phi King, thinking he can have you." "Really?" I asked as he tugged me toward the bedroom. "Yes. Really," he repeated in a mocking tone. We walked into my room, and he shut the door. Tavlor stepped toward me, then dropped to his knees. "Ava. I know I don't deserve to ask this of you, but I will. Because I have learnt that I am more selfish than I ever realized." I laughed, reaching out for him. "Please stand up." He gripped my hands and shook his head. "No. You deserve the best of the best, because you are the most incredible woman I have ever met in my life." I swallowed hard against the tightness in my throat. "I feel the same way about you, and I know I don't know a lot of people, but I see the way people look at you, admire you, fear you, and I know I'm right." His eyes shone brightly as he stared up at me. "Will you marry me, Ava? Be my wife. My companion in this lifetime and hopefully the next. I promise I will protect you, love you. I'll be faithful to you, and will give my life to keep you safe." I nodded, tears filling my eyes then coursing down my cheeks. "Yes. I'll marry you. Tonight, tomorrow. Any day you want." Happiness flashed over Tavlor's face as he jumped to his feet and swung me up into his arms. "Now we celebrate," he said, then whispered a single word. In that moment, we were both naked. I gasped, putting a hand to my mouth in an effort not to cover myself completely. I still wasn't quite comfortable being naked around Tavlor and hoped, with time, that would change. I definitely wasn't comfortable with how quickly he removed my clothes. "You are so beautiful," he said, his gaze roaming over me. I dropped my hand away from my mouth and lifted my chin. I couldn't be ashamed or embarrassed, not with him looking at me like that. "I love you." That was all I managed to say, before he took me to bed to make love to me. Chapter 16. I couldn't sleep through the night. I tossed and turned like a mad woman. Thankfully, Tavlor slept throughout the night, and when morning came I was already showered when he awoke. "Everything all right?" Tavlor asked as he got out of bed. "Of course." My voice cracked as I looked at his bare chest and those abs I desperately wanted to run my hands up and down. Why wouldn't I be? He said nothing. He finished showering shortly after, and we were ready to go by the time the sun came out. My father surfaced not long after we conjured our food onto the table. "How come we're going to the shifter realm so early?" I asked as soon as we'd finished eating. Not that I was complaining, but I was curious as to the reason. I was a little confused by our schedule. Witches and warlocks generally loved their sleep. "The shifters are morning creatures," my father said as he sipped on his morning coffee. "Especially wolf shifters. You'll find bears are not especially morning people. But to answer your question, they're going to show you a great deal of respect if you abide by the time they keep rather than the time you keep." Bear shifters, what a thought. I never even imagined that was possible. Okay. What else could I say? As usual, I didn't know anything about this world or its inhabitants. I just had to trust that the information I was being given was correct. The three of us followed the same routine as we had the day before. Tavlor, armed to the teeth, was dressed in dark long robes. My father wore a similar plain outfit, not wanting his clothes to point out the grandeur of his position. Our cloaks today were all thick natural fibers. No fur, for obvious reasons. But they offered a level of comfort and warmth should we encounter a cold climate, which I was expecting we would. As soon as we were all ready, we slipped through a portal door and whoosh, we were off. Once through that strange cold void of space, I opened my eyes. I stood in a thick wood. I inhaled the pine scent and shivered at the chill of the morning air as it touched my cheeks. The air was crisp and clear and burned my lungs, but in a good way. I pulled my cloak around myself tighter. "It's freezing." My father moved ahead and we walked together along a beaten path, around the huge trees and large bushes. "It'll warm up." He nodded to his left. "The sun's rising." I glanced toward the horizon that I could see between the trees. "That's beautiful." I stopped walking for a moment, giving myself a chance to take in the sight. The sun cast incredible colors across the sky and land. Reds and oranges, but also purples and pinks. Just breathtaking. If everything were ideal, it would have been just me and Tavlor here for romantic reasons rather than political ones. We kept walking, I assumed to find whatever meeting point we'd been assigned. There was a sudden growl ahead of us. Tavlor put out a hand, signaling to stop. I froze. The growl intensified, then I realized it wasn't just in front. The sound was coming from all around. Behind us. In front of us. To the sides. They had us surrounded. I swallowed. I had been caught by shifters before, and the experience wasn't pleasant. I didn't want to repeat it, quite frankly. I didn't want to attack the shifters as we were in their realm, and they probably saw us as threats, but at the same time, I didn't want to be injured either. The hairs on my neck stood on end as the noise began to sound more threatening, deep and throaty. Large gray and black wolves appeared between the trees. Their yellow glowing eyes stood out against the early morning light. At the very least, I could protect us from them. I threw my cloak back and conjured up a protection spell, getting ready with a more offensive spell if needed. I didn't want to use it, but I wouldn't go down without a fight, even if we were in a different realm. I'd killed this type of shifter before, and unfortunately, I wouldn't hesitate to do it again if they forced my hand. Especially to protect my father or Tavlor. "We are here to see the Alpha, Robert Tannen," my father called out, his hands up in a placating gesture. The growling stopped, as though someone had switched off a tap. Then the wolves were gone, disappearing as though they had never been. In their place stood men. Naked men. I cleared my throat and looked away, covering my face with my hand so I wouldn't see anything I probably shouldn't. Although I was curious. "You're the High Warlock," said the man at the front of us. He was older than the men flanking him, obviously a beta or second in charge. His eyes narrowed at us, taking us in. He was probably trying to see if we were a threat, if we were planning something. He had long black hair and a body built for speed and stealth, lightly padded in muscle, but his ribs stuck out on both sides. I wasn't expecting that. I expected corded muscles, domineering brutal strength radiating off him in waves. I frowned as I examined him and the men immediately in front of me. He's not eating enough. I looked to each one. None of them are. I glanced around, assessing the health of the whole pack, and trying not to look at the long, hanging flesh between their legs. Which was difficult when I'd only seen one naked man before. Stupid, morbid curiosity. None of them seemed perturbed by their nakedness. They stood, their shoulders rolled back, pride simmering from them. Their gazes all mirrored the beta, suspicious and wary. I flicked my gaze back to the man speaking before us. He was fleshier than the average around us, but that wasn't a good thing. None of them are very well. My father stepped forward. Yes. I am. He still held up one hand while he gestured with the other, trying to ensure that the wolves understood we meant them no harm. And this is Tavlor, my bodyguard. He gestured to where my lover stood, then to me. And my daughter, Ava. The man at the front of the pack raised his eyebrows. Your daughter, he asked. Since when do you have an heir? I pressed my lips together to stop myself from laughing. I liked how forthright these people were. They didn't care that Matlock was a high warlock. They cared about the truth, and they had no qualms about calling out anything that didn't add up. Ah well, my father began but then stopped, as though he was at a loss for words. I wasn't. I stood next to my father, so they had a clear view of me. For some reason, I had no compulsion of hiding away. I'm illegitimate, I explained. The product of an affair my father had before he was forced into an arranged marriage by the council. There was a strange grumble around us, of approval or anger, I wasn't quite sure. But the sounds weren't aggressive. If anything, they were surprised and a bit curious, as though wondering how such a thing was possible, especially since it went against the council's precious rules. Then the man at the head of the pack smiled, in a strangely authentic way. Nice to know warlocks are men too, he said. I rolled my eyes. If only he knew. Definitely. Can we go see your alpha now, please? Even I could hear the snap of annoyance in my tone, but there was no correcting it now. I should have added that we were on a time crunch and I was cold, but I thought they wouldn't particularly care. They might even see it as complaining. The pack leader stared at me for long moments, then nodded. Come with us. The pack turned and began to walk, so we followed the large group of men. The whole time, I kept my eyes above, trying to scan the horizon. Anywhere but on them and their nakedness. Despite my confidence on speaking to them, I wasn't sure how I felt about being surrounded by naked men. They led us to a small, squalid town. Oh. My. God. Was this how all shifters lived? I'd thought the Fey Kingdom was in disarray. But this town wasn't fit for people to live in. The smell. God, the smell of human waste was pungent in the air. The children were mostly naked, running in the streets despite the cold. And the houses. God, they weren't houses. They were pieces of tin, and some sticks holding them up. This was absolutely pitiful. I glanced across at my father, horrified. But he didn't flinch. And he didn't look my way. He simply walked with his head held high, following the pack through the town, until we came across a slightly larger tin shed. I wasn't sure what was worse, acknowledging the disarray here or purposefully ignoring it. I decided to follow my father's act and remain silent, though there were a few times I had to bite my bottom lip to keep from saying anything at all. I wondered where the alpha lived compared to his people. Would this alpha have a nicer home than the rest of his pack? Had he hoarded powers or riches while his people had none? Or was it like with the Fae, their magic stolen but for one man and one room? I'd soon find out. The naked wolfman Beta moved a beige curtain which served as a door, out of the way. He flicked his head and I assumed that meant we should follow. My father went in first, and Tavlor indicated that I should follow him, my Fey warrior bringing up the rear, sandwiching me so I was protected. Once inside, the barrenness wasn't much better, though there was some furniture. It looked as though it was constructed by the wolves rather than purchased at a store, which meant the wolves had to be crafty. No weapons. No technology. Just a group of worn couches and a pack of men standing around. Most of them were only half naked, and one older man with a graying beard who was fully dressed. Alpha, Tavlor said in greeting, stepping forward and bowing his head. How Tavlor knew it was him, I didn't know unless Tavlor was familiar with all rulers in every realm. The older man smiled, his teeth white and surprisingly sharp. Please. Sit. We walked forward and sank into the old, comfortable couches. My nose was still struggling with the smell of the people and excrement around us, but I was slowly getting used to it. Thank you for seeing us, Alpha, Tavlor said, speaking in lieu of my father, which I thought was odd. Perhaps Tavlor had a better relationship with the shifters than my father did. I was intrigued by your request. His gaze turned to me. The daughter of the High Warlock. A daughter I was not sure existed until now. I smiled back at him, biting my tongue. I was only one of the daughters of the High Warlock, but that was a secret I needed to keep to myself. I'm Ava, I said, trying to keep my voice under control. I bit my tongue right after, to ensure I didn't say more than I needed to. Robert, the older man said, placing a hand on his chest. Nice to meet you, I said, not sure exactly what greeting was appropriate for a wolf shifter at all, let alone the alpha. Robert's gaze slid over to my father, but he didn't say anything. Interesting. There was no love there, obviously. Then he moved his attention to Tavlor. What do you want on this day, Faye? He asked. His voice was stiff, cautious. I frowned at the change in attitude and tone. Tavlor was only half Faye, but was that the better half as far as the wolf shifter's attitude went? Or the worse? Ava is deciding whether or not she will become the official heir to her father, or if she will hand the mantle over to a man of the council's choosing, Tavlor said. Robert's gaze narrowed. I'm surprised it would even be a choice to be considered, he said with a sneer. But what does that have to do with me? She wanted to meet some of the people from the realms the council oversee, Tavlor answered smoothly. And we thought it prudent to her education that she meet you. You mean control, don't you? The shifter corrected him with a bitter tone. She needs to meet the people and the realms she's going to control. Tavlor didn't blink, of course. Didn't even flinch, like he expected this. I couldn't help but take the bait. Exactly. I exclaimed. But can we go back a step, Robert? Why would you assume I'd jump at the chance to be High Warlock? Assuming I'd read him correctly in what he'd just said. He moved on his large armchair so he was facing me directly. The original softness and warmth was gone from his face, and there was now an aged weariness I hadn't expected to see. The High Warlock has an enchanted life. Power. Wealth. Status. His own realm, he said. What isn't there to jump at? I wrinkled my nose, trying to remind myself that he and his people had been suppressed by the council for a long time, longer than I could imagine. You mean the rules and regulations? The fact that the council will use me as a puppet, and essentially I'll have no real power. Or the fact they want to marry me off to some asshole of a warlock I've never met. And I have to produce the next one, of course. A boy. Only one child. It's all in the contract. I know that means nothing to you. I let my words hang in the air because he was a man. He'd probably mate with anyone, not caring who it was, if it meant good things for his people. But I'm already in love, I continued, and I don't want to give him up just because of some stupid rule in an ancient text that has nothing to do with what I can do for the people in my realms. Robert slid forward, sitting on the edge of his seat. What did you just say? I grinned. Which part? You said that the High Warlock is just a puppet? I shrugged. Yeah, pretty much. The council pulls all the strings. And that is so not the way I roll. Even if I did accept the position, they'd probably have me kicked out within the week for stirring things up. Robert hadn't taken his eyes off me, and as he swallowed awkwardly, I noticed a woman hanging around in the background. She kept looking down at her hands, trying to busy herself, but I could tell she was listening in. I glanced up at her, then back at the alpha. Do you get to choose who you marry? His demeanor changed completely at my question. He sat straighter, prouder, and held out his hand. The woman who'd been hanging around in the background stepped forward and took his hand. She stood tall and proud. She was also visibly pregnant, her bulging belly pressing against her long, thin dress. Hello. I'm Ava, I said with a smile, wondering if I should stand up as she was, but deciding it was better to stay seated unless requested to change. I am Jennifer, the alpha's mate. Something tickled in the back of my mind, an old lesson of my mother's. Do you mean fated mate? Or, how does it work here? I lifted my hands. I grew up in a totally private realm with only my mother for company, and she wasn't exactly forthcoming about all of this. So please excuse my ignorance. How do you know about fated mates? The woman asked, cocking her head like a bird. I shrugged. I remember my mother teaching me something about it when I was young, and it stuck. Bella had dismissed the notion as nothing more than biological urge while Courtney was young, and thought it was gross. It was such a beautiful ideal. Though I'm not much of a bookworm and don't remember all the details, I'm sorry. The mate and the alpha exchanged glances, then she spoke. Yes, we are fated mates. She looked considerably younger than the alpha, but what did I know about wolf genetics and aging? And is this your first child? I asked, gesturing to her swollen belly. She laughed. No. We have 5 others. 5. I gaped at her. Wow. You're amazing. Her face lit up with a smile, then she tugged her smile down as she looked at her mate with regret. It was obvious they had no intention of liking me. I slid to the edge of the couch and addressed them as honestly as I could. Listen, the main reason I am here is to find out what sort of damage the council has done over the years, and if I want to be part of a solution, I admitted. Because being the High Warlock will mean basically giving up all my freedom, and then I'll be fighting tooth and nail for the rest of my life to help people the council doesn't want me to. I want you to know that despite this legacy, I am on the complete other end of the spectrum. I am aware I have to prove myself to you, but I wanted to tell you myself. I caught my breath. So please, help me understand what your life is like. What would you change? If I had the power to help, what help would you need? The alpha and his mate exchanged a look. Then the alpha asked me, Are you serious? As a seizure, I said, using one of my mother's old expressions. You want to know how to improve our lives? He asked again. It was as though the thought was incomprehensible to him. I frowned. Well, yes. Unless you think your lives are perfect and don't want anything to change. I bloody well hoped that wasn't the case. How could anyone be happy to be so poor, so undernourished, so? No. We'd change a hell of a lot if we could. I cocked my head at the alpha. Again, excuse my ignorance, but why don't you? These men were strong and fast and capable. The council had to have something to do with how badly they were doing. Why do you think we don't? He threw his arms out carelessly, his eyes at half-mast. I grimaced. It has to have something to do with the council. My voice was flat. Of course it does. They put taxes on everything we make and try to sell. They use magic to destroy our lands and crops when we don't pay. We can barely grow enough to feed our children, and they take the animals we raise for meat. I shuddered. That's disgusting. How are you surviving? The men around me, who hadn't made a noise since I arrived, chuckled. The alpha laughed in response. We're tough. Let's just say that. I slid along the couch, getting as close as I could to the power couple. Tell me everything, I said. Don't leave anything out. Chapter 17. The alpha did specifically as I requested, and told me everything about the struggles their pack faced. The forced labor. The fight to stay alive. The restrictions on trade and lack of technology or electricity, and other comforts. By the time we got back to our realm in my father's offices, I was exhausted. I flopped down on the couch, ready for a shower if only to wash the day away. I didn't think it could get worse than the Fey realm, but freaking hell, seriously. I rubbed my hands over my face and groaned. Those poor people. Thinking about them did nothing to help me make my decision. I pushed myself to a more upright position so I could accept the drink Tavlor had made for me. Some sort of sweet liquor.
I needed it.
Thanks. I took a sip and hummed. Yum. Then I looked up at my father, who was taking his cloak off and hanging it on the wall in his office. He seemed much more relaxed than I was, as though he was used to seeing and experiencing such horror stories. How the hell have the council gotten away with treating people like this for so long? I demanded of him. He had to know. Surely. Was he complicit? Maybe he didn't want to be, but what could he do? He was a puppet after all, and he seemed content to be just that before I showed up. My father conjured a glass of wine and took a long drink of the blood-colored liquid before coming to sit with me on the couches. I wasn't sure if his silence was a good thing or a bad thing. I knew it was bad, my father said, shaking his head, but I have never traveled to the realms and spoken to the people before. I never thought it was my place, which, thinking about it now, is preposterous. I used that as an excuse so I wouldn't have to see what was going on for myself. It was. He took another long sip. It was terrible. I finished for him. Did you know that the council rule their people like this? With an iron fist. With an unforgiving attitude. With complete disregard for human life. He shook his head. No. I truly didn't believe it was this bad. We take their food. I exclaimed, still shocked by what I'd been told. My fingers shook even as I tried to bring the glass to my lips. It shook too much for me to get a proper sip in, which was okay anyway, because I still had more that I wanted to say. With all our magic, all our resources, we make the shifters do all the hard work, then take the food they need for themselves so they have nothing left. He shook his head. Food made from our magic is not the best. It drains us, and nutritionally. He let his voice trail off. I know all that. I wanted to scream. That wasn't the point. My mother had died because of wasting all her magic and energy to sustain us. That was not a good enough excuse. I glared at him. Are you serious right now? I asked, my voice growing soft. You are justifying the fact that we are starving a whole realm of people for our benefit. He shook his head. No. Not at all, I'm simply. I put my drink down and crossed my arms over my chest. You're what? I demanded, narrowing my eyes at him. Deep down, I knew my father wasn't the bad guy, but at the same time, what he was saying wasn't helping things. Making excuses for the council? For yourself? This is disgusting. And it has to stop. I got up, nervous energy now replacing the exhaustion of the day. Someone has to do something. And it was obvious no one else cared. No one even knew, and if they did, they were bigoted bitches like Mallory, who thought of the shifters as a subspecies. Little better than animals. So why would they help them? Tavlor stirred his drink with a silver spoon. What he was having, I had no idea. No one is going to do anything, Ava. Unless you step up, he said in a gentle voice. Your father is unliked by the Fae and the shifters, although with a lot of work we could probably change that. But if you allow Cedric to step up as the next High Warlock, things are guaranteed to stay the same. Or they'll get worse. Worse? I groaned, rubbing my fingers over my forehead where the pain was growing. How could things get worse? What more could the council take from these people? My father laughed. You obviously don't understand much of our history, Ava. The council have established dominance over the Fae and the shifters with wars. Death. Using their power to force people into submission, for centuries. Yes, things are bad where they stand currently, but at the moment there are no wars. No unnecessary deaths. This is peace. And it may not be a good sort of peace, but it is something. I glared at him. He couldn't possibly be serious. Only people living in fear, poverty, and starvation, I said, sarcasm dripping out of my mouth. Yes, so much better. I rolled my eyes for effect and kept on pacing. But he was right about one thing. I didn't know a lot about the council's history, but it was something I needed to find out about. I couldn't change anything without knowing what happened first. I needed to work backwards to understand, or this would all be for nothing, and everybody involved would have to go and repeat the same thing over and over again. Nothing would be done. I glanced over to Tavlor, who was sitting quietly, sipping his drink, his brow furrowed. "What are you thinking about, Tavlor?" I asked. I tried to get the edge out of my voice, but I didn't do a good job of it. I was still buzzing with frustrated energy despite myself. He met my gaze and I saw the trouble, the indecision swirling in the dark depths. "I'm thinking that you'll never be happy unless you change things to be fairer," he said. There was no tone to his voice, no reluctance, no sadness. It was as though he was simply reciting facts.
More equitable.
And even as the High Warlock, that's going to be hard. You would be fighting against the council every day of your life. But that's something you want to do, isn't it, Ava? His gaze penetrated deep into my soul. He knew me. He got me. There was a pile of guilt gathering in the pit of my stomach. I couldn't do much of anything unless I gave up the right to be with Tavlor. And while I wanted to help, I couldn't give him up either. "Is that something you could do?" I asked. I couldn't dwell on what I could and couldn't have, not until I figured out what I could do and whether it was worth it or not. Fight for the people in those other realms every day. Against the council? Against the witches and warlocks who want to stay on top of the food chain with little to no effort on their behalf. He nodded fiercely, his mouth set in a straight line. "Yes. I was born for this." "A fighter, you mean?" I asked with a smile. Considering my path, I couldn't have picked a better life partner for myself than a warrior like Tavlor. It was exactly why I needed him by my side. He nodded. "Yes, and a man shunned by the council, by the warlocks I've served. Half fae, I have the ability to move between each realm, each community, with ease. And be stronger than both," I said with a grin. "I love that about you." He smiled gently but didn't respond. He thought my beliefs about him were all in my head. I slid my gaze over to my father. "Dad, obviously no one has ever told Tavlor how powerful he is, nor encouraged any self-esteem in that area," I pointed out. "To me it's obvious, but could you help me out and play the parent role for a moment and tell him the truth?" I raised one eyebrow and waited. Poor Tavlor had basically been raised an orphan, with only a semi-affectionate aunt for company. Of course, his confidence was lacking, despite the overwhelming evidence to the contrary that he was an incredible man. He needed someone other than me to tell him just how amazing he was. I could go on and on about it, but for some inexplicably annoying reason, men seemed to have this thing about being told by someone other than their partner before they believed anything. My father turned toward Tavlor. "You know that you are one of a kind, Tavlor," he said. "I would not have hired you to be the head of my guard, my personal bodyguard, unless you were up to the job, if I didn't believe in you." I groaned internally. Not exactly the way I would have complimented him, but okay. I did put my father on the spot after all. Tavlor shrugged. "I was told you had to hire me, as there was no other place for me to go." My father stared at Tavlor, then his jaw dropped. "Who told you that?" Tavlor turned to my father with a frown. "My aunt, your wife, everyone." My father said some sort of expletive that I didn't quite understand, but I knew the tone. He shook his head. "No. That wasn't the case at all. I had to fight to get you. They wanted you as a teacher at the college, or fighting with the guard. Someone even asked if you'd consider being the ambassador between the Fae and the council." Tavlor frowned even harder than why. "Why would they tell you such lies?" My father finished for him. He shook his head and shrugged once. "I have no idea. But when your tenement came up, I fought to have you by my side. I knew that having no heir made me an easy target for those warlocks who wanted me gone, so as soon as I could, I hired you. I knew I needed you in my camp, to protect me if need be. Tavlor looked up. But why would you want me? The warlocks believe I'm an abomination to the bloodlines. Ah? Because I knew you'd protect me. My father practically shouted at him. To be fair, I wanted to throttle Tavlor at times. He was so calculating, so cunning, when he was making a plan for the battlefield, but he couldn't seem to understand his own worth. Your magical scores are off any chart we've ever used, and your fey blood makes you impervious to many warlock tricks. I didn't realize. Tavlor began, swallowing hard. He looked down at his palms, and my annoyance at his ignorance disappeared. I couldn't blame him for being wary when this world, with all its bigotry and hatred, was all he knew. And it wasn't just that, my father went on, and my heart pounded a little harder, happiness filling me up at seeing my lover, my fiancé, the man I wanted to marry, finally understanding how valuable he was. What do you mean? Tavlor asked quietly. I mean, you have integrity. And courage. And an unbelievable sense of duty. Every warlock who has ever been assassinated or betrayed had those closest to him sell him out. I knew you never would. And I truly believe that I am still alive today, mostly because you frighten anyone who would do me wrong. You are a power to behold, a frighteningly strong warlock, and I would be very happy indeed. In fact, I'd go as far as to say I would be honored to one day call you my son. My head came up, and I glanced from my father to Tavlor and back again. My father looked toward me. Is there any news you two wish to share? He asked slowly. I swallowed hard, strangely nervous now, despite the fact my father had practically given us permission to announce our love and be accepted. Ah yes. I began. Tavlor spoke over me. I apologize for not coming to you first, Matlock. However, last night I asked Ava to marry me. And she accepted. Go to him first. For what? Permission? I wanted to roll my eyes at how traditional such a thought was, especially considering my father hadn't been in my life until I sought him out. Instead, I bit my lip. I was curious to see what my father's reaction would be. He stood up and reached out a hand to both of us. I got to my feet and Tavlor and I took his hand. He brought ours together, his smile stretching across his face. You two were made for each other, he said. And when the time comes, I hope you will allow me to officiate the union. I looked up at him. You can do that? He nodded. Of course I can, he said as though it was the most obvious thing. I don't often, but I would love to perform that rite at your marriage, Ava. I pulled my hand out of his grip so that I could throw my arms around his neck and hug my father close, burying my face in his shoulder. I would love that so much, thank you. A wave of love for my father passed over me. I have something for you, I said, pulling back. Suddenly, I couldn't look at him, couldn't get the words out. I hoped he would react well to what I was going to present to him, but I couldn't be sure it would actually work. It was time to give my father the most important thing in my life. It was also time for me to move on, to create a new family for myself. I let out a shaky breath. I wiped away the tears that had fallen to my cheeks. I was going to wait until all this was over, but since I don't know how this is going to end, I want to give it to you now, I said. I began to back up, toward my room. What is it? My father asked. I smiled, nervous butterflies flapping in my belly. Was this going to work? Hang on. I put up a hand and disappeared down the hall, grateful he wasn't following me. I rushed into my bedroom and took the necklace and gold locket from its safely concealed place. It warmed my hand for a moment, and a wave of longing passed over me. Could I really give up this connection to my mother? Of hearing her voice of wisdom in my ear every day? I gripped the locket harder. Yes. I was doing the right thing. I was certain of it. This was what my mother wanted. She would never admit it, but I was sure of it. I rushed back out of my bedroom and walked toward my father, holding the locket in my hand. I can't guarantee this is going to work, because I've never tried it on another person before, I said, then furrowed my brows, shaking my head. Not outside of my sisters, and it didn't work with them. My father cleared his throat, his eyes shifting over to Tavlor as though he was trying to ask him what was going on with me. Tavlor shrugged, indicating he had no idea, which he didn't. My father looked back at me. What is it, Ava? He looked down at what I held in my hand. Is that the locket from the trial? He paused, and in a softer voice he asked, Your mother's? I nodded. Yes, she said you gave it to her. Can I see it? He smiled and held out his hand. I placed it on his palm, and he glanced down. Yes, it is. There was a warmth to his voice I had never heard before, and my heart soared. I gave it to her for her birthday, I believe. Hold on, is it meant to warm like that on your skin? My throat tightened with emotion. She was trying to communicate. Ah, yes. But only if my mother wants to speak to you. That's her way of telling you she has something to say. Kind of like a warning. He stared at me. What do you mean, exactly? I swallowed hard, itchy nerves of discomfort crawling across my skin. When my mother died, she instilled her essence into that locket, I said. I hoped I was explaining it the right way, but it felt like I was fumbling the words. I didn't know at the time because it only seems to work in this realm, and the Fey one I was living in for a short while. Although she was weaker there, so to speak. Like she had worse reception. Maybe it has something to do with magical realms, or where she was born. I don't really know. My father's hands shook as he held the locket, touching the engraved front with reverence. I don't understand. He was looking so hopeful and so scared at the same time. My heart went out to him. He didn't want to believe he still had access to her, and yet it was the truth. I smiled, trying to reassure him that everything would be okay. I don't really understand either, I admitted. I only know what I've experienced. I put the necklace on, the locket heats up when she wants to talk, and then I hold it with my hand and can hear her voice in my head. Are you sure it's her? I mean, it could be a trick or... My father was starting to freak out. There was no way it was a trick. The woman I spoke to knew everything about me, my life, and my sisters. But I could understand why a man in my father's position might be suspicious of such a thing. Dad, how about you sit down and we'll find out? I said, arching a brow. I led my father back to the couch and encouraged him to sit down. Try it, Dad. I've had my mother in my ear my whole life. I think it's time for me to live without her. And you're giving it to me? He asked, his voice full of amazement. I smiled. Yes, if you want it. You both lived 20+ years without each other. And you shouldn't have. Maybe this will help heal some of those old wounds. At the very least, I'm sure you have things you want to say to her, and I know there are things she wants to say to you. The same way he'd pawed through her journal, I wondered if he'd cling to this as well. My father took a deep breath, lifted the necklace over his head and waited. I smiled. You need to touch it with your hands, I think, and for future purposes I'd recommend wearing it under your shirt, against your skin. I always did, and I think it helps. He nodded and reached up, grabbing the locket in his hands. His brow furrowed as he concentrated, then a light shone over his face. His eyes went wide and his mouth dropped open. Genevieve. Is that really you? A smile broke over his face at whatever my mother said. Yes, it's me. It's Matlock. He laughed aloud, and I found myself wishing there was some sort of speaker function so I could hear what my mother was saying as well. Was she as shocked to hear from him as he was from her? Or was this what she'd secretly wanted all along? Tavlor took my hand and tugged me away from my parents interacting. I didn't really want to go, and looked back at my father's beaming face. Give them some time, Tavlor said. I can imagine the conversation is going to get quite intimate. He pulled me inside the bedroom and shut the door. He was probably right, but even so, I stared at the door for a moment, part of me longing to be a part of the family I should have always had. Then Tavlor slid his hands around my waist and pulled me close. We have a lot to celebrate. Like what? I asked. He kissed my lips, then pulled back to look down at me. Like our upcoming nuptials. You said yes to my proposal, your father agreed, and now we even have someone to marry us. I laughed. Now we just need for the world not to end, and we can start our new life together. Like it would be that simple. But when was life in our realm ever that simple? The beginning of forever was right around the corner. We just had one more major hurdle to overcome. Chapter 18. The night came and went, and finally, I woke up on the day that the council wanted me to make my decision. A choice that would change my entire life. What time do we need to be there? I asked Tavlor as we both dressed after our shower. Tavlor had made love to me twice through the night, and I was becoming more confident with each session. I wanted him more now than I had before. I knew I was making the right choice in marrying him. We have another few hours, Tavlor said, though he hadn't answered my exact question. You know, we still don't have a real plan, I said more to myself than him. I'd been hoping to come up with something before now. Tavlor looked directly at me. Well, your father and I have been waiting for you to decide how hard you wanted to fight for this, Ava. Have you decided if you want to be the High Warlock or not? The question hit me with the weight of several bricks. He was right. I'd asked to meet people and ask questions so I could decide. So what was I thinking now? I pressed my lips together. I want to be able to help people. Like those 5 that lost all their powers, and the shifters that are being forced into slavery. I took a breath, my stomach twisting and tightening with the thoughts of what those people had gone through, and still would, with no end in sight if no one cared enough to step up and fight back. But my father has practically said that the High Warlock is only a figurehead position. If I took the role, would I even be able to help those I wished to? And that was my biggest concern. What power would I inherit once I handed over my freedom? Would I be able to make a true difference? Tavlor nodded, his face solemn. Well, that's not entirely true, he said slowly. The council in the past has done a good job of muzzling the High Warlock, but as you've been able to see, your father has an incredible amount of power. He just hasn't used it to fight the council's mandates, up until the other day, of course. His reference to the fight he'd put up the other day made me smile. Yes, that was rather awesome, wasn't it? I loved seeing him stand up and fight them. And win, of course. Tavlor grinned, his dark eyes lighting up. Yes. I did too. And being able to unleash your powers, I said, sidling up next to him and running my hands up his arms. How did that feel? Showing the warlocks that you are so much stronger than they are? His grin faded, but the light in his eyes stayed. There was something feral about the way he looked when he spoke about it. It caused my insides to turn to goo, and my desire flare up for him once again. It was liberating to a certain extent. I frowned. That wasn't exactly what I expected. Why only a certain extent? He chuckled and kissed the tip of my nose. Because I didn't dare show them what I can actually do. I've never truly tested the extent of my powers. But I know there's more. There's more? I asked, sounding stupid but mystified. That's incredible. What an amazing gift to have such power within reach. Our children would be truly magnificent witches and warlocks, assuming we could conceive. But that was a thought for another day. Come on, Tavlor said, stepping back and taking my hand. Let's go speak with your father. Hopefully, he's come up with an idea on how we're gonna attack today. I inhaled deeply. I sincerely hoped so too. Between trying to resist Tavlor and making love to him, I wasn't able to come up with a plan on my own. I needed something tangible to work toward. It might inspire a decision in me. Tavlor pulled me out of the room at the same time as my father came out of his bedroom. He was dressed in all his high Warlock finery, velvet cape, emerald green vest, tight pants, but he didn't look like the man I'd met the first day I arrived. He was holding my mother's locket in his hand, chuckling to himself and smiling like a lunatic. Had he got any sleep at all? Or had they spent the whole night catching up? I smiled despite myself. I was happy for him, for them. They needed to talk, and now they had. He saw us and said something quietly about needing to go, then popped the locket and its chain inside his shirt, making sure his clothing hid it. I couldn't imagine what the council would do if they found who was actually inside the gold locket. I couldn't help the smile that spread across my face. "You guys all good?" He nodded, then rushed forward suddenly, grabbing me up in one of the tightest hugs I'd ever had from him. I gasped as the wind was knocked out of me, but my father held me tight, not letting me go. "Thank you for this, Ava. I can't really tell you how much it means to me to speak to her again. Just thank you." He let go as suddenly as he'd grabbed me. I inhaled deeply, touched by his words and the intense tone in which they were delivered. "I'm so glad you two are getting along." He smiled, his face happier and lighter than I'd ever seen. "Like we've never been apart." A wave of sadness passed over me. Only in death could my parents be truly together. "I'm sorry, Dad, No. He waved his hand in front of me. "No apologies. Life is what it is. But if speaking to your mother last night did anything for me, it was to make me more determined to give you the life you deserve. The choices I deserved and was denied." He clapped his hands together and looked from Tavlor to me once again. "So," he said, "have you decided if you want the job or not?" I didn't think, I just answered, speaking from the heart. "I want it." I blinked in surprise. My first instinct was to look at Tavlor, but I couldn't bring myself to do just that. My father's eyebrows fluttered. "Are you sure?" he asked. He didn't seem to be doubting my choice, but giving me a moment to reconsider what I had said. "Yes. I am." I nodded, my belly flipping over now that I'd said the words aloud. "But I won't marry who they want me to. I'm engaged to Tavlor, and I intend to marry him. So, we need to work out a way for the council to accept you, without their arranged marriage." I jumped in, because that was not my only condition. "I won't be just a figurehead, Dad," I said. "I want to make changes. I want to right wrongs. I want to." My father laughed. "I know you do, Ava, and nothing in the contract will stop you doing those things," he said. "I went over the contract with a fine-tooth comb last night, and when you inherit my power, you can use it as you see fit." I crossed my arms over my chest. "And if I want to make changes, before I inherit your powers?" He chuckled. "We can work on that. I promise. Together. But we need to get through today first. One massive flaming hurdle at a time. We need to ensure you're allowed the inheritance at all, with your stipulations. Once we have, then we can start plotting." Part of me didn't want to let the conversation go, but another part of me realized that my father was right. I had to focus on what we needed to do today. And that was to get me accepted, despite my request to marry someone of my choosing. One step at a time. I couldn't rush into things. That had been my issue since before Mother had died. I just needed to be more patient. A huge request as far as the council was concerned was my prospective marriage amendment. Especially since the council believed they would win the hand no matter what today. They got their guy into the high Warlock position either by marriage to me if I accepted, or by abdication if I chose to step down. "You know they're not going to play fair," I said, worry beginning to niggle at me. I thrust my arms behind my back and began to pace, small at first but erratic and jerky. I tried to smooth out my steps, but it was impossible. Every time I went up against the council, I almost lost my life. Either figuratively or literally. I didn't want the same thing to happen again. If it did, then what? What about all the realms who desperately needed my help? What would happen to them? To Tavlor? To my father? No, they won't, Tavlor said, stepping forward and addressing my father. I would like to leave you for a few hours, and see if I can get some reinforcements to join us. Do you think that would be possible? Reinforcements? I repeated, not understanding what he meant, nor did I like the idea of him leaving on a day like today, when I needed him the most. But my father nodded. Neither of them seemed to care about what I wanted, what I thought should happen. You mean the Phi? The wolf shifters? Yes. I believe I can get at least some of them to pledge allegiance to Ava. If there are enough, that might force the council's hand to do their bidding. I stepped between the two men who were conspiring a war, a mutiny against the council. Hold on just a second, I said, my mind still spinning with possibility. Number 1, I don't think that's a good idea. Those people could get hurt. And number 2, would that even affect the council? They consider the Phi and shifters like slaves. Scum. Why would they care if those factions chose me as their leader? Tavlor turned his attention back to me. Because despite all those things you've mentioned, the council still wants peace. They don't want civil war, they don't want unrest, and they certainly don't want anyone knowing what sort of people the council should be made up of. Tavlor held up the book Bella had found in my mother's library before she died. He still had the original, which was our ace card. If we decided to play it. I glanced at the book, then raised my gaze back to his eyes, nervous shivers making me bite my lip. Are you going to show the Phi that book? He shrugged. I don't know yet. But I can certainly threaten to. Unless you can think of another way to resolve this, I say we go in with our best hand. Threaten to expose the hypocrisy of the council to the other witches and warlocks, and declare a national vote for all shifters, Phi and witches, to make up a new council. I hissed in a gasp. Do you think they will go for that? I murmured, not wanting to let myself hope. He shook his head. No. They will probably try and kill me on the spot for suggesting it, but they're no match for my magic, nor your father's. My hand strayed to my belly where my protective tattoo lay. And I can handle myself. I took a deep breath. This was really happening. So, we're doing it. We're really going up against the council, and we're going to threaten to uncover this secret if they don't do as we ask, and appoint me the High Warlock heir, with no arranged marriage. Tavlor nodded and my father grinned. Why not? He shrugged. What have we got to lose? My mouth dropped open. Ah, everything? Our lives, your roles. Tavlor. A part of me wanted to run away, to hide and take my lover with me. Back to my sisters, back to my mother's realm. To a place no one could hurt us. I closed my eyes, a wave of fear passing over me. Was the risk worth the possible outcome? Could we possibly win against such odds? I forced my eyes open again, and looked at the two men before me. I can't lose either of you, and if that means I have to step down. No job was worth losing these men. Nor sacrificing my love, my happiness. Was that selfish to even think? My father grabbed my hand and squeezed it. Ava, I am with you. No matter what. You have my full support. This is your birthright, and I will fight by your side. No matter the outcome. Tavlor nodded, his face flashing with ferocity. Ava. You are meant for this role. It is in your blood. Do not let fear of the unknown deter you from your true path. I fought to calm my heart rate and swallowed hard. You're right. Do what you can, Tavlor. Dad and I will hold them off until you get back. I squeezed my father's hand, feeling my magic grow and twist and turn in my veins. It was time to step up, to face my fears, to become the woman and the witch I was meant to be. We have some work to do, I said. Chapter 19. I watched Tavlor leave, trying to ignore the disappointment rooted in my stomach. I knew he was trying to help. Regardless, I didn't want to do this trial without him. I wasn't sure I could. In order to pass the time, I began to talk to my father about my mother. I was sure he would want to have a conversation about her, and maybe I could see her in a different light. Unfortunately, he was pretty cryptic about the whole thing. Instead, we spent the time talking of my sisters. He desperately wanted to get to know them, and I hoped that would happen. I glanced at the clock on the wall, trying to distract myself from the feeling that Tavlor might not be coming back. "How much longer do we have?" I asked. My father looked down at the pocket watch on the table. "About an hour." I groaned. "Where is he?" Tavlor had been gone too long. I didn't want to go to the trial without him. My father looked up at me from the book he was studying and laughed. "Ava. He isn't popping around to a cafe to pick you up some lunch. Tavlor is traveling to multiple realms, hoping to convince warriors to fight on our side. That is not an easy task." I inhaled sharply, resting my hands on my knees. My father was right. "Maybe I should have gone with him," I said. "I could have helped convince them that I was on their side. That I would fight for them. And risk missing the deadline? Ah, no." My father inclined his head over the book, and I picked up the notepad next to him. I glanced over the notes he'd made about the council history, memorizing each line. "Do you think it'll be enough?" He sighed, then shrugged. "What's the absolute worst thing that could happen?" That we all die." My father looked up and rolled his eyes at me. "Seriously, Ava." I was being serious, deadly serious. But obviously that was lost on the High Warlock. Okay, I suppose if you take mortal danger off the table," I said, shifting in my seat. My grip on my knees only tightened. "Then, we tell them what I want, put forward our case. Well, I suppose they could lock us up, take away your title. We might never be free again." He shook his head, not even glancing up at me this time, interrupting my train of thought. I took a breath, calming myself as his point became clearer in my head. "They could say no," I stated simply. He looked up, meeting my gaze with an intensity that took my breath away. "Exactly," he said, leaning forward. He set the book aside so he could give me his complete focus. "If all else fails and they say no, then you make your choice. You walk away. You live your life with Tavlor. And me. Nothing lost, Ava. So don't be scared. Not for me, nor Tavlor, nor yourself. This is the right path. It's just a matter of patience and standing up for yourself." He put his head down, turning his attention back to his book. I didn't know how he could be so confident when I wasn't. I didn't know how he could trust that the council was just going to let me walk away from this, let my father and Tavlor walk away. But I decided to feed off that energy and read the notes we made. It was the only thing I could do to distract me, since my father had stopped talking and decided to put his head in a book instead. So much like Bella. The minutes ticked by, and when I couldn't cope with sitting anymore, I got up and jumped up and down. My stomach was twisted with knots, and adrenaline zinged along every arm and leg. It was impossible to relax. Where was Tavlor? I was sure I would be easier to calm down if he was here. "Ava. It's time to go," my father said, standing up and grabbing his cloak. I twisted around to face him, my mouth dropping open. "No. Not yet." That was the last thing I wanted to hear. "We can't. Tavlor isn't back yet." And without him, I was convinced I had no hope of winning. Plus, I felt stronger with him next to me. He was my reminder that no matter what, I could accomplish anything. My father shrugged. "Well, he'll have to meet us there. We can't be late, or they'll make a decision for you." That got me moving. They wouldn't. How could they? He chuckled. "Oh, they would. Please tell me you don't underestimate their desire to find any excuse to be in control." I grabbed the ancient book from the table and followed my father out the door, through the portals, and within minutes we were back. Inside the dreaded trial room. I shuddered and clung tight to the tome I held against my chest. There were so many people here. More than last time. I wasn't sure if these people were part of the council or if they were part of the realm. I supposed it didn't necessarily matter who they were. What I wanted to know was why they were here in the first place. Was this a good sign or a bad one? What should I expect? I stepped closer to my father and whispered, "Why are there so many people here?" He whispered the answer into my ear. "It looks like the council has brought their spouses and the family of the man they wish you to be betrothed to," he said, his eyes narrowing on a particular couple in the front. I gulped, a cold sweat tickling my neck. I shifted my weight and tried not to think about what that could mean. We were here for me and my decision, nothing else. It would help if Tavlor showed up though. Damn. What an uncomfortable situation. Why would they do that? I asked. Why bring their wives and husbands to such an event? It didn't really make sense. He smiled and I lifted my gaze to look directly into his eyes. "For the exact reason that has caused this reaction in you," he said. "They want you on the defensive, worried and feeling powerless." I straightened my spine. They were trying to intimidate me. Again.
Seriously?
He chuckled. "Of course. This trial will be the turning point for a lot of their lives. You're a lot more important than you realize, Ava." My father walked away, going over to speak to two warlocks I'd seen before but hadn't spoken to. I wasn't sure if that was a good thing or a bad thing, so I tried not to let myself think about it. I conjured a chair and sat down into it. Me. Important. Such a sobering thought. There was a loud clap, and the once buzzing room began to quieten. "The time has come to begin," a male voice boomed. I barely contained my wince. That wasn't Thomas, he must still be in the dungeon somewhere. It looked like one of his offsiders. People began to settle and sit down, but a strange awareness tugged at me. I couldn't exactly explain what I was feeling. It was an unsettling feeling that I couldn't prepare for. I glanced up and saw a large man, with graying hair and piercing blue eyes, standing on his own and staring at me. Something inside of me jumped, and I bounced out of the chair to go to the man. My father turned around to look at me, but I couldn't stop myself from being dragged forward toward the older man. It was as though I was tied to a string, and the man was pulling me out of my chair, away from everything just so I could get to him. He had presence and size, but that wasn't the reason I couldn't stop myself from going near him. There was something strangely familiar about him. Who was this person? How did I know him? The closer I got, the more I realized that I wasn't exactly unsettled. I wasn't scared. This man didn't seem bad, but I was still drawn to him in a way I couldn't explain since I didn't know him at all. As I got closer, his eyes became more purple. My mother's eyes. I stopped in my tracks, straightening my spine. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper as my throat closed over. I didn't want anyone to overhear my question. I didn't want them to know I had found someone I might consider a friend in this trial. I recognized this man, although I'd never seen him before. Something inside me knew him. He lifted his chin and looked at me, his gaze roaming over me from head to toe, but not in a lascivious way. "I'm your grandfather," he said simply. My whole body hummed with surprise. "You're my mother's father, aren't you?" I asked. I wasn't sure whether I was happy or upset at this news. My mother hadn't mentioned him, at least as far as I could recall. He nodded. What could I say? That I'd missed him my whole life. That I wanted a grandfather desperately. That I hoped he'd be proud of me and what I was about to do. I didn't understand why I suddenly cared about what a stranger thought about me, but I did. But instead of dwelling on this new layer of nerves, I tried to push it away. No. Today I had to be stoic and strong. Not the emotional mess I truly wished I could be at this point. If the council had brought him in specifically to rattle me, they'd done a good job. I swallowed hard and tried to ignore the pounding of my heart ringing in my ears. "It is very nice to meet you," I managed to get out, wincing when my voice shook slightly. He smiled gently. "Your grandmother was hoping to join me, but she is not well, and portal travel isn't good for her. I had a grandmother too. And it sounded like they wanted to be here, to see me. I cleared my throat, emotions clogging my eyes and making my nose tingle. Well, perhaps after the trial I could accompany you back to your realm and meet her in person. He nodded, his eyes softening. She would like that very much. My father walked over, holding out his hand to my grandfather. Aaron, it's nice to see you again. My grandfather shook my father's hand, but his face grew cloudy with anger. Matlock. If I'd known about this, you would never have gotten away with marrying Charity. My father nodded. If I'd known about your daughter's pregnancy, I would never have married Charity either. But. My grandfather sighed. But Genevieve was stubborn, he finished. I can imagine she decided that running away was best for both of you. Well, it wasn't best for me, I piped up, not liking the feeling of being the this in the conversation and being ignored at the same time. I wanted a family, a big, loud, proper family. And my mother denied me that. I cleared my throat. I wasn't sure if it was the proper thing to say, but I couldn't help it. I encouraged the feelings of outrage that had begun to build inside me, so I could use them to move forward with my argument. Didn't these people realize that I'd had no choice on how my life had turned out? If my mother had stayed, fought for the man she loved, then we all could have been happy. She would probably be alive. Granted, I wasn't positive she would be, and I wasn't positive about the outcome. But at the very least, I would have known my family. I think it's time to right that wrong, don't you? I quirked one eyebrow at both men and stormed back to my chair. My emotions were getting the better of me. I had to remove myself from them, or else I wouldn't be able to focus on the trial. I sat down, though my chest rose and fell at a rapid rate. Who did all these people think they were? To judge me. To tell me how I could live my life. Who to marry, who to love. Not fucking likely. Not today. Not ever again. I'm ready, I said as loudly as possible, and everyone settled into their seats. The trial was set out very much like it had been the last time I was here. There were several seats at the front of the room that faced the rest of the congregation. 6 pews lined up in front of me, all containing powerful witches and warlocks. The man who had given us the 3 days to think about the new conditions stepped forward, and my father sank back behind me, standing next to my chair. The room was so quiet, I could hear people breathe with their noses. All eyes were on me, like I was naked or had some kind of target on my back. My stomach tingled, as though the tattoo there felt my nerves and wanted to protect me from this feeling of unease. Ava Melfi. Have you come to your decision? He asked, his tone official. I nodded. Yes. I cleared my throat. I have. He waited, then finally asked, and what is it? I lifted my chin and forced myself to be brave, clinging to the anger that still pulsed in my system. Maybe if I could use that anger, I could appear much more confident than I really was. I would like to take on the role of my father's official heir and be the next High Warlock when my time comes. There was a strange titter around the room. No applause. No happiness. Had they expected me to refuse? The man before me practically stumbled forward. Oh well then, you will need to sign the contract we have drawn up for the... No, I said, cutting him off. His brows rose. No. If it were any other circumstance, I would have laughed at his befuddlement. As though they never thought I could get what I want, how I wanted it. I want some amendments made before I sign it. After a lifetime of being trapped in a single house, in a single realm, with no choice on how I lived my life, I will not have the same conditions forced on me for the rest of my days. The man glanced toward my father. Matlock, she simply can't. I wasn't finished, I said, standing up so that I was now at least the same height as the men around me. And I can speak for myself. You do not need to involve my father in this. My chest hurt as my heart pounded against my ribs, but I pushed on. No. I will not sign the contract as it stands. I will not have an arranged marriage, nor be forced into one the way my father was. The man before me stared at me like I was crazy. But you have to," he sputtered. I crossed my arms over my chest and glared at him. "I do not," I said. I sounded like a child, but I didn't care. "I am the legal and blood heir to the High Warlock, and if you think I'm going to let you bully me into accepting a man that you pick to be your next High Warlock, you've got another think coming." Charity and 2 other council members rushed forward, huffing and puffing with outrage. "You can't do that," a red-headed woman cried. "No. She can't be the heir if she won't sign the contract," said the man. "This is not a negotiation. This is a simple yes or no. You agree to our terms or you don't. It's as simple as that." The counselors were firing off at the man before me, and I could feel his stress levels start to increase. He'd obviously expected me to graciously accept, or more than likely abdicate. Which was why Mr. the Chosen One and his family were here. To sign the contract that I would not. I glanced across at my father, who had been calmly standing and waiting for me to do my thing. There was no hint of disturbance on his face. If he was troubled, he hid it well. At my look, he stepped forward. "Perhaps I can be of some assistance." Charity groaned. "Yes. Finally, Matlock. Talk some sense into the girl." My father picked up the book I'd carried into the room and held it up in front of him. When the first High Warlocks were chosen, they had every right to pick a mate they wanted. And have as many children as they so chose. I don't see why Ava, someone who did not grow up in our realm and who does not understand our laws, should destroy her future happiness because of a law that was only written into our rules a few hundred years ago. "Gah!" Charity cried, her eyes narrowing at Matlock's hands. "That book. Give it to me." She launched forward. I grabbed her by the shoulders and pushed her back. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Charity's red-headed witch companion threw a lightning bolt of magic at my chest. It hit me with the force of a steam engine. Pain exploded into 1,000 pieces, choking me. I fell to the floor, writhing in pain, screaming for help as my life force began to drain out of me. They'd killed me, and for what? For nothing. My father dropped to my side and grabbed me before I passed out. "Ava! Ava! Can you hear me?" I could, then I couldn't. Everything went black. Chapter 20. Things had barely gone dark, the cold feeling of death stealing over me when something inside me changed. Instead of cold pain, instead of the icy hot temperature floating across my body, something took it over. Warm healing power pulsed through me, beginning in my belly and coming out in wave-like rings. I was fighting my way back to the light. The deadly pain in my chest was being pushed out in the strangest way. My stomach burned in the area of my tattoo, initiating the healing power my sister had so beautifully instilled in me. I had forgotten all about the tattoo. My mind had been so focused on the attack at hand that I forgot it was even there. I forced my eyes open and gasped for air, my hands going for my stomach in hopes to soothe it. My father held me in his arms, barking orders around like a drill sergeant. "Arrest her. Now." My father blasted black spark like magic out his fingertips toward the red-headed witch. I wasn't sure if he even noticed I was conscious. "Dad." I gasped, struggling to sit up. I grunted, stretching out my neck, trying to get all of the kinks out. "Ava, no. You must stay still." I shook my head, getting first to my hands and knees, then up to my feet. Though my legs wobbled, and my belly felt like someone held a flaming torch to my skin, my head was clear and I was up. "You cannot kill me," I declared to the room of witches and warlocks staring at me. "I should be dead, but they'd have to try harder. And if you don't choose to make me your ally, I guarantee you will make me your very worst enemy." There were several gasps around the room, and then the doors to the back of the room burst open. Tavlor strode in, parting the crowd like Moses in the Red Sea. Better late than never. Behind him walked 4 tall, strong men. 2 Phi and 2 shifters. All of whom I recognized. My heart sang with happiness. He hadn't abandoned me. He'd brought the reinforcements he'd said he would. Strong reinforcements. I couldn't believe I had ever doubted him. Guilt pooled in my stomach. I tried to ignore it. I tried to refocus on what we had, rather than dwell on my momentary lapse in judgment. "We are here to speak on behalf of Ava," Horlo declared, my Phi teacher from Abigail's realm. It was so good to see him, tears sprang into my eyes. This had to be the effect of nearly dying. I didn't want to admit that I could be this emotional. "This is not an open court," the older man who was running this trial all but spat at the Phi elder. "And we will not indulge your speeches. Anything you say will fall on deaf ears, Phi." "Well, maybe it ought to be an open court," one of the wolf shifters said with a growl. Robert's beta was here in all his wiry fineness. He still looked malnourished, but the look on his face said he was still just as powerful, regardless. Tavlor brought his 4 witnesses up to the stage where I stood, and turned to face off against the council and all their family members. I was still holding my belly and panting, and my father eased me up so I could lean against a chair. The death sentence that witch had served me had been a strong one, and I wasn't sure that there would be much of a tattoo left after that. Which meant I had to be careful, and not let myself get attacked again. Tavlor glanced at me, one eyebrow raised. "Are you all right?" he asked, trying to mask his concern. I shook my head. "Not really, but I'll explain later." I didn't want him seeking retribution for the attack now. Not when there were bigger things to do. I waved my hand for him to continue, and concentrated on breathing. Tavlor could take it from here. Thanks to Bella, I'd managed to survive up until this point. Only just though. Tavlor held up a copy of the ancient book he'd made from the original that lay behind me with my father. "I have shown my friends here the original laws and rules of the council," he announced. I grinned. That would show these cocky assholes. There was a hiss and gasp of outrage around the room. Those who knew what Tavlor meant narrowed their gazes, and those who didn't nudged their partner and whispered questions. "Tavlor, look out!" my father yelled. Multiple explosions erupted in front of us. Tavlor grabbed me and dragged me into his side while I watched white and red lights go off like fireworks before me. "What's going on?" I yelled over the noise, my gaze darting around to see my father and Horlo standing side by side as they threw magic up to protect us all. "They council are attacking," Tavlor said, gripping me and the book. His gaze was furious. The wolf shifters who stood beside us half shifted in their rage, their hands becoming claws. Their heads became those of the wolf. Whoa. This just got real. I glanced back at my father and the Phi mage. Horlo and my dad are protecting us. Tavlor nodded. "Stay back, okay?" I nodded. Tavlor stepped forward in a surreal move of strength and courage. Evil, deathly magic was still being thrown at us, blistering the wall created by my father's strength, bolstered by Horlo's. The wolf shifters stood next to Tavlor as he walked closer, flanking him and growling in outrage. How disgusting a thing to have to face. They came here in peace. To talk. And they were met with a classic move of the bullying, narcissistic, overbearing council. I was embarrassed to say I wanted to be at the head of them all. Tavlor and the 2 wolf shifters together faced off against the council, standing shoulder to shoulder. A wall of male fierceness. Slowly, the attacks began to slow as they realized my father's protective magic was holding. Then the counselors groaned and shouted in frustration, then completely stopped. I almost wished they hadn't. I wanted to see how long it would take before they sent spells so powerful they deflected off the wall and hit the bearer. Tavlor then stepped right up to the shield, the shifters growling at his back. "We have not told the communities of shifters and Phi about the original council," he continued slowly, his eyes going to each council member. Before, he would not have deigned to look them in the eye, due to what he was. Now, it was different. Now, he believed in himself. "I have only informed these 4 people, and they have sworn to keep it to themselves. However, there is a price for their secrecy." "What do they want then?" a council member called out. I almost rolled my eyes. The council was not doing itself any favors if it was going to continue to be suspicious of everything. King Angkor stepped up, magic rippling off him in a visible silver fountain. He was an impressive sight to behold. "We will support Ava in her bid to be the rightful heir to her father," Angkor said, commanding everyone's attention. "And if you allow her the contract she requires, we will stand down." My mouth dropped open and I stared at Tavlor, who didn't look at me. But I could see his mouth twitching and knew he wanted to. How had he managed to convince the Phi King to stand up on my behalf? My mind swam. I winced, the pain from the attack still twinging, but I couldn't help but smile either. A member of the council stepped forward. "You will relinquish all claim to the council if we support Ava in this way?" he asked tentatively, as though he couldn't believe it. King Angkor's back tightened and I yelled out to him, "You don't need to do this. We can find another way." And I could. I was sure I could. Maybe. I didn't have any examples of how we would pull it off just yet, but I was sure I could think of something. Angkor turned back and looked at me, his eyes burning with an intensity I didn't understand. Did he know how much I wanted to help his people? I wanted to tell him. I wanted to explain. But I didn't want him giving up the one thing that could put him back in the place he should be. On the council with the others. But I couldn't tell him everything I wanted to tell him, and he turned away without speaking to me. "Yes, we will. Us too." The alpha wolf shifter barked out, stepping up next to the Phi King. King Angkor didn't flinch, though I knew he wanted to. His cloak was lined with a once-alive wolf's fur, and yet as they stood together, I knew the Phi and the shifter had found something bigger to stand against than each other. I had no idea how Tavlor was able to pull it off, but I was glad he did. The council was the enemy today. As they should have been all along. "Give us a moment." The members of the council congregated together at the back of the room. I stood straighter, the pain in my belly now receding along with the fatigue and exhaustion that had come from being hit with such magic. Instead of leaning against the chair, I collapsed into it. Tavlor gave me a cursory glance, concern in his eyes, but he was careful not to let his gaze linger on me for too long. I didn't want anyone to know about my tattoo, so I didn't touch it or check on it, but I was dying to see if it had changed in any way. Would I get more than one life if it saved me multiple times? Or would it be gone now, having saved me once? I didn't know, and Bella had never explained it to me. I wondered if I could get another one if I needed. The Phi King and the shifters walked over to me, frowning. "Ava, you don't look well," King Angkor said. I grimaced out a smile. "Oh, I'm okay. One of the witches tried to kill me, but I made it through." I didn't tell them how close it had been. I simply forced a smile to my lips. I swallowed hard against the emotions rising up, making my chest tight. "I can't believe you all came to support me in this," I continued. "It's so unexpected." The shifters growled softly as they shook themselves and transformed back to their human selves. I assumed they could do that, so they could speak to me properly. "We." The alpha cleared his throat. "We believe you are the best chance we have of improving our place in this world. There's been enough wars. It's time to do something differently." He cocked his head at me. "Unless we were wrong about you and your intentions." "No. Never." I rushed to reassure him. I needed to, before it was too late. Chapter 21. I reached forward and grabbed onto Robert's arm.
I needed him to listen.
"Oh no," I said, shaking my head. "Not at all. The only reason I'm standing here today, fighting to be the stupid high warlock, is because I want to have the power to help you. To change what the council has done." The Phi King looked at me. His icy stare coiled its tendrils around me and made me shudder inwardly. The last thing I wanted to do was cross him. "You feel the same way about my realm?" Tavlor said you did. "Oh yes," I said, nodding rapidly. "Your people need help, King Angkor. And I'm going to make sure they get it." His world needed magic, they needed food, they needed safety and comfort. To live forever in such a state was simply tragic, especially for a people who were born with incredible magic. He smiled and lifted his chin. Then we made the right choice here today. Tavlor stepped up and took my hand. You have. Ava is worth putting your trust in. I glanced over at my father and Horlo, who were still standing with their hands outstretched, their magic protecting us all. Judging by the beads of sweat that accumulated on my father's forehead, however, we needed to act fast before their magic was depleted. Regardless, it was a perfect combination of powerful warlock and Phi magic. A brilliant combination that was indeed underestimated. Pride blossomed in my chest. My father was protecting me. It was a great feeling to know he could and would do so regardless of his role as High Warlock. That I was important to him. I glanced back to the space between us. The magic that forced the council to behave. To stop them from killing us. Killing us. I still couldn't believe they were willing to wipe us out in order to get what they wanted. The right man at the top. In the role of High Warlock. And the very fact they were wanting to do so gave me hope that perhaps the role would have more power than I'd anticipated. More than my father had ever used or even realized. The counselors moved back to the invisible wall between us, and I glanced at Tavlor. He stared at me for a moment, then, reading my look correctly, got up and walked across to the man who'd come to give us their verdict. His shoulders were rolled back, his eyes narrowed in front of him. He looked confident, not perturbed in any way. If, Thomas said loudly and succinctly. If everyone here signs a binding contract not to spread the lies in that book. He pointed to Tavlor's copy. I rolled my eyes. Lies. Yeah, right. The counselor glared at me and I glared right back. If that is done, then we will accept Ava as the heir apparent, with the removal of her arranged marriage. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't believe it. Oh. My. God. We did it. My knees went weak, but I forced some strength into them. Now was not the time to look like a wilting lily. I had to look like this was part of the plan, and it had been all along. Tavlor inclined his head.
Give me a moment.
He strode back to us, a smile growing on his face. He was happy with this turn of events, and to be honest, so was I. But it would take a sacrifice from people who had already suffered too much. He stepped into our huddle, and I glanced toward the Alpha Wolf and King Ancor. I didn't want to let them have to suffer even more, because I found a way to twist the council's arm and allowed me to be selfish. You two do not need to agree to this, I said, looking between the two of them. I hoped they understood that I wasn't kidding. It's asking too much. The Alpha growled and shook his head. No. I believe you are our best chance of getting out from under the iron fist of the council. I'm happy to stand by you, even without the message from the book. King Ancor nodded. I do also. We'll do as they ask, Ava. I blinked back the tears that threatened to fall. The last thing I wanted was to look like a blubbering fool in front of my most powerful allies. Thank you for your trust. I swear I will not betray it. We turned back, and my father and the council set to work tweaking the contract. They bickered over verbiage. I chose to stay where I was, trying not to pace. I didn't want to reveal my weakness, my anxiousness, in any way. My eyes kept going to my father. Every now and then he would reach up and touch his necklace casually, buried under the clothing. No one even noticed what it was. When it was finished, the contract was presented to both the shifter and the Phi, and everyone else who needed to sign it. The Phi King, Horlo, and the Alpha Wolf shifter signed their agreements, and I took my new contract to my father, who looked it over for me. While everyone else was distracted and the room was full of people talking, my father whispered to me, "How did you survive that bolt of magic from Melody, Ava? I know that was not meant to merely wound but kill. I know you have a few tricks up your sleeve, but I don't know how you managed that." My hand strayed to my belly, to my secret weapon. It's like you said, Dad, I said, giving him a wink. I have a few tricks up my sleeve. He glanced at me, his eyebrows furrowed. I couldn't speak of my sisters here, nor should I reveal everything all at once. So I simply smiled and said it was a gift from Bella. He nodded, accepting what I said as truth, and glanced down again, continuing to pore over the contract until he was satisfied with it. You can sign this, he said as he handed it back to me, then stood up and addressed the people still standing on the other side of the magical wall that Horlo was holding up. Horlo sagged a little with exhaustion, but the wall remained strong. I'm going to ask the Phi Mage to drop the protective shield, but if I see a single person cast a spell to hurt anyone on this side of the divide, I will kill every single council member in this room, my father said. I blinked. I knew why he said it, but he could have been talking about the weather, not death and murder. There was a horrified gasp as my father whirled his hand in the air, creating a fiery red magic. There have been enough secrets. Enough lies. Enough betrayal. I will not see my child, nor anyone who came here today to protect her, be harmed. I am the High Warlock, and it's time that many of you realize that. He flicked his hand and Horlo allowed the shield to come down. I held my breath. This could turn deadly in a mere moment. I had my protection, inbuilt in my training, my tattoo, and in Tavlor's reflexes that would surely save me now that he was here. But there were others here that were not so powerful, and for them it could be a bloodbath. But no one moved. Thank God. I released a breath I didn't realize I was holding, my shoulders sagging forward. The last thing I wanted was blood on my hands, and there would be if anyone had gotten hurt. 2 council members coughed and cleared their throats. Shall we get on with the signing of the new High Warlock's heir? A man asked. He didn't even bother to hide his impatience. I nodded and stepped forward as Tavlor magicked up a large desk. Ava. You first, Tavlor said, pointing to the place he wanted me to stand. I put my contract on the table and picked up a pen that lay next to it. I was, quite literally, signing my life away. But I would be helping so many other people. It would be worth it. I put the pen to paper and signed my name, feeling the heat of the promise move through my veins. When it was done, the contract rolled up on its own accord, and a lock cracked into place. Tavlor picked up the scroll and handed it to a nearby counselor. It's done. The man nodded and took the contract away. I sighed, running my fingers through my hair. It was really over, completed, finished. I was, or would be once my father was finished, High Warlock. I stepped back, my heart beating unnaturally fast as I watched the other men sign their rights and their lives away to give me a chance to make a difference. It was an awe-inspiring, incredible moment. To know they trusted me, and were willing to forego a fight for a seat at the table, so they could get me into a position where I might help them. The contracts were signed, and my father stepped forward as bodyguard. He still didn't seem to trust the council, and after everything I had seen, I couldn't blame him. Tavlor. Stay with Ava if you will. I will escort our friends back to their prospective realms, my father said. His eyes were still on the council. Tavlor nodded and stepped close to me, his chest rumbling with a protective growl. Our guests bowed to us, then, escorted by my father, they walked out of the trial room with their heads held high. Most of the counselors left also, a defeated attitude in the cloud around them. All except for the man who would have been the next High Warlock. Cedric. He and his family moved closer to us, their faces wide-eyed, shocked and angry. But why go to all this trouble just to avoid a marriage that would have been advantageous to us all? Cedric demanded. You stupid silly fool. You don't understand what you just gave up, signing that abysmal contract. I shuddered. Oh God. To be married to him and have to hear that voice every day of my life, no, thank you. He had gray eyes, ashen skin, and a pug nose. Not to mention the fact that his voice was as high-pitched as Courtney's on a bad day. I might have used my magic to change everything about him, if I had to deal with that. I quirked an eyebrow at him. Advantageous to us all. You've got to be kidding me. The only person who lost today was you. Cedric frowned and his lips dipped. But your family has been part of a line of arranged marriages for generations. How could this be a surprise to you? Didn't he know anything about me? I laughed hard. My family. You obviously don't know who my mother was. I glanced at his parents and they all shook their heads. They weren't being sarcastic, they genuinely didn't know. Poor people. They'd been willing to be dragged into a battle they hadn't been prepared for. And this man, dragged into a marriage that he would have hated. I looked straight at the puppet the council had chosen to be my father's successor. Cedric. My mother was Genevieve Melfi, I announced, courage making my voice grow strong. An incredible witch, but one who didn't stick by anyone's rules. So believe me when I say you dodged a bullet today. I would not have been an easy wife to live with, and I was never giving up my right to be my father's heir, so. I let the words hang in the air, to give the family some consolation so that they weren't too devastated with the turn of events. The mother, I assumed by the age in her face and the close family resemblance to her son, stepped forward. But why fight so hard and almost lose everything? She asked. Clearly, she didn't understand what it was like to have something to fight for. Do you already have a man in mind that you wish to marry? I nodded and reached back, taking Tavlor's hand and drawing him forward. I do. I accepted Tavlor's offer of marriage days ago. I love him, and I can't imagine a better nor more powerful warlock to be by my side through this role. Disgust tainted their three faces. The father spat on the floor. That's an abomination of the bloodlines. The council will never support it. They already have, I said with a shrug. Before they could respond, I dragged my lover back to the door behind us that would lead us straight back to my bedroom, where we could celebrate our victory. The council can kiss my ass, I muttered. I turned my back on the future the council had wanted for me, one of servitude and pain. And made my way forward with the man of my dreams, and the support of everyone who was important to me. Epilogue, a month later. Thank you so much for coming, I said, gripping my sister's hands and staring into their strangely brown eyes. Despite everything we had gone through to get to this point, and the fear in my heart that they would be discovered today, I was still intensely glad they were here with me. I didn't think I could do this without them. We wouldn't have missed it for the world, Bella said, squeezing my hand and smiling from behind a face I didn't recognize. Courtney ran her hand through her straight dark hair. I still don't think we needed to come in full disguises like this. I rolled my eyes for what felt like the 10th time. Court. Please. Things with the council are still super prickly, and if they, even for a minute, realize I'm not Dad's only heir, then my life could be forfeit. Not to mention what they may do to my sisters. Courtney sighed. Yeah. I know. I'm sorry. This is your day. I'll do whatever you ask. She forced a smile and I rolled my eyes. Thank you, I said, grinning. It was my day. My wedding day. I still couldn't believe it. To think that I'd ever get married. I'd asked both Bella and Courtney to come completely disguised. They were now both brunettes with brown eyes and a few freckles speckled across their noses. Thanks to the fact that Tavlor and I were getting married in a Fey realm, the magic that my sisters had used to disguise themselves wouldn't wash away as it would have in the council magic realm. At least you get to meet our father for the first time, I said, glancing at my sisters from beneath my eyelashes. My hair was curled and styled up on top of my head, and I was wearing a tight white dress. And for a bit of fancy, Abigail had created silk butterflies and flowers that decorated my waist. Yes. When do you think that will happen? Bella asked. There was a knock on the door and I smiled. How about now? The door opened and my father stepped into the room, looking dashing in a black and silver suit and cloak. Are you ready, Ava? He asked, wiping his hands on his slacks. Yes, Dad, I said. I wanted to ask if he was ready, if he was prepared to walk me down the aisle and give me away so soon after getting me, but I bit my tongue. I didn't believe in that crap, and needling him right now probably wasn't the best idea. But I wanted to introduce you to my bridesmaids first. I stepped toward my father and motioned to my sisters. This is Bella and this is Courtney. He stared at me, then slowly pivoted to look at my sisters. There was a moment where nothing happened. He just stared. I wasn't sure if he was in shock or if he was just trying to take the moment in. My sisters waited, which I was grateful for. Finally, my father cleared his throat. It's wonderful to meet you. But you don't look the same as I expected you to. He was trying to be funny, I could tell. The tension in the room could be cut with a razor. Courtney crossed her arms over her chest and lifted her chin. Well, Ava told us to magic up a disguise so that none of the council would recognize us, she said almost defensively. We all have mother's eyes, and some would say we look quite alike. That wasn't quite true. We were distinctly different, but I just couldn't take the risk. Not when the consequences were so severe. Not when I couldn't imagine what those consequences could be. He nodded, obviously not able to formulate the next words. I couldn't stand it. There would be time for them to get to know each other, after the ceremony. Is it time to go, Dad? I asked, breaking the silence. I didn't want to interrupt them, but at the same time, I couldn't be late. I'd thought of this moment for the past 4 weeks, the moment when my baby sisters would finally meet their father. A man we'd all dreamt of for decades. I wasn't sure they would appreciate the gesture, since I had been the only one so insistent on going out and finding him, but I didn't care. We were all together, and that was all that mattered. But now that the moment was finally here, there was no joyous hugging. No happy cries of relief to finally have found him. The man our mother should have married. If anything, my sisters seemed unsure how to respond to him. And I didn't know if that was a good thing or not. It had taken me time to accept and love my father. It would take my sisters time too. I respected that. I understood it. I just hoped my father felt the same way. He dragged his gaze back to me and shook himself. Ah yes. They're all waiting. Tavlor's practically pacing. He chuckled. The sound was forced, but there was some humor in it. I grinned at the image his words evoked, and took the arm my father offered me. He would be conducting the ceremony today, but he was also the one to give me away. I waved my hand at my sisters. Courtney, go first. I'll meet you both at the top of the aisle, I instructed. I had never seen a real wedding before, but all of Bella's book were enough for me to go on. And since today was my day anyway. Bella gave me a quick smile before she headed out the door and towards the aisle they'd made for us, leading up to the place where Tavlor would be waiting for me. My father grinned as we walked out the door. I clung to him as we moved together toward the sounds of a crowd up ahead. Abigail and some of her beautiful fae people had thrown together a lavish feast with decorations and music, all for Tavlor and me. As we turned a corner and stepped deeper into the forest, I saw the wedding party. They were standing amongst a cleared area. There were shifters and fae and witches and warlocks. Some of the people I'd grown incredibly close to over the past month of hard work. I'd been able to change a little so far, but what I had achieved had been related to the comfort of the people in the realms I'd already visited. The shifters had more food, more clothing, better housing. The fae had the same. My father and I had also managed to channel some of the king's magic into the rest of his kingdom. It wasn't a lot by any stretch, but it was a start. My father was on board now that he had some guidance, and realized he didn't have to adhere to the council's cruel proclivities. I was glad my father was taking steps to rectify the power struggle. I was glad he was willing to help. My belly quivered with nerves as I took more steps toward my future husband. He was wearing the most beautiful robes, and a smile that added to the belly quiver. This was it. A dream was becoming a reality. The man who'd proven time and time again how much he loved me was making me his wife. We reached the edge of the crowd of people, and it was an ocean of smiles and brightly colored robes. My sisters had stopped at the front of the aisle and were now facing me, their expressions sporting twin grins of happiness. They liked Tavlor, they especially liked to give him a hard time. And now, they would get to do that for a lifetime. A member or two of the council had arrived to witness the event, but the rest of the crowd were friends. I clung to my father's arm and lifted my gaze to my future husband. Tavlor stood stoically at the altar, his intense gaze meeting mine. Happiness pulsed through every part of me. From my eyes to my heart, to the tips of my fingers. When we reached the end of our long walk, my father kissed my cheek, took my hand and passed me over to Tavlor. That familiar tingle caressed my skin, and I gripped my fey lover's hand as we both turned to my father, who was now facing us. "Friends and family, welcome," Father said, his voice gentle but booming so everyone could hear him. "Today, we come together to join two of the most beautiful souls I've ever had the privilege to know. My daughter, Ava, and the man who will soon become my son, Tavlor." My father went on, and my heart soared. It was strange. I thought for sure I'd be captivated by my father, trying to memorize his words, so I'd never forget today. But all I could do was stare at Tavlor, the color of his eyes as he looked at me, the way his lips curved up into a soft smile, the tingle I felt when he caressed the backs of my hands with his thumbs. This was my husband. I was going to be with him for the rest of my life. Today was the first step toward getting Tavlor accepted as not only my husband, but as the man who would share the High Warlock role with me in the years to come. We were on the path to change many of the things that the council had destroyed, and together we were stronger, bigger, better. And magic willing, one day, we would have our own family, and I would finally show my half-fey, half-warlock husband that I would be truly proud to raise babies of his bloodline. It would be a lot of work, but I was willing to put in the time and effort. In fact, I was too stubborn not to. This is the final book in Ava's trilogy. Bella's story is available now, here. Chapter 1 of Hidden Magic. Book 1 in Bella's story. I stared at the hole I'd just created in the wooden floor beneath my feet. Damn it. That was sloppy. I glanced around and after seeing no one, I flicked my wrist. The hole dissipated, fixed instantly thanks to the magic that burned through my veins. I tapped my foot. I wasn't the sort to mess up magic spells, especially with a book that told me exactly what to do. Then I remembered the walls I'd created around my bedroom were soundproof. My shoulders sagged with relief. My sister hadn't heard me. I grabbed the spellbook off the table and sat back in my chair with the book in my lap once again. If there was such a thing as a black sheep in our family, it was me. The middle child. The ugly duckling. The one who didn't fit in with the others. My mother, may her soul rest, was the most beautiful, vivacious, strong-willed, talkative woman to ever walk this earth. Not that I had a huge spectrum of reference, having lived in a magical void for most of my life, but going on pure factual speculation, no one could outtalk my mother. Well, almost no one. My sister, Ava, came close, and there were times I thought she purposefully gave herself the task of doing just that. If only to finally best mother at something. Courtney, my younger sister on the other hand, was less tolerant. Less talkative. Less blonde. But goodness me, was she a force to be reckoned with, a tornado in intensity. I flipped a page of the book, my fingers skimming the words as if they wanted to read them the way my eyes did. I wasn't like my sisters. I was a bookworm. I was happy at home, in this realm of solitude. If I didn't have to talk to another living soul for a week or more, all the better. Talking was not my strong suit. Not like reading, understanding literature, and putting magic into practice. Those things were easy. I stood again, taking the book in my arms. Even though I was sure Courtney had soundproofed her walls as well, she preferred sleeping in to waking up. I didn't want her to get up before she was ready. A cranky Courtney was not a person I enjoyed being around. So I tiptoed down the hall and stepped into the bright living room we'd created in the house. Our house. The one Courtney and I had built after our mother died. After we'd learned that our mother had created everything we'd ever owned with her magic. Our clothes, our food, even my books. The life we'd known wasn't real, it was a figment of her design. As such, when she'd passed, we'd lost everything. It had been devastating to lose our whole lives' worth of possessions and memories, and heartbreaking to watch our mother disappear. We hadn't expected it. She had been young, and the picture of health. But she had slipped away suddenly, without warning, and we were confronted with the notion that we really weren't prepared for her to be gone. Rebuilding was our only option. As I took a seat on the comfortable leather settee, I couldn't help but look around. I'd thought rebuilding was going to be difficult. But it wasn't. If anything, creating a new home, especially without Ava, our oldest sister, watching over us, had been liberating in lots of ways. I sighed and put my book on the table, then glanced outside. The sun was rising over the landscape, casting shadows as the sky lit up with oranges and purple. What a beautiful day it was shaping up to be. However, as I thought about Ava, I felt restless and alone in this world of ours. I missed my meddling older sister. I looked down the hallway, half expecting to hear the music that would normally come from Courtney's room, assaulting my ears and rocking me to my core. But there was nothing. Nothing but the sound of our small house in its silence. The house phone rang with a melodic shrill. My heart leapt as I raced for the phone. Only one person called that line, the person it had been created by. I picked up the old-fashioned red phone and put the receiver to my ear. "Ava!" I exclaimed, giddy with excitement. My sister laughed. "You knew it was me." I chuckled and sat down at the kitchen counter, happiness skittling through me and making me grin. "You know you're the only one with this number," I reminded her. "How've you been? It's been ages since you called." It hadn't been that long, of course, but with our self-imposed exile in the realm, having only my sister Courtney for company grew thin quickly. "I'm sorry, Bella," she said. "It's all been so crazy with the shifter war we've been fighting. It's ridiculous. These stupid laws, and the hypocrisy of it all. Once they settle down, we need to set up some better standards, or something." I frowned at her tone. She sounded frustrated, and that was putting it lightly, but as Courtney and I had been kept out of the loop quite on purpose, I really couldn't comment. There was part of me that wanted to, though. "Well, I'm sorry to hear things are going badly, but are you coming to visit anytime soon?" I asked. I tried to control my eagerness, but I liked seeing her and making sure she was all right.
"We miss you."
I glanced around the empty kitchen, realizing the "we" was being generous. Ava cleared her throat. "That's actually why I'm calling." There was hesitation in her tone. That, and disappointment. "I don't think I'll be able to visit for a while. Tavlor and I are going undercover in one of the Phi realms to unearth some bad happenings that have been reported. I won't be contactable for ages, so I wanted to let you know." I bit my lip. I hated it when I couldn't contact Ava. "Well, at least you'll be with your husband," I said, trying to see the bright side. I could tell Ava felt guilty about what she was telling me, but I didn't want her to worry. She laughed. "You know he would never let anything happen to me." I smiled to myself. I didn't have to vocalize my concern for her to be able to read it, to know that I was upset. "Yeah. I know. I'd met Tavlor 3 times. Twice when he'd come to see Ava here in our realm, and once at their wedding. Every time I'd met him, he'd been as impressive and ferocious as I'd expected him to be. Half warlock, half Phi. He was a warrior of the highest kind. And there was no one I would trust with Ava more. But even so." I sighed. I couldn't tell her I was still concerned about her safety, and what the council would do to her tomorrow. To us. I didn't want her to feel even more guilty than she already did about the choices she'd made to enter the magic realm. "Well, thanks for letting me know, Ava," I said. "You know I worry." "I do, and I'm really hoping that the next time I come home, we can bring you across to the council and finally introduce you to everyone," she said. I could tell by her inflection that she meant every word. The problem was, I didn't think that introduction would happen as easily as she made it sound. Even if it did, the thought of meeting the council made me shiver. I still had nightmares about what they'd done to Ava when they'd first found out who she was. Or more, what she was, the illegitimate daughter to the High Warlock. We were all threats to the council, and the flimsy rules their world was built upon. Courtney and I were just as much of a threat as Ava was to them. The difference was, the council didn't know about us yet. I cleared my throat. Well, I can't say I'm dying to join you, Ava, I admitted, but it would be nice to spend more time with you and our father. I'd met Matlock at the wedding too. But it had been a stilted moment, not at all what I'd expected it to be like the first time I saw my father. Ava had worked an enchantment to make us unrecognizable at the wedding. She didn't want anyone knowing who we were until the new laws about illegitimacy were finalized, not to mention succession agreed upon. High Warlock families generally only sired one child.
A male.
To say our mother had bucked tradition was an understatement. I didn't know if she purposefully chose our gender, if her magic could even do something as powerful as that. Knowing her, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Our mother had been as strong and stubborn as Ava and Courtney put together, and when the council demands a male heir of the High Warlock, she would have taken pleasure in producing the opposite. Mother had birthed all three of us, all daughters, in secret. The mistress to the High Warlock. And no one had known about us, until Ava had taken it upon herself to meet our father. Luckily for Ava, the High Warlock had never had a child by his legal wife, and the council was finally coming around to the idea of having her as the heir. Even if she was illegitimate and a woman. I can't wait to show you all the beauty of the magic realm, Bella, she continued, breaking me out of my musings. You will love it, I promise. I just need to make sure it's safe for you. I'd never forgive myself if anything happened to either of you. I raised my eyebrows and played with the ends of my hair. I know, Ava. It wasn't as though I didn't believe her. The problem I had was that she kept telling us the same thing over and over. I didn't necessarily want to go to the magic realm, not when I had my books and my solitude. But I did wish the danger gone. There was a pause, then she asked, "What's our little sister up to? Is she even awake?" I laughed despite myself. Ava knew the rebel sister too well. She's good, I replied. Not sure if she's awake or not, but she's good. Really? Ava asked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I chuckled again, standing up to grab a drink from the fridge. You know Courtney. She's been chomping at the bit to get out into the world since she turned 16. Courtney was a safe subject for us to discuss, and I was glad to be on it. Waiting here while you gallivant all over the universe is hard for her. Especially when she insists that she's ready for the world. Ava sighed heavily. I felt her pain as though she'd sliced through my heart. Oh. I didn't mean to make you feel guilty, I said, shutting my eyes. I had been so careful when the conversation had involved me, that I'd forgotten to do the same when discussing Courtney. I, for one, am happy to stay in my little library forever, but Court is, well, she's Courtney. What else could I say? Ava had to understand. Surely. Is she still going to the human village? Ava asked. The question made my stomach tighten. Yes, she is. She'd gone out last night, and as usual, I'd been worried for her safety until I heard the front door open and Court bumble her way to her bedroom to pass out. Only then had I managed to get a good night's sleep. Bella. Ava's warning tones were obvious. I rolled my eyes. As much as I understood and even agreed with my older sister, it wasn't exactly fair to assign me the role of Courtney's keeper. I can't keep her locked up forever, Ava, I said. She's 21 years old and bored out of her mind here with me. I wanted to stop her. I had tried to reason with her. But Courtney didn't reason. She just dove in, driven by her feelings and her passion. She didn't bother to think first. It isn't safe. Ava said, as though I didn't know that. Then you tell her. I didn't like that Courtney didn't listen to me, that she didn't respect me the same way she respected Ava. My cheeks burned with anger, and my nostrils flared as I took in a deep breath. There was silence on the end of the line, and I realized I'd probably been too harsh, or my tone had been anyway. But I was sick of feeling guilty, because I couldn't control my younger sister. "Sorry, Bella," Ava finally said. "I know this must be hard for you to just wait." Ava's apology had my anger deflating as fast as it had risen. I stopped fiddling with my hair and glanced back at Courtney's door. "It isn't that hard, not for me," I said. "But for Court, well, yeah. She would love to come to you this very minute and start helping out. Fight the bad guys, all that jazz. Me. Leave me in my library forever, and I'll be happy. I'm not a fighter. Never have been. Never will be." "I'm working on it," Ava said. She sounded frustrated again, and not because of me. I knew she was frustrated because she couldn't get us where she wanted us, and of course, she blamed herself for it. "As soon as we're home, I'll approach the council. I have no idea how they're going to respond to 2 more heirs turning up, but hey, it can't be worse than how they dealt with me, right?" Ava tried to laugh, but the sound was thin. The council had charged her with treason, sentenced her to death, then chased her all over the universe to neutralize her as the threat they perceived her to be. She'd won that fight, but it had taken everything she had to win. Quite frankly, I wasn't sure it was worth actually admitting there were more of us. I swallowed hard, deciding to keep my opinion to myself. "I'd love to come see your new life, Ava," I said. That much was honest. I did want to visit her. Not because I was curious about the magic realm, though a part of me was, but because I wanted to see if this life suited her. If she was happy there. There was another awkward silence, and again I wished for the life we'd once had, a time when my sisters and I were so close it had been hard to ever think we would be apart. When I knew what Courtney was doing, even though I couldn't hear her, and I knew what Ava was thinking, even when she was trying to shield me from something. We'd been a united front against our mother, and each other's support teams. And although my love for my sisters had not diminished in the slightest, it seemed that life had changed us. "I better go, Bella," Ava said, her voice touching on regret. "It's getting a little crazy here, but please know that I love you, and can't wait to see you again." "I love you too, Ava," I said. I wanted to tell her to stay, not to go, not to continue to put herself at risk, but I bit my tongue. "And I'll tell Courtney you called." I closed my eyes. I hoped she couldn't hear my voice crack. I was trying so hard not to make her feel bad. I didn't want her to worry. Not when she was in so much danger already. "Please do," Ava said after a moment's pause. "Send my love too." We hung up and I sighed. I hated not knowing what the future held, or where our lives were going. I thought she was going to call me out for holding back on her. I thought she was going to ask what was wrong. If she had done that, I wouldn't have been able to hold on to all the things that were troubling me. And Courtney's attitude was the most worrying thing of all. Begin Bella's trilogy now. Here.